Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. We finally hit the mark on the 2 digits days. We have 10 days of the Northern League of Legends Championship. My name is Alexander Asharovmaya. I will be your host for today. And I have the pleasure to introduce to you the most chaotic desk ever made. It is Tom and Jerry because one is hip and the other one has a mouse. Welcome.
We both have mice, actually.
Yeah,
we were both given mice.
Both of us still see these mouse.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
There
like
it
it's
is.
just
There
it's
it is.
really good. Like it's
sick.
super good. Like I can use it anywhere. Like I was on the toilet the other day and I was just using this to like control my computer. It's fantastic, bro.
This is how I control my computer, by the way. It's a broken cell phone. I'm just saying, still see these. I'll pick up a random object every single time I can. And we need to go into the game itself. Who's going to be screaming at that game? It is the knowledgeable, the Wikipedia veteran, and the duck.
How does he get like a cool intro? Why do I just get to be the duck? Like, why is there not something cool for me?
You chose the name, dude. You chose the name. I chose the cool hip name.
Yeah, but
you
you
were like,
didn't
I'm
get the
duckling.
Wikipedia. Why don't I get the Wikipedia title too? I know everything about every single Danish League of Legends players who have ever touched the game. Like, I think that
What
should be
about the
mentioned
game
on
the
too.
Danish
itself? The
historian.
game.
Yeah,
What's
I mean, I
the
don't know
name
much
of
about
Smolder's Ultimate? Fair enough.
It's mom.
gender
It's
it?
mom. It is mom, man. It's just mom with a lot of exclamation marks after it. You know, I do know that. I do know my. Look, call me a small domain then. Something crazy. Go bold or go broke.
I don't even know what to do anymore. This is a chaotic as it can get. Let's go back to the desk because we have some surprises. Obviously, people look into middle cut. People look into hip and they're like, nah, they play by play. They don't know the game. But
No,
they do
hold
know.
on.
Wait.
Nah, I'm not having
defending
this
you.
slander.
Wait, I'm defending you, okay? Let me finish.
Okay.
They look into you and say they don't know, but you do know. I know that. And I want to prove that to everybody back at home. That's why I brought in a special game just for you both. It's called
Oh no.
Pixel
I
Who?
was. Oh, sorry, what's it called? What?
Pixel Who?
Pixel Who?
Yeah.
Oh,
Pixel Who.
that Pokemon. Who's that Pokemon?
Kinda. So what I'm gonna do
Yeah.
with this game right now, fellas, is I'm going to introduce to you an image, okay? And that image will be kind of pixelated. But obviously, you guys are amazing at League of Legends, so you will tell me what it is. It is a champion. It is a monster. Who it is. I'll give you a clue. The clues are not good, by the way. And if you don't get it at the first try, I'll unpixelate it a little bit better until you get the correct.
No! Oh man. Okay,
I'm confident.
UK League of Legends actually tweeted. No, I put out on Instagram this as a game recently. I was not as good as I thought I was going to be at this.
I've been doing Lowdle, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm half decent at that, so I think I've got a decent chance.
Pay attention to the clues, they're really important. Let's show the first image of what it's pixelated.
Oh,
Oh,
come on.
yeah,
That's
good.
easy.
It's easy.
Wait, do we go
Yeah.
first?
I mean,
Do
you
we
have
just-
to raise your hands.
Hands up! It's Braum. I did it.
It's
I know
Hipran.
what?
Hipran got
We
it.
can't
yes.
just say
yes.
it.
I mean, he did it, so that's 3 points for you. Hipran.
Get out of here,
No,
middle
I'm
cut.
just giving away points. They don't matter anyway. So that's bro. I don't even need to give the clue for that one. That is lovely. For the second one, get ready because Hipran's getting to 3 points all of a sudden. What is this?
That's Heimerdinger. Heimerdinger.
I said it.
Raised it first. I'm gonna
Get out of here,
No,
middle cut.
we
I'm gonna
didn't.
give it to him.
Yes, I
This is
did.
disgusting.
You guys are way too good at this game. Wait, what is happening? Okay. We still got it. Third one, show it to me.
Oh,
Wait.
it's Zach.
Renata.
Wait. Hip
Oh my
went-
God.
went first. He said
No, yeah,
Zach.
I'm wrong.
That is wrong. Middle
Middle
cut
cut is right.
It's
Renata?
not even close.
Oh!
Wait. I have
Okay.
to give
I know who
give
it
a
is.
clue.
Okay.
The clue is we work as a family. Show the second one.
That's made it harder. That's made it
That
significant.
actually made it so much-
It's Raptors! It's Raptors!
Raptors, middle
What?
cut, you
I thought it
guys.
was champions. I thought it was champions.
I said masters and champions. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
All right.
This was a sneaky one. So 6-2 right now, Metalcott. You still can tie up. We have the next one. Show me the money.
Oh,
Yes, hip rank.
Smolder.
What do you mean?
Is that Smolder?
How did you get that?
I'm just amazing at this apparently.
The pattern recognition is like going kind of hard
This
right
is
now.
dyslexia. This is dyslexia. We're really good with shapes. We're so honestly, dyslexics are amazing with shapes.
This is
bro.
like
I
when
just
you get
see it
those-
and I see the colors.
It's like those chimpanzees that are really good at like pressing different like things on a thing at random.
I wanted to give clues, but I'm not able to give the clues. So final
Too good,
one.
bro.
Hip rank's getting 9 points. Middle card, you're sitting at
Can't
2.
lose it.
Thankfully, the last one is worth 10 points if you can get it
Chill.
instantly. Okay?
Chill.
I'm just
Chill.
letting you know. Last image, roll it, please. It is.
Oh, is that
Void
blue
Blue
buff?
Middle card.
Is that blue buff?
Nah, I'm afraid it isn't.
I said Void Grubs as my one.
It doesn't need to be a monster, by the way. It could actually be a champion or clue an item. So, show the
What?
second one if
Where did this come
possible. Second image. Yes. Are you guys ready for the clue?
No.
Yes.
Go. Yeah, go
Yes.
The clue for this last image is get ready because the first one to raise his hand will get the opportunity to answer. I'm gonna give a sound that resembles whatever is in there.
on. Oh, it's not a Murloc. That's the wrong game.
I'm not happy that you've made that noise. I'm really not happy that that noise has
Or
just come out of your mouth.
maybe we can go by. Oh!
Oh,
Ah,
is it wolves?
yes, sir! It is Wolves! Yes,
Yes!
indeed!
Yes!
Oh, no.
Points.
Why was that the first noise you went to, Archeron?
I wanted to make it harder, you know?
What wolves do you have in Portugal, bro? What's going on over there? Oh man, that is. I literally. Your noise was so confusing.
There was a direction and like, I'm going over here now, like
That was the objective. By the way, I'm just gonna say it, hip rank so far, I don't think you ever lost a game.
I've not lost a game. I'm
Yeah.
genuinely king of this.
You're
It's the only thing
3-0.
I'm good at on desk.
You're 3-0.
I am 3-0. Yeah.
Middle cut is, well, you exist. That's
and
not bad.
more and more each day I wish I did it.
Middle cut, mate. It's the taking part that counts, right? I mean, the winning is important.
Can we not
but-
do this,
The winning
Jake?
is
Come
not
on.
important for the games
Come on,
themselves,
man.
but for the games inside of the league, they're quite important. That's why we're going to show you the standings as they are right now. Thankfully, yesterday, we saw some distance, but still we have 3 teams tied up in first place. Verdant on the shadow alongside Light Side. Natives, Ruddy, and DMG are sitting in the back seat, and they need to win as much as they can. This is still the tied up race for the first place,
Yeah.
and everybody can jump into playoffs.
The crazy thing about today as well is none of the teams who are tied are playing each other. They actually all got relatively challenging games other than... actually, no, I think they've all got relatively challenging games today as well. So upsets could happen. But if upsets happen, people still remain tied because everything is still so close. There's so many little things that can happen today where a lot will change and nothing will change at exactly the same time. Like you'll just see less teams tied at the top and more teams tied in the middle or vice versa. It's honestly looks like it's going to be... Oh, man, I've said it. I said it yesterday on the desk, but like this split has been so much fun to watch. I'm sure every coach, every team, every player right now is a little bit nervous about the goings on as we've only got 4 spots up for grabs for playoffs, and right now it is impossible to call who's getting those 4 spots. It really is.
Good job, Middlecott. I was just waiting for that to start.
Just kept talking,
First
man.
time, bro.
I had a point and then he took it and I was like, "Do you know what? Fine. Do you know what? I'm here as well."
It's like you're on WhatsApp, you don't even react to the message. It's like seen.
I've seen it. Yeah, no. It's good job,
But I'll
Jake.
let
No,
you
really
talk
good.
about
What
this
can I
one,
say,
Middle
bro?
Cut. I can let you talk about this one because we're gonna show the schedule and what's gonna happen today, and I'll let you unwrap on that one as soon as we get to the schedule for today. We have some interesting games, just as Efrain told us. It is Nord versus Ready to start off the day. Alliance Creed versus Lightside will take the match of the day. Natives versus Venom Crest. This is an interesting one, and we're gonna wrap it up this week with DMG versus Verdant, who slipped yesterday. Middle Cut.
Thank you very much. No, and I do like that last game of the day here, Verdant versus DMG, because they have fallen a little bit off the pace. But if any of our 6-3 teams slip up in the first games of the day, then Verdant will be looking at DMG, lowest placed team in the standings, as a team that they should be beating and someone that they can use to sort of leapfrog them right back up into that upper echelon of the table.
I said this yesterday, though. I don't think DMG are a team who you can sleep on. I actually genuinely, even though they're 1-8, I genuinely don't think they look bad. And I think they're a team very capable of doing upsets. And that's unfortunately all DMG are really playing for right now. Like I was saying, it's very hard to call who's making top 4. I can say DMG are not making top 4. I can say that very confidently at this point. But I do think that they're a team who you can't sleep on. And teams like Verdant, teams like Lions Creed, like all of these teams, I feel if something is going to throw them off and potentially deny them a playoff spot, it actually would be a team like DMG because they think it's a free win, but DMG actually put up like a tremendous fight. And even in their losses, we've seen so much glimmers of hope. So like that little flare that could just ignite them into being actually a good team. They're so close. And I genuinely have faith that they could do it, especially after their game yesterday. Even though they lost it, they still looked pretty bloody good. They still look very capable.
I think they kind of did that in week 3 when they were able to take down Natives. Like, I think Natives were coming into the split going, okay, this could be one of our top teams, and they're still only at 4 wins, right? And yes, we've got a really tight, compact table, and it means that you're never really out of the race, but it does mean that a single game loss can actually put you out of the race once we get to the end of the split and everything's totted up.
So let's take this opportunity to bring something up that you brought it up, Middlecard, by the way. I just want to give the props to you, which is about getting to know the teams that we have. We reached the half of the split. We're getting a little bit far away from that middle mark. But you brought up into the attention that, hey, I want to talk about Nord. I want to talk about how they're different. So let's get this opportunity to get to know these teams. So step by step, I would like to introduce each team across each play day so everybody back at home can understand how they play and how they are different from each other. Middlecott, take it away with Nord if possible.
Yeah, so Nord's really exciting team, actually. I think in a lot of interesting ways, because they're not incredibly aggressive in the early stages, but where they really thrive is in the late game team fighting. I think we've actually got a few clips that are going to be showcasing this, but the most impressive thing for me about this team is just how they're so damn coordinated in these engagements. Romeo getting in and finding these massive multi-man ups, Nille following him up as well, or it's going to be Roshan finding those picks too, and then the damage coming out of Varshi and Merbs is just so damn consistent, so damn often. Their target selection is brilliant. They're always focusing the correct target, and then you look off to the side, Romeo, he's zoning enemy threats so that his team can do what they need to do. So it really feels like a team where everyone sort of understands their role, understands what their champion needs to be doing in order for them to succeed in team fights. And I think that's why we've ended up getting into this meme of Nord time, where the game just goes beyond 30 minutes and they just seem to win, because that's when these team fights really start to come through, and feels like as an organization, as a team, they've recognized this is their strength. They don't want to be throwing away potential wins going for early skirmishes that might net opponents advantages. They just want to play for later points in the game where they can use their cooldowns effectively, decide, actually, hold on, maybe we don't need to team fight in all these scenarios. We can get the Infernal Drake back away in this scenario from the game versus Verdant yesterday, and then, well, when you're powered up, you can take all of that and just throw it at your opponents. Varshi and Merbs have been great on these long-range damage dealers. Varshi is undefeated on Jace, undefeated on Corki so far this season, 5 games total. And Merbs has been putting in an absolute shift on stuff like the Varus, stuff like the Jhin, and the Ezreal. So for Nord, it feels like this is a team with a really strong identity. This is a team that understands what their strengths are. They draft around it, and they play around it exceptionally well. That's why we're one of the first place teams.
Yeah, right. On the other hand, we have like Nord, which is a well-coordinated family, just as Middlecott brought it up. But on the other side, though, we have the team that everybody was looking into. Like, that was the most expected team, and sometimes they fall, but they're getting back on their feet, right?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm going to talk a little bit about Lions Creed. First of all, I'm glad this isn't a this or that, because I've been a North stan since the beginning of the split. I'm so on the hype train for these guys. They've been amazing. Lions Creed, on the other hand, everyone was on their hype train at the beginning, and they had a very, very slow start to the season. And, you know, it's a super team. You've got Johan and Tempt as the two Koreans on the team. You've got Ginger and Banderas, who are also very established players. Obviously, Kasing in support, who's just a very, very storied player at this point. And a lot of attention was on them to be the best team. In fact, a lot of people were actually making predictions that they weren't going to drop a game all regular split. And the start to this season was absolutely catastrophic for them. They look bad. Like, straight up, they look bad. And they, in the last couple of weeks, have really started to find their own. And it's interesting because we're starting to see that like flavor of the super team. We're seeing a lot of confidence. When you spoke to Kasing yesterday as well, Archer, you could hear from him, but he was getting very confident in the team, and those issues had been ironed out. And yesterday's game was a real case in point in why people were hyped for them. I believe we do actually have a stat on Tempt, the mid laner, for Lions Creed. Now, interesting, when you actually look at his stats, they're not that impressive. Yeah. Yesterday he had an absolutely killer Akali performance. I think KD is a bit of a misleading stat anyway, because I don't think KD really shows you how good or bad a player is, because you could be getting loads done for your team, but also going down in the meanwhile while doing that. But he is consistently able to get himself a lead in lane. His CS per minute, his CSD is really, really good for him. This is comparative to other mid laners, not just the whole league. So when it comes to him versus other mid laners, you know, he is getting a lead in these lanes. Interestingly, his kill participation and I think his damage share is actually relatively low. And I think this is a lot down to the fact that Johan hasn't been playing around Tempt. Tempt has been achieving all of this on his own, while Johan has been playing around his side lanes, playing for top and bot, and that's where those stats will be a little bit more favored. The likes of Jinjo is going to have really, really high damage share for his team and probably be outputting a lot of that kind of team fighting capability. But yeah, yesterday, Tempt on the Akali, into the Zed as well. I've actually forgotten who he was playing into off the top of my head, but whoever it was, thank you. He was, like, that was his second Zed game, and he's really, really good at the Zed. And Tempt absolutely slapped him about in lane. Like, that was such a dominating performance. And I think Lions Creed have finally found that form. I don't think this still makes them infallible. I think everybody else in the league, especially at the top, looks very, very solid right now. Really, really capable. The likes of Nord, I genuinely think Nord could beat Lions Creed. I wouldn't be surprised if Lions Creed beat Nord either. I just think it's very close right now.
Okay, and I love the idea that two different teams, but they're looking for the same spot, and right now they're so different. But let's see how different are our predictions for today, because so far it has been chaos. So let's bring it up. Our talent predictions. Everybody's going for Nord unless Rudude and Veteran. Veteran is looking at something for Ruddy. Lions Creed getting the most share, even though Rudude is going for a crazy day. Talking about mixing it up. Fox Drop, the perfect man, going for natives with Veteran. Well, Veteran is just going ham. And on the last one, only Fox Drop believes in DMG, but he has 40 points to spare. But I'm not going to talk about this. We'll talk about this later on, because I want to talk about the fact that you can be cool like Hiprain and Middlecott, but not me, because I don't have it. If you want to look cool, go onto Twitter and put in your predictions to win this beautiful mouse. Still see the ZOX 5 wireless mouse. Every single week you get the possibility of putting your predictions. If you're the best, you'll get it. It has lights, it has wireless, it has everything. All he needs is you to get those predictions correct and somehow get the same mouse that Hiprain and Middlecott have, even though they missed most of their predictions.
Hey, I'm higher than you in the standings, man.
But
what
I
are you talking about?
suck. So moving on
Yeah,
to the first game of the day. It is Nord versus Ruddy. And we talked about Nord, but now let's give attention to Ruddy due to the fact that they were almost jumping into the pick and ban. What they can effectively do to face off this Nord team.
So I think for me, Ruddy have actually been very impressive over the last few game days since Wolverine has come in coach. I think that they have slowed down their play a lot, which has really benefited them. I don't feel like they're going for these stupid engagements as often, and they've actually got to later game stages and have started to look a little bit decent. For me, I almost want to go backwards in time a little bit, because I think the way that you beat Nord is you beat them to the punch, right? You know that Nord understand how to play these situations post 25, 30, 35 minutes. If you can get yourself in a commanding position before that point and your name isn't natives, then that should be enough for you to push through and actually come out with a positive result in this game, which sorely needed for Ruddy, because as close as this league is, we are getting through the game days, and there aren't that many left before we start saying, Ruddy, maybe you don't have a chance of making playoffs.
So I'm going to slightly disagree with you on this one. I think Ruddy definitely looked better, but I don't think they're there yet. I think they've still got a ways to go. I do agree that the condition to win definitely is try and beat Nord out early, but I also think Nord are very capable at stalling. We've seen them do this before, and when they fall behind, they're still able to kind of get themselves in a position where they can take over and win the game. And I think Ruddy's biggest failing as a team has been, honestly, it's just been some of their decision making, and Nord, that has not been their weakness. I think when they have lost games, it's come down to, you know, either like the individual mistakes or another team kind of just outthinking and outplaying them. And I worry that Ruddy aren't at that level yet where they're going to be able to make those late game decisions that don't completely throw the game. Obviously, if you're like 10k up, then like it's a completely different scenario. So if Ruddy can get themselves like 10k up at like 25 minutes, then I'll be like, all right, well, it's going to be very hard to throw this one out the window. But I'm not completely sold on Ruddy right now. I think they've still got a little bit more proving to do. Beating Nord would completely prove me wrong at this point. Into picks and bans, though. Honestly, with seeing mostly standard stuff coming out from Nord, you do see things like the Rengar getting taken away here from Ruddy, denying that from Nord. But we saw, you know, a lot of... who was it we saw a lot of yesterday? Like, we didn't see so much Varus yesterday, actually. We saw him kind of falling off a little bit towards, at least at the start of the day. And there was a little bit more flexibility on that front. Didn't see any Xin Zhao yesterday at all. So that's something to know. I feel like the players were not particularly big on the old Xin Zhao. Thank you, Nord. We had a horrible game yesterday where I lost 5 points. No, I lost perfect day. I only lost 1 point. I lost 1 point to the fact that Rumble got very fed in the jungle.
My biggest takeaway so far on this Champion Select, just like yesterday, is the fact that nobody's taking away the Seraphine from Ruddy. And even though they had it yesterday, they didn't pick it. And I do believe they're going for the same house yet again. Oh, wait.
This almost feels like the teams are swapped right now in terms of the pick ban, because I think that the Rengar has been permaban versus Ruddy all this split, and then the Ashe Seraphine or pretty staple ban against Silky Smath as well. So not too sure what's going on here. Varus pickup though, if this is for Nord, I think would make a lot of sense. Merbs has favoured that a lot, and it sort of builds into that long-range play style that we were discussing in the pre-game.
Yeah, also on the other side, we're just looking at like what you could pick up as the counter. At the beginning of the season, Jhin was a very typical go-to pick into the Varus as your kind of second pick here. On the other side, though, we have actually started to see people lean more and more away from that. We saw a Xayah picked up into the Varus yesterday. Obviously, Smolder is enabled, so people have been picking that one up. Nord right now, though, kind of not looking for a flexible play from the looks of things. They've picked the Karma up, obviously a flexible champion between the mid and the support role. Currently thinking about what they're going to pick up as their second. I actually, if they are going to flex this Karma, I wouldn't be a massive fan of them picking like a support here. And I actually think this still leaves the Karma flexible, because I'm pretty sure this will be like Merps playing Senna, like we saw. I think we saw Nord do this yesterday at the beginning of the day, and then they flex something like something that can fast and play in that bot lane with them.
Let me just step in before you do a middle cut, just highlighting the fact that it was swapped, just as you pointed out. Nord is playing on the right side and Reddy on the left side. That is quite important, even though we're getting a lot of shields from Nord, which is like the Reddy specialty. But continue, please, middle cut.
Yeah, so I feel like this Senna lock-in is almost like guaranteeing that this Karma isn't going to be a support, because I think that Senna Karma is not really a lane that you want to play around. And if I've got Romeo on my roster, I don't want him running around pressing Q on Karma. I want him running around pressing Q on something like Nautilus, where he can get a lot of these engages going. So that would imply for me that this is going more towards Varshi, because it's not really feeling to me like a Niled champion either. For Ruddy, though, this is again, it still feels like the champion selected swapped almost, because this is kind of the bread and butter here for Nord, right? We've got a high agency top laner like the Cassante here for Built, who's going to be absolutely disgusting in later game team fights at buying time. And then the Rel, most likely going towards Jaskan, I think is brilliant at getting those big team fight engagements started too.
Yeah, but you could actually... I feel like the flex of the Rels hit really strong here because of the fact that you could pick something which pairs up well with the Varus later and actually really dominate the lane if they want to go down that angle. But obviously Rel support gives you engage, also then gives you a bit of flexibility to have maybe something that can match the Zins out early and contest those early objectives like the grubs and stuff like that. Probably, yep, just seeing some more bans towards actual jungle really here from Nord because Cassante is definitely going top, so... Not sure what the Jax banned. That's like Jax jungle they banned away there.
It's like really disgusting into the Xin Zhao. It's a pretty good matchup here, and I think Natty Nat has played it a couple times too.
But I do expect this maybe to be an Aatrox ban or an Aatrox pickup by Nord. We know Nilly plays the Aatrox. Aatrox was a pretty go-to champion yesterday as well. Into the Cassante, you have like just your true tank versus your drain tank. Obviously, the weakness in the Aatrox is if he gets CC'd down, he can't sustain up and he just gets melted that way. And that's how we saw a lot of Aatroxes go down, where the Cassante just eats all the damage, waits out the CC, and then remains to be like half health and hard to kill. But the final ban going to be the Gwen there. That's a pretty understandable ban because Gwen has a pretty decent matchup into the Cassante and that top side. So I'm expecting this to probably just be a top laner here for Nord. Most likely something down the lines of like a Fiora and Aatrox, something that can duel that Cassante and take over the lane through that state. And then they'll look to counterpick and decide if this Karma's going mid or if it's going bot based on the final picks here for Ruddy.
Yeah, and the thing that's weird for Ruddy here is I think you are sort of pigeonholed a little bit into going something like a mage. We have seen Alex do very well on the assassin picks, but he's also a dab hand at something like the Syndra, and I think that fits much more nicely into the team fight identity that you're starting to build a little bit more with this composition. I think the Jace is a great takeaway as well. Varshi on the other side for Nord has a 100% win rate on this champ over 3 games, so I think it makes sense as something to grab for yourself there too. And paired up with the Varus, we've got this incredibly long-range composition that is very, very difficult to actually get on top of with the kind of limited engage tools that Nord have actually drafted for themselves at the moment. So I don't feel like you need to go something super tanky, super defensive coming out of the jungle. So I think a brand fits absolutely fine. Super fast clearing, can out-tempo the Xin Zhao, and once you get to later stages, has a whole bunch of damage.
Okay, so here's my concern though. Obviously, brand is great for Nord. For Ruddy because of the fact that it first of all shakes their damage profile up because they were very, very AD leaning. Very fast jungle clear spear. We saw it yesterday actually when the brand got picked up and they had like 3-4 levels over their counterpart just because the brand absolutely melts jungle. My issue is lane control. If Nord can actually get in control of their lanes, or if Romeo just decides that bot lanes are lost cause and he's just going to roam, Roshan can perma-invade into Natty. And it gets to a point on the brand where if you get invaded a couple of times, if you get killed in your jungle once or twice, it feels so rough. It just feels like you're playing permanently from behind. So it's a very snowbally champion evil way. And picking Brand into Xin Zhao, there is an inherent risk where Xin Zhao is an early dueling jungler. He's going to want to look for their invade onto the Brand, who's a squishy champion, and try and take over the game. That being said, I do think Ruddy have just overall better early lanes right now. So Natty should be safe. It's just on if Romeo decides to just kind of like psycho roam along with Roshan, and that could really shake this game up.
Well, the game is about to start as we have Nord looking to stand at the top of the mountain, flying high with the Phoenix. And the other side, Ruddy wants to take an opportunity to look for those standings at the top 4 playoffs position. And before we toss it, I would like to introduce the casters for today. We know them. It's veteran the Heinstein of NLC and the mighty general of the rivers and seas of the Danish community, the lost bloodline of the Vikings, the one and only Ducky McDucky Quacker Duckling.
That is my man, Ashram. That is my man, Ashram. He didn't complain when I asked to be named something cool before, and he just did it, and he made it even cooler than your intro veteran. I am honored. Thank you. That's why I love Ashram, man.
My coolness speaks for itself. I don't need Ultron's intro to do it. He knows I don't. You do need the help, Duckling. But don't worry. I'm here to help you throughout the rest of the broadcast. You can seem like you are in with the cool kids, all right, or the cool kid. in this particular, well, calling myself kid next to you is a little bit strange.
I mean, you're something like a grandpa, something I assume. I don't have
True.
any doubt that you're two
I am
steps away from
something
the
of a
grave.
veteran myself. It is true. It is true.
What a pun, man. What a pun. Yeah. Hilarious, regardless, ladies and gentlemen. This is the casting test for tonight. I am excited to be reunited with you, veteran. It has been a long time since we've been on broadcast together, and that does make me a bit more excited. Just as excited. Is that a coffee pot you've got right there with you?
Yes, this actually
Joining
is.
us.
I borrowed it from my girlfriend.
mean,
She showed me how to
hopefully-
grind the beans and everything.
Hopefully, right? You have been brewing up some good League of Legends for us, because in this draft, initially, we were sitting here talking while we were watching the draft unfold before our two play-by-play analysts' eyes on the desk. And your initial opinion when Nord locked in that center Karma was, it is doomed.
Yes.
But then, as the draft continued to evolve, it seemed like you were saying, Ruddy, they still have a shot
They
at this.
reacted well. Yeah, they reacted very, very well. So the Fnatic Mad LEC series was what immediately came to mind here. The Senna Karma drafts won me a lot of money in that series because the odds were very much against Mad Lions, but they'd figured out the Senna Karma stuff. When you're in as tanky of a meta as we're in, range becomes king. Senna's range is insane, Karma's range is insane, and Karma and Senna's dual ability to kite back and elongate fights is mental because of both of their move speed abilities, the RE, the Shroud, and their ability to keep repositioning and keep using that range function. So what do you have on the other side? You have, okay, we need to match this range. Jace, Brand, it's a bit hard to execute. We don't necessarily have the move speed bust. We do with the gate, but it takes a bit more skill. But Ruddy have gotten themselves into a playable position.
And talking more about Ruddy, to me, I look at this team. I was initially one with zero expectations, to be completely honest. I thought they were going to have a rough split. Then they surprised me by having a great first week. And then they just kind of fell off a horse. They didn't look that great in the coming weeks, but there's something about this team that refuses me to count them out. I still believe they can do it, but we are about to find out as we're just seconds away from game one of the day.
That they've had a resurgence. Ooh, hello.
Yeah, and as we are back, we can talk about a resurgence of Ruddy, because a rough middle part of the split has been getting better as Wolverine has come in to help coach them out.
Yes.
And they are looking better. That's something, even in their dark times, you could say, I was looking at the team saying, you could feel that it was close to clicking. There was something there. This is a team that had the potential to win games, fight for playoffs, and maybe even make it. Obviously, it is harder for them to do it now, considering their scoreline being 3-6 after a disappointing middle part of the split, you could say. But if they reach the highs, or steadily reach the highs that they have showed that they can, there is still a chance, and beating Nord here would certainly be a statement to put them right back into the race.
Yeah, no, 100%. And the big thing that's happened since Wolverine has arrived, the consistent thing that's happened, I'm not going to say drafts, I'm going to say patience. The Ruddy pre-Wolverine was an all-in, all the time compositions over and over again, which did allow Alex to shine in some really big statement games, because that's his big style. But since then, we've seen patient split map play by Ruddy. Obviously, they did fall yesterday while attempting the same thing, because Banderas got that Fiora, Tempt got that Akali. These solo lanes were very, very good at matching the opposing solo lanes and playing into that wide map patient playstyle. You can say Nord. I mean, Nord do love patience themselves. Nord's time is Middlecot's big thing. But that evolution by Ruddy is exactly what they would need to pull off a counter composition into Karma Senna. You need to play patient with your positioning with Brand Jace Varus here. You can't just go all in. Has to be a lot of little victories that accumulate eventually into, let's be real, some big kind of Brand pentakill or a potential Jace all in. You have to string them along. This is how Mad Lions were able to get over their big 5v5 teamfight issues, though they did it with the Karma Senna side. That does allow somewhat ease of kiting in those scenarios. One last quick thing before I'll let you go back to the commentating. On the Aatrox thing, I do think Aatrox does struggle a lot in the current meta because of this range, but all he necessarily has to do here is just sit on top of Karma and Senna and absorb pressure for them, absorb cooldowns for them, And if his team plays that slow, patient game better than Ruddy do, then he'll get the speed boost to get in, close the gap, and start getting those resets off. So he does have a function in this particular kind of draft, but you'll also see him struggle into the Jace, Varus, and Brand range.
Yeah, speaking about the Aatrox, Nila will be pressured here early on. Ghost already popped from Natty. Nat missing that Q though. Unacceptable, I think it's fair to say. Should have hit that. The flash, though, has been forced. Nila takes a bit more damage, but able to confidently walk back up without fearing for his life. Built, zoning a bit of XP away.
Yeah.
Able to accumulate that himself. Yeah, he goes right back in. Nila, now without a flash, just keeps walking up. Natty Nat reads it perfectly. And this should be the first blood. Nila pulled back and taken down by Natty Nat. The patience there for Natty Nat. Exactly what you pointed out just before, Veteran. And we see it in action.
And impatience from Nilla there, going in for the face check on the brush. No reason to think that the Brand wasn't just recalling there. Obviously thinking that maybe Brand wants to expeditiously move from mid in towards bot side to contest a potential invade by Rohan. But why would you assume that there? Yep, they are reading this. They do know that this is the potential situation. Let's see.
Okay,
Brand is about to be bot side.
Seems
Wave
like they
being
want to
caught.
avoid it. I initially thought they might want to go for it, but looking at the levels and with the wave crashing in,
Yeah.
obviously nothing you can do, Natty Nat. His the prize for getting first blood will be losing his red. A fair price to pay, I will say. Nord getting something
Yes.
back at the very least, and we'll look to check the Raptors as well, potentially. Natty Nat can't do much about it. Will he walk straight into the waiting hands of Romeo?
He needs
Seems
to
like
scout
he will. Wards though, plays it safe.
Yeah.
Oh, the dredge line missed. I do believe he hooked the wall. Still might not be enough though.
He's dead.
Yes, it is. The flash from Roshan seals the kill. I thought that might have made it out. Romeo missing the dredge line, but in the end,
Yep.
wasn't too bad for them securing the kill.
Big thing, though,
and that's
is
right
that
back in
they-
the game for them.
Big thing, though, is that they do need to scout that Raptors bush, because if they do not scout that, if they do not get vision of them, then Varus and Well can't fix bot lane. But what I would say is that instead of Brand going in and face-checking the brush, potentially, because there's no way that he can't get engaged on, is you simply have Jace move back and ward over. He does have one of his trinket wards left, at least on my screen, unless I'm being giga trolled here. He does have one of his wards left to ward over onto that Raptor pit. That would be a much safer way to scout if Xin Zhao's extending. And if you see Xin extending with someone else, then you can have the Varus and Well push out on bot side. So a little bit of an unnecessary death on Natty Nat. I do understand the reasons that you need to get vision there, but there are safer ways to do it. The intent, though, by Ruddy, knowing what they need to do to get the wave in a good state, that's still good development from a team that is definitely still in their amateur stage of development.
Yeah, they will only look to grow as the season and the year progresses. But I do want to take it back to the earlier conversation we had about Nila in the top lane, right? Because when we look at Nila historically speaking in the NLC, especially last year, he was the king of our top lane, right? We had Verdant playing around him. The whole composition was centered. Nila, put him in a winning position, play around him, he'll carry us to victory. And he did do that throughout most of the year. But in a game like this, and with the meta now being on the Aatrox pick, as you mentioned, will have to play a very different role, and I'm excited to see how he slots into that, having to not be the main man he was used to being for the entirety of last year.
Yeah. So I agree with you somewhat. I also think that one of the biggest wastes was when Verdant got that quote-unquote super team. This should just be a disengage. He doesn't necessarily have the burst to get a lethal on Wazzy, and the wave will crash, so Wazzy will be safe. I do think that Nord are modeling this as a Nilla carry comp. They do have essentially triple support plus Nilla as a potential primary carry. I just think people are delusional about Aatrox and how Aatrox fits into the current meta. They are used to last season Aatrox, but that was only able to work because mid-range was king for a while, and in those scenarios, Aatrox does have a lot of viability. I think Aatrox will struggle in that particular position in this game, so his role will naturally evolve. And I think in terms of the greed that he showed on top side there, he does need to get that wave fixed, and Roshan was instead looking to trade bot rather than looking to fix the wave on top side, so he felt he needed to do something to try to cause some aggression to get that wave fixed on top side there. But ultimately that was, like we were saying, Ruddy being more patient in that scenario. What Roshan's doing here to fix the wave in a very similar state to how it was when Natty Nat was able to bait Nilla, this is what Nilla would have wanted earlier on. When you're stuck in that 1v2, you kind of do have to flip it.
Holding him a breath to see if Roshan goes for it. It feels like Bill Might also be looking for the play if he feels like he finds the right opportunity. He's
Will he be
completely
greedy?
unaware that Roshan is just around the corner. You can see it now. Take over to level 7. Build, he's feeling himself. He's feeling good. Has the ghost. Yeah, he's the
Ooh,
one
that
going
might be
in for
too
this.
much.
Which might cost him his life. Has popped the ghost already.
Nat's
and that
coming
should
up.
be enough to get him to. Yeah, Nat is rotating. Maybe Bill will look to
Yeah.
bait. But it seems like Nord have read it well, and Bill will be able to just catch the wave, and it's only for the price of his ghost.
Yep, I do think Built only felt safe to move up in the way he did because he knew if he got cut from his wave off around terrain, he could just lead them in towards Natty Nat, and he was hoping Nilla would feel as greedy as he did before. Maybe Roshan would join him on that. Right, either they're going to transition off of this and with the slow push on top into a contest.
Ooh. The Q goes wide, but the crackdown does connect. CC's through on Roshan. The shield comes through.
Senna.
Good turnaround on Nadinat. Just needs a couple more
Yeah.
autos and will get him. Now Nila arrives to the scene to help clean it up. As Bill comes in as well, but there is not much he can do. Just can force the flash over the wall. Alex, does he go for the burst? Yes, but the burst damage not quite enough.
No!
One more auto. Can you get it? He just doesn't go down. Roshan still living. As Bill now finds himself in the background of the fight. 1v3 will have to try and turn this around or find an escape out the back door. Nila will try and hunt him down, but Bill plays it well, and he builds his way out to safety. I would assume as no, the shields are still coming through. The speed up is there. Warzy alongside Nila trying to chase him down. Bill has the fancy feet, but the flash will secure the kill for Nord, and that is a massive play to accelerate that gold lead.
Yeah, like, you do want to be able to play a very, very slow game as Ruddy, but you have to be so much more patient than Nord. They have the Senna automatically stalling it for them, even from the other side of the map. They have the Karma coming in with multiple rotations of the E. You have to be so much more patient. You have to wait for Nord to make so many more mistakes than Nord have to do with this Karma Senna combo, and that right there was a really, really good example of it. Roshan knew he could just go in. The amount of HP was on there, that is many Karma shields, many Senna ults worth that he was able to
this
live
could be
on
big.
there. It's ridiculous.
Nadinat does pay his respects, only taking that one void drop instead of being greedy for them all, knowing that very likely he can't fight this.
Ooh. If Roshan gets both, though, it's completely worth. He denies that critical
Yeah,
5
exactly.
stack point.
Denies the void drops from spawning later on in the game. Now it will just be a little bit more damage when Ruddy eventually do reach those turrets. Do have to feel a bit for Alex there. I saw what he wanted to do in the play just beforehand, but the damage just not quite enough, and that will hurt
Yeah.
Ruddy in the short run and the long run as well. You said it. They can't make many mistakes, and that was a crucial one. They were the
Yeah.
ones who decided to go for the invade and ended up just losing everything they threw at the kitchen sink, just trying to get that one kill on Roshan. He's now 500 gold ahead. Yes, the bounty is there. If you get that later on, maybe you'll be back to a decent state, but all across the board, it is just small leads that are building up for the side of Nord, and I like that draft. I like the fact that they have leads at the moment. They are feeling good, but Ruddy though, again, we can see the positives here. We can see there are signs of a team that is growing together, making these moves. They have just missed the last bit of damage to get them over the line.
Contrary to the previous compositions, though, where they were running stuff like Harfus said, this is a much harder composition for them to execute than their opponents. Typically, Ruddy have been the ones where their composition essentially plays
But they're
itself.
going in
And
here. Silkismath want to pay. Romeo taking quite low, but here's Roshan
Senna.
waiting in the bushes, and just
love
can't yet
Senna.
again finds himself the
Yeah.
victim of Roshan's rampage. All
They
the
are
Sin are
playing.
taking over.
A harder version of what they are up against. That is the long and short of it. There are ways for them to outplay, but it's not like this. If Nord are happy, absolutely happy for Ruddy to try to engage with them, like they're absolutely happy for Ruddy to think this is our all-in moment, because they always just have another ability that extends the fight even longer. They're a massive Senna ultimate that clearly hasn't been timed by Ruddy at all, or being severely underestimated.
And from what was a good first blood to a small gold lead, now turns into 2 Drakes for the side of Nord, stacking up 2,000 gold behind. And while this isn't the end-all, be-all, the points that I'm hearing coming out from you, Veteran, is that the fact that Ruddy have to play better if they want to win this game. Simply, they can't just rely on their ease of execution on the comp, and going behind when you're the one who will struggle to close out the game or play this comp perfectly, not being allowed to make mistakes. Making them early on is very costly, though. Now they might have found a window to get something back. They've locked up Nila. They surely have to get him. And finally he goes down.
3v1.
TP in from Warzy. They might have found another. Roshan is here, but it doesn't matter. It is 2 more for Ruddy. And they finally found a window to climb back in and keep themselves hanging in the game.
The obvious difference between that fight and all the other ones is that the Karma and the Senna were not grouped. The Senna did not have the ultimate. That was a Nilla alone and isolated into a Karma that was alone and isolated. Nord are definitely stronger together, definitely an easier composition to play together, but if Ruddy can keep finding those isolations like that through split map play, then Ruddy absolutely have roots back into the game, and if they're able to get their economy to a good point, maybe they can start to match Nord in those group scenarios.
So, something we'll keep our eyes on later on. Are the members of Nord alone? Likely a win for Ruddy, but if they are grouped, they will surely win at this point of the game. First item starting to come through here as well. Malignance has now been bought by Warzy, something that just really makes this Karma 10 times more broken. The champion is very, very overtuned at the moment, I do have to say so, as NetNet yet again looking for the window up in top side. Nila reading this way this well, has already crashed the wave and will now back off. In the bot lane though, ultimate comes through, but they have seen Roshan. They don't want to go for it. Still though, Nathan Severus does do damage. I think that is fair to say. Merp's taken low, but will eventually heal up. Roshan still looking for the window here.
Yeah, and look at how powerful he is. Yes, big cooldown coming in from the Karma, but the thing she is supporting is such a massive threat right now, especially while we're still playing in these split scenarios. We talk about the power Ruddy could have in a 2v1 and a 3v1. Roshan's basically an assassin right now, especially if he has that Karma speeding up to make these picks. So if any of Ruddy are isolated in River, be it Brand, be it even Cassante at this point in time, Roshan is just going to make them vanish from the rest of the map. So an insane lead they have there.
Oh, no,
potential demonstration coming in hot.
He was looking for it, and instead he was the one to be found out. And Romeo claims that kill. You saw what he wanted to do, but Warzy just read him like an open book, had his teammates around to punish as well. And they claim yet another kill.
Yeah, shot shaker right there. That is a good demonstration of what I'm talking about. Roshan is just such a big threat right now in these groupings, and the Senna ult was there. You have the timing on the Senna ult now, right? You have that timing, you have the timing on the Warzy TP, you have the timing on the Nilla TP. Is there something to be done on bot side? Is there something to be done on other parts of the map? When that ultimate is up from Merbs, you should look to do something bot. When that ultimate is not up from Merbs, you should try to do something elsewhere. And if teleports are up on Warzy Nilla or ult is up on Merbs, you should be looking to burn that. This is the simple manner in which Ruddy should be thinking about the game. So right now, a play on Nilla, a play on Warzy has really good value until Merbs has that ultimate up, in which case playing bot to burn their TPs and then playing bot again to kill Merbs is the play. But they don't have very long to do it. We're actually already in mid-game. We're 15 minutes in. No towers have gone down, so it doesn't feel that way, but this is official mid-game start points already. And you know, if this game extends too much further, we're going to have to think about Baron. We're going to have to think about the late game, and then groupings come in. Ruddy need to punish Nord now, or the Baron portion of the game is going to be extremely difficult for them. Senna, Karma, Aatrox around the Baron, I can see how they can bait it, I can see how they can poke Ruddy off of it, and I can see how they can turn on either of these situations to annihilate Ruddy. So they need to do something, and they need to do something now.
Sounds like the clock is ticking against Ruddy. Let's see if they can find the opportunity that they need, and what they should at the very least look for. Someone is up there on the side of Nord, so hard to catch them out. As you say, Warzy TP, so he could join wherever Ruddy decide to go. And I think a point that you're highlighting is completely correct.
Play on
Just
Warzy.
a couple minutes away on that Baron. So when you make those mistakes later on, Ruddy, getting caught out or just losing a member, it could cost you a Baron. The goalie will grow exponentially, and all of a sudden you're out of the game completely. At the moment, though, still hanging on by a thread, and maybe even more if they just find one more correct play. You just mentioned it, Veteran. Maybe play around Warzy. He's the one with the TP, right? Now with Soul Point up. Do you look for the 5v5 at this point? Bill might seem to prefer it.
Soul Point with Nilla about to have TP, with Merbs having ultimate, with Warzy already on TP, but Romeo, his flash has been burned here. That's a big engage tool. Do Nord really need to engage though, right? That Karma, that Senna can just output poke over and over again and keep repositioning. So long as they aren't caught, Nautilus really just has to stand on top of them. But surprising, to be honest, that with so many tools up, Nord are happy to just give up this Soul Point. It should be quite difficult for them to, for Ruddy to be able to just do this with the amount of poke and the amount of potential. But Merbs is nowhere near. Warzy has backed off. They're trading this for the mid tower instead, which does make playing a wide map state harder for Ruddy. Bit surprising for Nord not to contest. That being said, if they do contest, there may be the chance that Middlecott does not get his precious Nord time, and we can't have that.
Look at that, they're still cheering for the Nord time to come sooner rather than later. Worth mentioning that Alex did also get the tier 1 turret on the bot side, so in the end, 1-for-1 for turrets. Obviously, the mid lane turret, as you said, Veteran, opens up the map much more, and you're recalling on a ward, bro. Alex, you can't be doing this. Wait, the ward just disappeared. Did he kill it? I think he's still dead. Maybe I was tripping regardless, though. He is caught out and taken down. I swear to God, he backed on the water, right?
You just go on chat now and you say Senna ult down. That's what you do. Own the rest of it a bit later, but right now just focus on the fact that you have burned Senna ult, so completely worth. But yes, I do think, by my best recollection, that you are completely correct there. They're going to try to make a trade play up here. Warzy could TP, but that's about it, and it looks like you can make a fast play on Nilla while he's on this kind of HP.
Yeah, he does heal up a bit, though, with that combo. Now walking in.
Nice.
Should just secure the kill. There is no world ender. Instead, it is Nilla who gets taken down easily from Nightnat. Did pop the ghost. They will lose a turret in the bot side, but they are getting something back. Yet again, keeping themselves in it for as long as possible. And that's something that I like about Ruddy. You never get the feeling like they are being run over. They're always competing up until it is completely doomed. Then obviously you just get rolled over and die, right? Most of the time at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, they are still losing the map here. Right?
Yeah, they are still losing the map, but
tier 2.
my silver lining is, Veteran, they are holding on for dear life at the moment. It might not be pretty, it might not be perfect, and at the moment, it might not still be going their way. And it's not the golden goose or something that we hope for. Yeah, I don't have points on Ruddy, let me just say that.
Oh, okay.
I have points on Nord, but there is a reason I'm not actually lost in the predictions. That is Middlecott. But I am still in minus points in the predictions. Yeah, I double checked before that because I didn't want to go on broadcast today if I was last place. I would have called in sick. I couldn't have taken that embarrassment for another week. Regardless, though, my point I'm saying is there's just something about this Ruddy team that I can't quite shake off because they are. I can see the team is there. I can see a team that could perform in our region. They just haven't quite been able to find the secret formula. As you know, I'm a substitute teacher, right? And I've watched Kung Fu Panda recently with one of my classes, and there is the secret formula. The Dragon Roll scroll. I don't know what it's called in English, so I can't find the correct word for it. Dragskriftrollen in Danish, you know. It's the roll with the secret to fulfilling your potential, becoming the Dragon Warrior. And I feel like Ruddy just still need to figure out what that role means because they are close to being there, close to being the team that I know that they can be. But Nord at the moment have figured out their secret formula and they are playing well. At the beginning of the split, they struggled to close out games, but now they seem cooler. And despite just being a couple thousand gold ahead, they seem in control and they seem obviously dominating. And let's see what happens here on the top side. Alex
TP's being
forced to crash away. Yeah, TP's being matched, and now they've caught out Justcan, forced to crash down to safety. Bildo on the other side. Roshan goes towards Alex. Keep in mind, barriers up on the map. If they get Roshan here, it could be crucial. Actually, say it could be playable. Justcan goes on the backline. Netted that though. Zoned out by Nila. Romeo claims the first casualty of the fight. He's still living though, and so is all of North. The poke just not sticking. And Ruddy responding to the play, but they still lose it somehow. Just one kill going into the favor of North, though. That was a confusing fight.
But that grouping there in that alley, that was prime angles for Brand to get as much AoE as humanly possible. And if Nilla didn't run straight at Brand, he would have absolutely done it. So really good play by Nilla there. Potentially saved his team from abject humiliation in that place. You do not want to face massive AoE in the jungle. That has been a golden rule for pretty much as long as League has existed. And in that situation, my God, were they vulnerable. They extended a little bit too far there. Nord potentially giving a big angle for Ruddy to get back in the game. If they do that again, they may not get away with it because this brand is only getting stronger.
Yeah, the brand is scaling, but so is the rest of Nord. And I do just want to say pretty much exactly what you said there. Fair play to Neil. He played that fight incredibly well. The zoning was crucial, and that was just what he needed to do, right? It changed the fight, to say the least. Now, those soul point will be up in just 30 seconds yet again. Another opportunity for a fight to unfold right in front of our eyes. Veteran, what are we expecting here?
And Nilla he's not Danish. Okay, I'm surprised.
Just had to double check.
Yep. I mean, when it comes to Red Side Dragon, actually, Ruddy do have a lot of options there. It's very difficult for you to just start Drake, even if you have full control of River as Nord here, because you're going to get the Varus Arrows, the Jace QEs coming in on the other side of that wall on the Drake pit. So Drakes are eminently contestable for Ruddy. The reverse is true when we get towards Baron, right? Even though you do have a decently fast Baron, decently, actually an insanely fast Baron with Jace, Brand, and Varus, you will have to sustain a lot of poke from the Karma over the wall. But it is actually not as much as Ruddy. So Ruddy do have the ability to play both these objectives quite slow. I just don't think they can ever really start the Baron until Nord have gotten impatient and given them a good scenario to get all of their AoE off, to get their executes off. But, you know, with this amount of shielding, with this... yeah, this is going to be the same thing again, where I say one team actually has potential in this scenario to get the objective, and then the other team doesn't have
What?
Yeah,
So-
they're trading this for Baron vision, and they're trading this crucially for map tempo. So look at where the wave is on bot side here. They're contesting wave in mid, and they're making sure Cassandra gets wave out in top. Off of this singular Drake that does give Nord point on Soul, Nord actually lose effective control of the map. If Nord go off of this into showing bot lane, Cassante on top side cancels his recall and starts to pressure top tower. Now if the game stays in this state, Ruddy will actually win on structures and win on objectives overall, and look how deep their control is of Baron now. So this is a calculated trade by Ruddy. I actually do approve it, and it's given them the opportunity to do this because they're just that far ahead on the map.
It is veteran approved, though. Let's see if it does work out in
Yeah.
the end. Silky's math. Chain of Corruption just comes
They're
back
coming
up.
in.
Baron still the tide. It's
Karma's
really
here,
going down.
over the Drake pit, like we were talking about Baron pit, I mean.
Oh, the poke from Silky Math though
Yeah.
does go wide, and they just back off the Baron. The tempo had been spent, and they didn't cash in on it. Nord now recouping control of the area. And it was a veteran-approved play, but the damage to take it down quickly enough, not quite there.
Not quite there, and Warzy did the veteran pre-play as well, coming in on the side of that wall, using the Karma poke over there. Yes, you have all of the control, but the Karma doesn't care about the terrain at this point. You don't have the ability to just move over and punish her the nanoseconds she throws the poke out, and she effectively, as a singular person, with those RQs, which late game are going to come out rather thick and fast, aren't able to do the Baron. They had to insta-burst the Baron. No one has a Baron that fast at this stage of the game, unfortunately, and the Baron's going to get tankier as you acquire more damage later on. It was a good play. We did see them get full control of the map. It was calculated. There was a plan there. I do like it. I honestly like it from both teams. I like the response by Nord, and I like the play there by Ruddy. A very, very good set of moves shown by both of these potential NLC contestants.
And if we zoom back to, or go back in time, Mitchell, to about 10 minutes ago, you started talking about the fact that now was the window for Ruddy to punish before the Baron spawned. Now, 5 minutes after the Baron spawned, not much has happened since. Yes, these trades for objectives and pressure, the macro changes have happened, but not much in terms of fight. And as I am about to ask you a question, I might have to be interrupted here by the fact that it's likely to break out build, the one in trouble. He's rooted up constantly, hard to move, and despite going unstoppable, he will be stopped in his endeavors here. I mean, maybe not actually. Goes off for quite a while, but the final order from Herbs does get him down. Fair play to him for fighting that one. Net looking for the play. Warsy's the target, but he gets to flash over the wall.
no good
And he's
reaction.
out to safety. Such good reactions, as you say. Chain of Corruption yet again going wide, and Silky Smith now might be caught out. Neither
gap has been
looking to
closed.
close down on the radiating carry. He's locked up, taken down. As Roshan goes unstoppable, Nor might look to take over the game with this one. 3 kills, and the Baron is the prize.
Yeah, Nilla able to come in on the flank angle from Ruddy's positioning, and therefore closing the gap, and suddenly all of the issues of Aatrox right now doesn't necessarily matter. Just Can, by the way, yes, looked really into what he did, but what he did there was a calculated move to try to save his Jason, to try to save his Brand. If you're going to contest any objective, it's going to be those two that do it. Their poke can do it, which is why Romeo's up here. No, Romeo's not delusional enough to think he can kill Alex, but so long as he can draw aggro and slow him down, that can buy time for this Baron to be done, which is a crucial thing that no one on Ruddy's side had versus Warzy, who could come in and poke earlier on when Ruddy had priority on the Baron. So good play again by both supports here, and good thought processes by both teams. Nord, they are just coming in here with the better comp right now. Let's be real, there is a comp diff coming in. The moment you slam Senna Karma, you are going to have a pretty decent time of the game, but still quite good thought processes. This slow late game is not a slow late game because neither team knows what they're doing. Both teams are coming in with pretty good punches. They're coming in swinging on both sides, but the blocks are there, the parries are there, and the counters are there as well.
Yeah, the foundation has been laid for a Nord victory. And we talked about the fact that when you've gone beyond the point of Baron spawning, one singular mistake from Ruddy when they tried to look for something could punish them to this goal lead, growing the Baron going over to Nord and the control going heavily in their favor. Was that the mistake? The Baron went down, yes, but is this the game decider, or are Ruddy still in it? Seems like it might depend on what's going on.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought Nilla would just instantly walk it out.
Yes.
He is out for sure. Yeah, the heal from the Storm
he's
Surge.
out.
Or not Storm Surge, but the
And look
Sunder's
how long
guy
it
is
takes
just
them.
so crazy. I
And
do have to
look
hold
how
on
long
your
it
point,
takes them to
veteran.
take. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, that's disgusting. He's just gone, and Alex surely set to fall in an instant. A couple more auto attacks will seal his fate. The double for Roshan. Wow, Nord are now solemnly in control of the game. Silky Smath is the next target. I don't think he even needs help. He could find him all by himself. It is Roshan who's just taken over. He is legendary on this since ours. Nord take yet another step towards playoffs. The game in their hands. Nadinat has to try and stop them alongside Build, and despite doing the best that they can only buy a couple more minutes as the soul will now go into the hands of Nord.
The biggest IQ test in League that so many people fail, right, and out themselves is quite frankly some of the worst stock humanity has, is when people try to argue that Enchanter champions take more skill than Engaged champions because they have more buttons to press.
TP?
What you saw there was that, yes, you've taken
they wanna
down
fight
one
this.
person. I do like the counter, but this isn't going to net them much.
Oh, Alex!
Yeah.
The leader,
He's
as soon as
gonna
he
die.
goes for the burst damage instead, he's the
Roshan's
one
not
to
gonna
get
die here, by
bursted.
the way.
Rashan
Oh, he didn't
dies
get the last
in the
away.
end, but it is at the price of 4 members for Ruddy. They went for the desperation play, and obviously that doesn't work out too well. Nord now walking towards the end.
But here's where it's relevant, right? So even though they make one pick on bot side where they vomit out all of their abilities, you actually haven't really burned any cooldowns worthy of note because they have literally all of their abilities again for the next play as well. The only thing that they are losing is the Senna R. You don't get punished for using these cooldowns as Nord. You do get punished for using your critical cooldowns as Ruddy because you don't have that level of cooldowns. That's why Enchanter champions will never take as much skill as an Engaged champ. You can try to say, oh, Nautilus just has to press R. Yes, but if Nautilus messes up that R and messes up that hook, he is a useless champion for ages. Whereas if Warzy vomits everything in his abilities to take down one of you, in 2 seconds, he can do the exact same thing again. So if he misses you on that one, that's fine. He doesn't have very long before he's viable again, and so on and so on and so on. Which is how when Nord get one advantage here. They're able to just belt it all the way through bot lane, belt it to Drake, and have all of their cooldowns up for every single one of those objectives. They don't need to do one play and back off. They do one play, push that advantage, push, 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 until the enemy is in a position where they give you a free reset. Nord have such free reign, and at this point, with an 8-1-7 Roshan as a huge benefactor of all these shields and all of these heals, what do they have to fear? Absolutely nothing. The fact we've still made it to Nord time is quite frankly insane, but Nord have no reason to fear, and they're playing with that knowledge.
I don't get how this is just a 6k gold lead, 6.5k gold lead, because the control is just so clearly on one side, and despite already their best attempts to find these miraculous plays and a bit of desperation coming through as well, it's just not working out, and it doesn't feel like it matters how they execute anymore, because Nord, they're just a meatball, too hard to kill, while also dealing enough damage to quickly and easily remove Ruddy from the rift. Now they look to siege down the last outer turret or inhib turret of the game. The minion wave does get cleared up by the poke, but that's really all that Ruddy's poke can offer, because poking the health bars down, that's impossible at the moment with the shields and the heals coming through. Maybe one last all-in is the hope. Just can maybe finding 4 and then Netinet being there. It's gonna be near impossible. Let's see though.
Yeah. Both sides have the strategy, but one side has the counter strategy. That has been the crucial problem for the entire time there. I don't want to say that you can end the draft in one rotation, but in my eyes, that is effectively what Nord did. I do think Ruddy's later rotations were good ways to give them opportunity back into the game, but it's always going to be an uphill struggle, especially in Nord that, over the course of the NLC, have become much more confident in their play, and that's starting from an initial position of confidence. Romeo's a guy that I usually highlight with Nord because he goes all in all the time. He is that big leadership figure quite clearly on the ground. But this game, he kind of had to take a back seat, right? This was about Warzy and Merbs being able to kite back, being able to direct the rest of their team to be able to kite back as well. And even in there, you can still feel that Nord have that confidence that Romeo is usually the one to give them. So Ruddy, they're against a confident team that has very, very good tools, while they themselves, you know, have to play a harder version of what their opponents are.
And you do have to do this kind of bad, right? You're playing the harder version of what your opponents are doing while you yourself are the underdog. So, rough time for Ruddy. I like the early portions of the game, but a couple of mistakes, and Nord, you know, they capitalize on those. And while they aren't the best team at closing out, the game just feels like it's been put to bed already, but maybe the Chargers doesn't quite want to sleep because Nord always takes those extra minutes to close it out. But they are playing it by the book, not skipping steps, and they are reading the full bedtime story as Ruddy falling to sleep here at the pace this is going.
I admire Ruddy's Baron attempt earlier, but then Nord basically did the same thing but better, right? So I think there are notes for Ruddy to take from this game. Hopefully it won't be too little too late though, because we are in the second half of the split. We are at the point where the upper parts of the standings are solidified. Nord want to start to pull away from the rest of the pack. They are in that first place race right now, 6-3 of many other teams. This will be the first time they are in sole possession of first.
Oh, Justin is looking for it. He does get hooked up though, and he can't even engage before he is deleted. Ruddy screaming and kicking, trying to find some way back in, but it just can't happen. They're being tucked in too tightly. They might find Romeo. As Nile fighting Alex on the other side. Will win out on that one with the help of Roshan, and now they can look to charge down mid lane. The minions can't be cleared as easily with the Baron. Silky Smath and Build fighting tooth and nail to just hold on. But the damage, the Baron, it is too much as Build now goes all out, looks for Merc, but he just can't quite take them down. They refuse to die as Build goes down as Nile now on a rampage. Silky Smath, the last standing hope for just a couple more seconds. Nord taking crucial steps toward playoff, and they remain atop the NLC tree.
When Cassante doesn't look like the tankiest person on the list, you know something interesting has happened in draft. Nord, absolutely commanding performance, extremely good game plan coming in. We hit Nord time, but it looks like NLC might be hitting the Nord. Oh my god, they just can't end. These guys just like, they don't like to end. Like, end on cue, guys. That was such a
just
banger.
End, man.
That's such a banger set of words to end on, guys. I set you up there. I set you up there.
Shaking my head, Nord not watching the stream and making us look good when they end, man. That's embarrassing, to be honest. Nah, I mean, I'm joking. All
Nord
around,
good,
Nord are looking better and better and better as the split progresses. And in the beginning, I remember distinctly their first game against Natives, where they were in this lead as well. But it took 45 minutes to close out the game, and actually you started to believe that maybe Natives would come back because they were throwing it a bit. This time, they just felt in control. Yes, it took 5 more minutes than it should have, but they still wanted complete
confidence.
I
mean, I don't want to focus too hard on the whole Nord time thing, right? Like, for me, the impressive thing about Nord in this game is that they seem like a very, very confident team still, even though it was not a Romeo-dependent composition. This wasn't an engage comp, right? This was a kite, whittle them down slowly but surely composition. Roshan, if anything, looked to be taking the role that Romeo usually takes here. Once he was 4-0 on that Xin Zhao, he started being far more aggressive. Once he had 8 kills on that Xin Zhao, my man's was in front all the time. Like, guys, just vomit all of your shields and heals on me. I'm going in. And my lord, it was working. So this was a Nord. Romeo in the back seat, but the confidence, that was not taking a back seat whatsoever, which is really good because it sets up Nord as this multi-threat team.
Yeah, Nord still sit atop the NLC tree and will do so at the end of this day as well. Ruddy, their chances of playoff are looking slimmer and slimmer. Can they climb back? We'll find out next week. So we'll hear our experts' opinion on it. Regardless, though, let's throw it to a break, and when we come back, our lovely analyst desk with 2 play-by-plays will talk you through it.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
You gotta understand that Middlecourt is currently 0 for 8 this week. He has not got a single protection right.
Hey. Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh. Yeah, I've been wanting this shit forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey. Yeah. Ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra. Fuck with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it and next. Fuck this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure.
Oh shit! Lights.
Yet again, the Phoenix flies higher.
Oh, he's been nocturne ulted. No!
I'm trying to make an
Brain, are you okay?
introduction. Is it possible to get some order on this desk?
I didn't see the timer.
North wins the game and put themselves first yet again, but they're still tied up if things go as we have been seeing the last few days. So I want to understand how Nord won that game specifically because of how many shields they brought in.
First of all, props to you, Archer, for keeping that on course because that was a complete car crash at the start. Speaking of car crashes, that game, Ruddy, unfortunately, Natty got that early invade like I talked about and got shut down, then tried to go for his own invade and deny, and like you're invading into a Xin Zhao who at that point was already fed. The main thing is like Nord executed very, very well on the jungle and they used the power of Xin Zhao early. They used the power of the team backing him up. I'm so happy to see Romeo kind of went for like the psycho roaming and just played with his jungler a lot there. I will say, not the hottest game from Romeo, but he has played so well all split that I'll forgive him for a few pretty bad hooks, notably the one where he flashed the wall into the base and hooked the cannon. But outside of that, it was just like a very, very dominating game from Nord. It was also, we talked about it while we were watching the game, but it was very low risk. Like they did everything they could do right and didn't make any gambles that maybe could have ended the game earlier. They took the best route to win that game.
It doesn't
Yeah.
work. If it's below 30 minutes, it's not a Nord game. But it's on the Nord game. If you got Roshan on the jungle, as we got him on the interview waiting for us, let's toss it to Roshan and talk about that outstanding game coming in from the Shinzao. Welcome back. That was stellar.
Yeah, it's only clean games from this point on. The second part of the split.
Don't make promises you can't keep, because my point, they can't take it anymore, Roshan. But let's talk about the fact that you got the Shinzao versus the brand. Obviously, you're like, I want to peek the jungle. I want to see how to invade. But that's not the most interesting part. The most interesting part is when they invade you on your red buff. And supposedly, you are supposed to die. You have no HP. And you somehow survive, kill, do a free dab, and move on with your life. What is up with that?
I mean, we knew the brand was coming into us, and playing Karma Zinzao as well with the brand not having the flash. We were pretty confident in taking that skirmish as well. So yeah, I think we also outplayed him on top of that, especially. So yeah, it seemed like it really swung the game in our favor.
Yeah, but we had a segment specifically for Nord about the way you guys communicate in fights. You take your time to build up, and as soon as you jump into a fight, it's like a well-behaved family where everybody knows their role so they can have a proper dinner at the table. Is this something you feel when you get into that late game? Because there's some meme where you guys can't finish a game below 30 minutes, by the way. But is this something that you feel late in the game?
Yeah, to be honest, I think we've even improved our fights as well, but I kind of have the feeling playing official game, we are always outscaling, because the moment late game team fighting comes, we know we will just team fight better than them. So in a sense, we're always confident in taking it to the late game.
Lovely. I have one final question for you. Are you wearing a suit?
I am actually. So
My man!
I mean, to be completely honest, I actually had a content piece for this where I was gonna interview you guys, but I prepared wrongly because I thought it was gonna be Foxdrop and Duckling, and then I saw the interviewers and I didn't have questions for them. But I do have one for you, actually.
Okay, hit me.
Okay, because I did some digging. I did my research as well. Even like your entire career. And it was quite a long career, to be honest, as well. Because even before casting, I was looking at some voiceovers, you were drawing some comics and voicing them as well, making your own music. And there was an interesting part I came across. It was one of your earlier projects. And what can you tell me about Nucleus?
This guy's cooking! Nucleus is a manga that I've been working on for 13 years. And it's supposed to be released during this year, actually. Early on the project, we sold the credits to America, to a publisher, but my mangaka just went AFK, so we lost that contract. And we're due to release it this year yet again. And we are getting some contacts in France, hoping to actually get an anime coming in from Nucleus.
The question
That
seems
is...
to be right in time in that case.
Wow, Roshan! You magnificent jungler. I'm just gonna say it like that. What's your favorite champion? I just want to know.
My favorite champion?
Yeah, out of nowhere.
Right now?
Yeah.
It would probably be Viego.
Okay.
I will be contesting Zubac on that one, yeah.
Oh, the plot thickens. The plot thickens. Okay. Do you have any more questions, or do you want to wrap up?
No, I had like a few for Foxdrop and Duckling, but
we're gonna save them.
okay, yeah.
Is it a deal?
Oh, do you want me to say them now and then?
No. Save them, and as soon as they appear, bam, you slap them in.
Sounds
I love
good. Sounds
this.
like a plan.
Roshan, it's a pleasure to talk to you always. Have a lovely day.
All right, you too. Yo.
This is why he is the MVP. This is why he is the MVP.
Bro, he's got He's got your tax number, man. He's got your tax number, bro. Like he knows your address, your IP.
That was
it's
so
over.
cold.
He went deep. That's 13 years ago.
Damn, man. Damn.
Wow.
Bro.
I'm not sure I want him doing. Actually, there's nothing really. I've done this. I've done the same thing for 13 years. It's not actually that exciting now I think about it. Man,
You got me
did play
thinking.
insane.
You got me
That's,
thinking.
no, that's insane though.
I was
Wow.
like, what is nucleus? I mean,
The whole vibe was.
oh.
Oh, that was like some
What is on
code
your
word,
desk?
Archer. You've been activated. Like,
What's on my desk? Actually, everything.
We're gonna have to have a desk tour at the end of the season. I want a desk tour. See what's going on. See what's happening on that desk.
That's
man.
a 3 meters. This is a 3-meter long desk, and it's filled.
I am so excited for the desk tour. At the end of the season, you're definitely doing one, man.
You know what? Let's take a tour to Wolverine that is waiting for us on the other side, the coach from Ruddy. And we have some interesting questions for him as well. Yeah, there you go. Wolverine, welcome to the interview. Obviously, another tough game. I only get you on tough games, man. I'm so sorry for that one. But I wanted to talk to you about the... It seems like Ruddy are running away from the shield and heal composition. Is this something that the team is actively doing so? Or are you like thinking, yeah, we can't base our gameplay on that too much?
I think that's just the way that the prep turned out. I mean, I think like this draft ends up being like very hard winning. But yeah, the teams we versed this week, I mean, we explored stuff like Senna Seraphine, but like with how like the draft lines went, I think we preferred the drafts we got.
So what makes these teams that you fought this week a little bit harder to plan than the rest of the rest of the roster?
I don't know if I'd say it's like harder to plan, but more just that like our shielding compositions don't actually fit well into like what they're going to be playing. But I know Lion's Creed particularly was a bit hard to plan, because their soul laners like play a lot of dangerous stuff. Like it was a bit difficult in like second phase.
Okay, let's see what happens throughout the rest of the split, because I do have to toss it to the game. But thank you so much. I wish you the best, and I hope to get you on another interview with a little bit more time so we can dig a little deeper on Ready. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
There we go. We have to move on because we're about to hit the next game, and it's going to be Lion's Creed, just as he stated, versus Lightside, which is the match of the day.
This is such a fun game, by the way. This
Why?
is such a fun game.
Explain.
So, both of these teams are currently on an upward trajectory. Lions Creed, it feels like they've really come into their own in the last few weeks. Same for Lightside. Lightside looked like one of the weakest teams in the league, and now they're starting to look pretty bloody good. They beat out Natives yesterday, much to my dismay. But they are just seeing so much greatness from Lightside. A lot of that's coming from EMP. I think the jungler is playing incredibly well right now. He is obviously going up versus Johan, who is an amazing jungler in his own right as well. So jungle is going to be super, super fun. But I said it yesterday, I just want to give a big shout out to Dr. Chaos. I think this guy is crazy fun to watch as a support. He like I said again yesterday, I'm kind of just repeating myself from yesterday's day, but he lives up to his namesake, for better or for worse, every game. It's so fun. It's so much fun watching Dr. Chaos play. And yeah, I think it's mostly just the fact that both of these teams are currently on the up and up, and now they have to play each other. And will that stall one of these teams out, or is it just going to be a blip?
I think the thing we need to add to that, right, is that the first time that these teams actually met this split, Lightside got the win over Lions Creed, which was a massive upset, even with the struggles that Lions Creed were having at the time. And I actually reached out to some members of the coaching staff from Lightside around that time going, how did you guys actually manage to get this victory? And a lot of it was about exploiting the aggressiveness that Johan in particular had been showing at the time. And I think one of the big developments that Lions Creed have had recently is that Johan has chilled out a little bit. It's less of the Jaxes, it's less of the Jinjiaos, more of the Maokai, more of the Rel.
Yes, I think that is... He's been more an enabler for his team. which is really, really big for him because I think that's allowed Banderas, it's allowed Tempt to kind of shine. I mean, I said it at the beginning. I think Tempt, he's getting less attention than the rest of his team, but it doesn't matter because he's making it work. Like 1v1, he seems to be able to go toe-to-toe and outpace anybody else he plays versus. This is 5 ADC bans coming in this game. That is a lot. I also am a big fan of the Rumble ban. EMP absolutely flattered natives. I think he was the sole reason they beat natives yesterday with that Rumble. He played it superbly. Every ult was absolutely filthy. And now we're going to see what Lions Creed are going to pick up. They actually pick up the Ivern as their jungler. Very, very disgusting champion, by the way, at the moment. Really, really powerful and very potent. And again, a bit like we saw in the last game, a bit of an enabler with the shielding. You can kind of, you're playing a more utility supportive role for your team. And it looks like Lightside thinking about doing the same thing here. Do decide to shift it up, actually, and are looking towards an ADC pickup here. We had Smolder pick to mixed success yesterday. I think this champion's very good at the moment. I'd be curious to see if they flex it, though, because it is technically flexible between mid and ADC. You get more stacks if you play it mid, so you get your ult and all your upgrades, all that stuff, a lot earlier if you play it mid lane, but obviously ADC is where typically more people have been favouring it. Higher win rate in the ADC role.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, having to take Smolder super weak in the early game into Tempt is not a tantalising proposition, I think, for anyone in this league at all, because that guy just absolutely crushes people. And like I said, they are going to be picking up the Karma alongside. I think this is a champion that can work with the Smolder, but obviously, as we saw in the previous game, can also be flex into mid, flex into top, kind of wherever you want it.
I do think you need to look towards something that can engage, though, because obviously Ivan is not an engager. He is a utility support shielder. That's something that can go toe-to-toe with Smolder early. Like you said, champion that scales, goes up versus the Draven. Draven is going to absolutely slam him in lane. Jinjo, a very good Draven player as well. So I'm excited to see what they pick as their support. We want things like, you don't really want the Pike because it struggles to get the cash out, but you want like Nautilus, you want Leona, you want things that just get on top of this Smolder and let the axis spin there from Jinjo. Cassante, pretty standard pickup I'm expecting here for Lightside. I would like to see probably like an Aatrox and a Gwen ban. I mean, Fiora's also fine as a ban here from Lightside, just to deny something which can, go toe-to-toe with the Cassante in lane.
Yeah, I think melee carries is generally the name of the game when you are picking up the Ivern as well. Benefit of that trigger seed, not just the shield, but the slow that you get on top of it is so brutal if you get into any sort of 2v2, 3v3 scenarios that involve the Ivern, and obviously the Azir isn't going to be getting as much benefit from that. Overall, I'm really enamored with the direction that Lions Creed are going overall in this draft, because I feel like this is just a further evolution of what we've been seeing from them over the course of the split. It's Johan on even more of an enabler, a supportive jungler, and it's Jinjo being even more empowered to crush through the laning phase and then snowball out the rest of the game, which I think has been the way that Lions Creed have been finding the most consistent success. I think that Jinjo and Kasing are a very good lane duo. Kasing is great at some of these more supportive style champions like the Millia, but he's also a dab hand on these engages that we've already been referencing.
Okay, so Lightside banning away the TF instead of like another top laner. I think that's fine because you don't want Tempt to then come and enable Jinjo more. I like this, Graves. It gives you a little bit more kind of early fighting and early skirmishing because you are relying right now on the Smolder to have some scaling. So this gives you a little bit more early prowess, and versus an Ivern, Graves is always going to win that fight, right? Like, especially early. He's absolutely going to slam him. So over towards the top side now, Lions Creed, looking towards probably the Aatrox. Yep, that's going to be the lock-in. They were hovering the Camille, but Aatrox is just such a staple pick into the Cassante. You don't like hard win the lane, but it is just the sustain tank lane. So you kind of just go toe-to-toe and you have good wave clear and all of that. Now looking towards a support here to go in with the Draven. The Maokai is not a bad pick. It gives you like good team fighting and stuff later down the line. I would prefer something like a Leona or something that can really fight and scrap early. Because I actually like this for Kasing getting his hands onto the Rakan, shielding, engage. And honestly, what Lions Creed are lacking right now is someone to start a fight. Because you've got either the shuffle from the Azir, which puts him in the mix of it, or now you've got Kasing on this Rakan. So see what the answer is going to be. Instant lock-in on Dr. Chaos special. He plays this Maokai support so much. I assume it's Maokai support and not Maokai mid. That would be in But yeah, this is a Dr. Chaos staple and pretty comfortable into the Rakan. The Rakan can technically bait the Maokai back if he E's at the right time. You can bring him away from his ADC. I don't know who's winning this game. I feel Lions Creed's biggest weakness here is their lack of engage. That's my major concern.
So I think that the key thing that the Rakan offers here, beyond what you would normally get from a melee support, is that the range of his engage once he actually gets into the fight is a little bit extended. If he drops that charm onto the front line, he actually is able to follow further into the back line. And so often when I'm playing against these Smolders and when I'm seeing them played, it's, yeah, you can almost get onto them, but then they kite back away from you. You end up baiting yourselves in, and that's how you end up dying. So I think the Rakan pick, specifically into the Smolder, has a lot of value here.
I agree, but my concern is Maokai can just be a wall that stops you getting to the Smolder. He just has a point-and-click lockdown, and Rakan will struggle to really get onto him in that front. That's why I'm concerned, because you've got very little engage, and then some utility shielding from the Karma to make sure that everyone stays alive through that engage, and then you can turn it around with a Maokai ult, the kidnapping from the Cassante. I actually think this is a light side game. I really do. As much as I praise Lions Creed at the beginning of the day, I just really like their draft.
Well, they're sitting behind the shadow of the top teams and they do have the light. Will they outshine the Lions, who are looking fiercely into the top of the standings? In order to answer that one, we have to toss it to the casters, Veteran and Duckling. Where's the light?
Why did Hipper just go into the dark before he faded away into obscurity yet again? So, Veteran, an exciting draft, to say the least. I've even worn my glasses for this one just to try and raise my IQ a bit so I could be somewhat as smart as you. So bring me your thoughts here. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so I obviously big Ivan fan, long time Ivan aficionado myself. I do like large aspects of the draft that they've got around it. They do have the Aatrox top, they do have the Rakan bot. Typically what you want with Ivan is you do want these massive amounts of melee champions because they benefit the most from your pick potential. Any individual pick that Ivan gets is going to allow pretty much everyone else to go into range, and any pick that they all get is going to allow Ivan to set up the Draven to instantly be in there, to set up the Azir to instantly be in there. But I love the Graves. So there is a misconception among many junglers at very high levels that Ivan actually doesn't like these ganking junglers like Sejuani, etc. Whereas what Ivan really wants to play against is tanks. He can kite them for absolute days. He doesn't care about their potential counter jungling experience. He does care that Graves is going to meet him in the jungle when he's on low HP from taking all of his camps, because Ivan doesn't have these neat tricks to be on low HP. He does care that Graves outscales him. He does care that Graves has burst. He does care that he's going to give Graves exactly what Graves wants. So when it comes to all of these ganking junglers, he's just going to trade sides, save his smites, counter jungle them very easily. But something like Graves, that is one of the hardest things for him to handle. So shout outs to EMP for locking in the counter matchup there. You also have the Smolder scaling in towards late game. You also have the Karma in the mid lane that's going to allow them to have a lot of this kiting potential against the melee champions on the enemy team. That could all vanish with just one good Q from Ivan. So let's see how it goes, right? It's not a hard one draft on either side. Lots of interesting stuff. Of course, Jinjo could just face roll bot lane on the Draven.
Yeah, that is my big one, right? Because I'm excited to see the Smolder, but it's obviously a champ that scales over time with the Dragon Practice, the passive. The whole point of that champion is to scale up, have an impact in the late game. I know there's a big debate. I've seen a bit from Asael on Twitter about what should you build Smolder. Is he a traditional AD carry, or do you actually build him more as a caster to keep the range and allow yourself to scale up? Because once you close the gap, you are very quickly taken down. It was a big debate. I don't know if the meta has shifted since then with the newest patch, but since we are on 14.3, this is the OG Smolder discussion that we are having to discuss here on the broadcast. 14.3, raise those three fingers, make sure everyone out there understands. Even if
disagree, by the way, that we need to have... Oh, sorry. We're going to have to go straight into the game, so I'll have to just live state what we need to talk about. Take it away, Duckling, and broadcast. Go for it.
So, match of the day is now live, but I think if we were to highlight the match up of the day, we might have to draw it towards the bottom lane of these two teams. Lions Creed Jinjo on the Draven, up against the Smolder of Ragnar. What exactly are we looking at here for Ragnar to survive?
Yeah, like you were saying, builds discussions being a big thing. I'm worried about what's going to happen before first base even occurs, before a single item happens, because how Smolder wants to play these lanes is he wants to very nice and slowly poke out his lane opponent. If that guy gets to 30%, you can potentially all in. And meanwhile, Draven is like, thank you for your poke. I will accept your pushing of the wave because I want to run you all the way down this lane in one clean go. Draven, the all-in champion, that does it all. He has his own engage. He has massive levels of damage even before that first back, and he's going to relish in the position that Smolder will necessarily put himself in that lane. So either Smolder does absolutely nothing and risks a blue side dive coming in hot, or he does try to contest a lane, in which case Draven will be in an optimal side. Look at that absolute focus on the Draven, by the way. In which case Draven will be in the best spot to all in him. I think this could be a game that Jinjo just explodes really early, and then a lot of this Ivan, Graves, Karma talk doesn't necessarily matter. Jinjo obviously a famous lane bully as an AD carry in the LEC. Look how far up he's already playing. He wants to get pressure. He's happy to dive him. He's happy to let Smolder push him in so he can run him down later. He's happy for any of this stuff. He wants it all, you know?
Yeah, I can already feel the intensity down in this bot lane, right? The pressure is already up in this game. You can feel it. Match of the day, so much on the line for both of these teams. Lions Creed, yes, the 6-3 scoreline is nice, but they need to win today just to remain atop the tree alongside the first victors of today in Nord. And this is the star-studded roster with all the expectations of having to go to EME Masters, make our region proud, and to do that, obviously, you have to qualify for playoffs first. Lundqvist Light Side, a team who had a horrific start to the split, 0-2, and they looked, I'm gonna say it, horrible in week 1. I was scared for the team. I thought they were gonna be run over, but I was completely mistaken, and I'm happy I am, because this team has just grown so quickly. Last time they met, Lions Creed were 2-0, dominating the league, looking comfortable, while Lightside were grasping for ways to even get a kill in some of those losses. Now though, the tables have turned. Lightside also battling for one of those 4 playoff places, 5-4, and fair play to them, and they are looking like a good team.
Yeah, I mean, when Lions Creed was having their dearth, Lightside absolutely to that opportunity. They are only 1 win away from, you have to imagine, the more expensive, much more renowned and well-known lineup of Lions Creed. But last few weeks, Lions Creed have started to bring it back, right? They have looked like that very confident team that we were hoping to see from week 1, especially me, who thought they were only going to drop a single game in regular split. But look at this bot lane, right? Ivan is already there. Ivan is already taking the Scuttle Crab. He's looking to maneuver in this new way that the blue side has to execute these dives. LLS, they can try to contest waves as much as they want here, but it's an inevitability that this will crash, and they do have to consider the potential for Ivan to be there. Vision will get replaced. It's a side trade right now.
Never mind. Sliding glide on there.
Scouted.
He's out there for safety. Completely forgot about that. As yeah, you can feel the pressure, and we are obviously looking to see if that dive will happen. But Johan, so far his eyes are more so set on the Scuttle, making sure that's a 1-for-1 EMP. Just checking out, making sure that there is no jungle he can easily take away, as the full clears have now come through. In the top lane, it is Booty with the controller, or at the very least the one pushing in the wave at the moment, as Banderas wants to hold it here just outside the turret range. Maybe to get Johan up, who is running towards his top side.
Yep, Smolder did actually manage to prevent a stack crash into dive there, so they did do a good job holding the wave. But look, every time a blue minion goes low, Jinjo steps up and is like, Ragnar, if you want this, you are going to give me some of your HP buff for it. He's still setting up for that eventual dive. He's still setting up that slow push. If Draven goes 1-for-1 on it, but is the one to get the kill before his own death, it's going to be completely worth for him. So he's happy to handshake all these trades right now. He's forcing these trades even right now, even though Ivan is topside. He's happy to be in this position because he knows it's only going to be a win for him, even if it goes even vaguely even. Even. I said that way too much, I think. Like, what do I need a thesaurus?
Yeah, in the mid lane though, the trade is. Can you guess it, Patrick? It was a bit even. Oh, never mind. Actually, 10 did end up winning in the end. Just getting those couple extra autos. I did just want to double down on your point there.
Tempt
Moving
also
back
an
though.
additional biscuit, an additional pot left, right? The final pot has been burned by Torak. Tempt can match that, but still has that biscuit on top of it as well. So very good trades. Jinjo still going to try to contest on every single one of these spawns. Look, that one about to go down, moves up immediately to put pressure on Ragnar. Wasn't quite in range yet to get the auto down. Honestly, this is a quite good advertisement for Smolder. He's able to keep much better control over the wave than I thought he was going to be able to do in the earlier phases of the game.
W?
And, you know, this
Oh,
there
the
you go,
W
this
comes
all
through. He
vanishes
does
now.
get the minion, but he might lose his life as I take that back. He was forced to pay in another method. It's the flash and the heal coming out. Now recalling Jinjo looking for the crash. He knows Ragnar can't stay for this or he will be dead. EMP already making the crossbar move saying, at least I could get some void clips out of this.
Yep, and just asked the Suicide Squad flashdown can be the gateway to so much more worse stuff for you overall. And it looks like Johan wants to demonstrate that. That wave is crashing on bot side. Smolder may have to go through them, but no matter what, those waves are down. That economy is gone. He's never seeing it again.
Yeah, so a full wave crash, the plate into the hands of Jinjo as well. He's built up a 300 gold lead, all thanks to that. And obviously, that isn't the biggest lead, but we have to remember how much gold is being, storied up here with the adoration stacks coming through from Jinjo. He has 142 extra gold. That's a nice little bounty when he gets his first kill of the game as well, if he doesn't die beforehand. So the pressure really is on for Ragnar not to die while these cooldowns up, because one more mistake and he could be severely punished. I'm looking to see what happens here. All out comes through Banderas. Might be in a bit of trouble. Wilden that has been popped. Bucci still fancies his chances here, but so does Banderas. They both want to play this, but no one wants to commit too much. And it seems like they both back up, just happy to trade summoners, or trade ultimates rather. EMP though.
Yep.
He does want to change it. There is a flash on Banderas.
Here we
He
go.
could look to get out. Johan is on his way as well. Might be a 2v2, but I don't think Lightside wanted. Bucci has no mana, so can't
Ooh,
really
dodged.
help out. EMP able to quick draw away to safety.
Yeah, I mean, the function of all of those trades was really just to get Bucci more control of the wave so that he was able to recall and TP in. Now he does have a decent advantage. Banderas will have to match this recall, or he is going to lose control of that lane very, very, very fast. So it does reset the tempo on top side there. Banderas was slightly winning that earlier on. Now Bucci can go for round 2 with items, and we do know how Cassante is right now. Basically, my current top lane doesn't count champion like Aatrox used to be at one point. Bucci definitely going to be happy with the way all those trades went.
Yeah, Kasing might be caught out here, has been rooted up. Jinjo is there though, and that should keep his support safe. Jinjo not someone anyone want to mess with unless they at the very least have a man advantage.
There you go.
As
There you
Banderas, yeah,
go.
forced to flash you. Completely highlighted the correct thing there. But moving on though, the Drake is still on the Rift. I don't know if Johan want to try and gain this while there is that lead down on the bot side. Maybe utilizing the pressure, or will he look for the dive instead? The tensions are still high. There is so much more that we could be talking about the league and the standings and this, but you can feel that we are not far away from a play happening.
They definitely win 3v3 on bot side here, so it's very good for Ivan to be hovering on this Drake. Azir also just resetting waves of Karma on mid, so very even on that state. Jinjo having this cover from the Azir leaning bot side first, with the knowledge that Ivan could be there, that's enough because Lightside just do not want to handshake this whatsoever. They're going to have to let Jinjo get the wave crash in, they're going to have to try to reset it similar to how Azir is resetting on mid lane. But Ivan right now is in base, and Graves is moving down. Graves doesn't know that Ivan is in base. He does know, though, that he is out of sync with Ivan in terms of which side of the map they're generally on, which side of the map is their priority. So he could potentially have enough to do something on bot, but it would be a risk either way, which is why you just see him go for that vision and then back off.
Yeah, he starts up the Drake here. Dr. Chaos does go in towards Kasing, but just a little bit of poke. They want to secure this Drake. Would be nice for them to do as Johan looks for the gank in the mid lane. At the very least shows himself Kasing. Walking up towards EMP, who has gone off the Drake. Doesn't want it, instead does get that scuttle grab. I thought it was being stolen by Kasing, but the Gleaming Quill just barely missed out in the top lane. I think that was a trade of ultimates. No ultimates used, just another regular trade. Herald, or Drake rather, did reset. And still the tension in this game so high. We are not far away from that first blood. as Johan is fishing for something in the mid lane.
I hate Cassandre so much, man. Like, why is that champion in the game? Like, how is that champion allowed to exist in its current? I hate it so much, man. It's just like, how is this allowed to exist? I feel bad for Banderas here. He's trying to play like a champion that, you know, has counters. You know, you can play around it, blah, blah, blah. And then Cassandre just exists. You know, like, it's just... It's quite disturbing sometimes. Mid lane going to continue to be a lot of just wave resets. Temp's going to get this in, but that RQ is going to be up for Torok very, very fast. He's going to be able to just clear that under his power. No repression to do anything. The Drake still uncontested bot side. It looks like Lion's Creed have a much bigger priority on the grubs there. Denying this does deny Light side the potential for that 5 grubs breaking point where the Cassandre could definitely look to do something later on in the game. Crucially, this Draven, 109 CS, loads of stacks there, right? 288, I'm pretty sure is what's on my screen right now.
Yep.
And that Smolder hasn't gone down yet, has been able to find these wave resets. They haven't been dived on blue side whatsoever. The grades matching has been enough, and the Ivan, you know, has had some presence, but hasn't had enough. And if the Ivan isn't able to play acceleration and the grades is able to have a relatively slow game state, that Graves is going to be pretty powerful later on, especially with this Karma. It is a classic combo, and you do have the ability to kite the Aatrox. So, for me, the question is, do you get the Draven before the Draven gets you?
Torek walks into that knowing Johan is there, but might still win it regardless. Flash out from Temp to avoid his own death, and now it's turned around as Johan will claim the first blood. EMP likely the second victim, still has the flash, uses it. Is it enough though, as a couple more autos come through? That is horrible as Jinjo cashes in all the gold and Lion's Creed take the lead.
The question has been answered. This is now a definitive lead on the side of Lion's Creed. Very surprised the R wasn't going out on the Karma initially, but very glad to see the cash-in happen later on. A 1.4k gold lead now on Draven. Remember that for the last 2 years, Draven is also a scaling champion. He is not just beholden to these early game spikes. Draven does it all in a very, very real sense, and Jinjo is on the board.
The game just got accelerated heavily. Yep. The fact that kill didn't go to someone like Tempt or Kasing or Johan, it went over to Jinjo. That is absolutely massive for the way this game will progress. Now Bucci though, looking for the dive. Banderas just can't play the game as Bucci finds the solo kill. Will survive underneath the turret as well. That is disgusting.
It's wrong. You know, I just see it and it's just wrong. Like, why are you here, Cassandre? Can we disable the champ for competitive integrity's sake? All right?
That's a fair point.
Unless you're slamming Senna Karma, like, what can you really do into this thing? It's an abomination. It is an absolute... Banderas, I don't judge you at all for anything that happens in this lane. Bucci, I don't judge you either for anything that happens, all right? You pick Cassandre, you don't count anymore to me.
So, 30 minutes in, and a game that had originally been very quiet. We've just gotten a couple kills, and some of them very important as well. Especially that one down to Jinjo in the bot lane. But so far, still hope for Lunker's Light side. The underdog in this, one of the more underrated teams in our league, just like the Blue Sky Classic Robots from 2005. I don't know if you've watched that, Veteran, but it is a banger animated movie. Underrated. It is very funny and very good, just like Light side have been underrated throughout most of the split. But
I was a kid when it was in the cinemas.
You were?
Yeah.
I was 2 years old, man, but I'll still watch that banger. It's an absolute classic. You have to go watch it. It's the one with Big Will. Yeah, it's an absolute banger. Phenomenal movie. Phenomenal movie. One of the only good Blue Sky movies. Regardless, though, I didn't want to make an analogy about that, but it seems like we might have to go back into League of Legends action as Banderas struggling to find a way to play this matchup, and it's not because he's playing bad, it's because he's going up against Cassandre, as you say, should be disabled for competitive integrity. Regardless though, Lion's Creed are reaping some rewards of their lead, and they are going for the Herald.
Yep. They're constantly making topside plays, which is curious to me because Jinjo does constantly have pressure on bot. This seems to be a big characteristic of Lion's Creed. Whereas they do have good control of bot side on perma, they do seem to use that control to make cross-map plays on top. Bucci? If the enemy's trying to fix bot, they have a good trade option top.
Surely not, right? Surely not he wins this. No, he doesn't win this. He does not win this. The all-out is there, but Bucci, you can't win this, brother.
Come on,
Surely
Daisy.
you have
Come on,
to die here.
Daisy.
Daisy hitting
You
away
can't
as
die.
Bucci gets the shield, survives for now, but here comes the
Finally.
backup. Lions Creed are
Finally.
going forward. They're on the attack. They can't stand that anymore. It's EMP who looks to get shut down. The Eternal Chains won't even be needed, as it's a double kill for the Emperor attempt.
And this is very often the extended play from Lions Creed. They do like to
Light
trade
side,
top
they
side
want
for
more,
bot
they
side
want
play.
something back, and they should get it. No, the shields, as even Mom can't help Ragnar pick up his first kill of the game. Dr. Chaos now on the run alongside Ragnar, and all this just went from bad to worse for Light side.
Yeah, but the big thing is that Jinzhou is continuously belting out damage on the bot side there. He just took the first tower of the game. He got all plates that he could have gotten there. Plates actually haven't been active for 1 minute and 40 seconds. But this is the extended play that Lions Creed like to do. They have Jinzhou get pressure on bot side. That draws enemy control to try to contest on bot side. And when the enemy contests that, they go trade for top side. And if the enemy doesn't extend the top side contest, their AD carry gets solo gold, solo XP. They just have to play it slow on top side. And here, it just ends in Lions Creed winning both sides of the map there. So Draven very happy, he extended his gold lead on bot side by an extra 600 gold, and now Bucci, who was getting significant advantages top, was having a lot of freedom, just had a lot of that freedom jacked from him, and the Herald also jacked from... Actually, no, they did not actually get to claim the Herald, but he did claim a nice amount of kills, and Tempt is now on the map as a result of the team fighting top side. So both carries from Lions Creed in two different parts of the map on the same play, able to extend their leads.
Man, I really can't believe how much those kills meant for Jinzhou, and especially that play on the top side. It felt like there was finally a chance for Light side to get something back, because
He hasn't
Jinzhou
even been in a
was
fight
in the
yet.
bot lane. Instead, though, Jinzhou
Yeah.
ults up, he gets an assist as well, and even is able to claim that turret, as you rightfully said. He's now 2,000 gold ahead, looking fat like Queso is build up a massive lead here, and he is
Lamau.
looking to take over the game.
Lol. Lamau even, and we haven't even seen Jinzhou in a fight yet, right? Imagine how powerful this guy's going to be. That's going to be the big
TP?
target for
They
Light
won't
side.
tempt here. Can they get him though? The
Tempt's
TP's in from
probably the
Bucci. He's
safest.
instantly just shoved back. The flash comes through
Right,
as well.
it's
Will they dive
Cassandra.
underneath the turrets? No, they won't, is the emphatic answer. As Bucci now just steps up instead,
They
and
will
they
get
look to
tower.
claim that one. Yeah,
Yeah,
they will get it.
tower.
But it costs the TP and the Ghost.
Look at the other side of the map, right? Look what Aatrox is doing at the exact same time. He is already on the tier 2, so it's not like Light side have the ability to just stick to top. They have to reset, they have to defend their bot side of the map, because Banderas is doing this trade playback already, and he's ahead of the map on them. If you hold this position, Banderas will just end the game the longer that you go.
Banderas not wanting to face up against Bucci after those early game shenanigans has found his way to find enjoyment playing some PvE. Might be like playing a bit of World of Warcraft in that actually. Just hitting away, grinding through those third HP boss. Baron, not on the map, but something else is. It is the Herald, able to be taken, and Jinzhou looks like he has found another thing to be devoured into his gold pocket. As he will continue to grow bigger and bigger into this game. 2,000 gold ahead just in that one lane. As with this, they could look to open up the map even further. And yeah, Lions Creed, as you said earlier in the game, they're looking like we have expected the super team to perform. They're looking better, they're not making the same amount of mistakes as they did in their 3 losses. And yeah, it is clear why this team coming into the split was our preseason favorite.
Yeah, I mean, where do you fall on that now? Like, who for you is your actual dark horse favorite in towards playoffs? Because we have a bit of a lull here, right? There isn't an open play for the Zero on top. Karma is isolated on bot. Smolder would have to be an absolute moron to get played on now. So, in this minute and a half that we have, who for you is the standout for playoffs?
It's the standout for playoffs. The playoffs being so close, though, I originally thought DMG would do a lot better. I think Verdant has shown how good they can be, but they've also lived up to one of my worst fears about that team, is they are a bit inconsistent. And that makes it really hard for me to say them. But I know if they hit that day, they could in a best of 5 really push someone like Lions Creed to their limit and maybe even beat them. So I think I am still going to have to go with them. They are 5 great players, not just because they're Danish, but because they're good at the game. But other than that, I will have to say Venom. But if I were to give a non-biased answer, I will say it's Venom, because they've been surprising me so far. They've been really, really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I very much enjoy watching Venom Crest play myself. I hope they stay in the tournament for as long as humanly possible. Both DMG and Verdant, for everyone to know, he basically just named the team with the most Danes and the team with the second most Danes. So.
Let's see if I can see
is up.
Poochie find a good play on two Koreans up in this top lane. The answer is no. He's forced to run away in the 1v2. Now Torek finds himself in an even worse situation, a 1v3 actually. Good Q though, flashes away. Dr. Chaos is there, but it can't save his mid laner rather. The support unable to fulfill his duties, as more could go wrong here for the light side, as they might start to feel a bit of darkness go over their chances of winning this game. They are slowly but surely just losing every move they make. They are playing checkers while Lionsgrid at the moment enjoying a game of chess.
But they're both playing chess, just one of them's playing it really badly.
Now, one of them is me playing chess. I suck at the game.
Really? 2 Danes v 2 Koreans, who wins?
Two what? 2 Danes versus 2 Koreans?
2 Danes v 2 Koreans, yeah, because you pivoted off the Danes comment to be like...
Yeah, in League of Legends.
Yeah.
I mean... I would be so full of shit if I said 2 Danes, but it has to be the 2 Koreans, man. They are just better. I do know it deep down, but I will, for the sake of the broadcast, obviously the Danes will win, blah, 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 Pulse, Tempt is being caught out here. If he was a Dane, he would have survived, but he does survive regardless. Even that point is worthless to make. I will say, though, I put 5 points on Lions with this game. I am feeling good.
Yeah, I'm feeling good as well. I think most people did. I'm not sure if anyone went for the LLS upset. And let's be real, right? We have seen bigger throws happen. Jinzhou hasn't actually participated in the huge fight for so long that he actually has more stacks now than he cashed in when he cashed in so long ago.
Oh, wow,
and
yeah.
He is still a low mobility champ, right? You can set up on him, especially Bucci. If Bucci's able to get onto the back line, he can just deliver Jinzhou into all of LLS's damage, and that could be a big break point that they need. So, still eyes on Jinzhou. He needs to use this advantage in the first big 5-on-5. We just haven't had that. It's just all being about side trades for the entirety of the game. Both sides trying to avoid fights. LLS in particular, though, they need to avoid fights until that Smolder and that Graves are able to carry fights with their damage alone. If they manage to get to that point, this could be an interesting game. But right now, the power is definitely on Lionsgrid.
Yeah, I mean, they're having so much fun that Jinzhou even has time to practice for his driver's license. Didn't go too well, though. The turret did get taken down, and hopefully he passes his next exam. Next Drake spawning, or has just spawned on the Rift, already being taken down, and maybe Lightside might have found himself a pick. Tempt denied on the shot. Okay. And the shutdown comes through onto EMP. That is some hope, some light towards Lightside.
Yeah, EMP, though, being Swedish, so does not change the previous conversation. Jinzhou doesn't want any of that, though, right? He is not entering. He's happy to let Kasing do so. Very difficult to catch out Rakan in these scenarios as long as Jinzhou's hovering. Kasing can make sure that a play isn't being transferred on towards Jinzhou's side, and with that confidence, they just lean a bit more towards bot. Obviously, the trade play here is that Drake, is that Infernal 1 Hextech. I think you'll be happy about that as a Draven and as an Azir.
Yeah, they'll take that any day of the week, and luckily it is a day of the week, so they are happy with it. 3 items, that was so bad. 3 items now on Jinzhou. It is the Infinity Edge. If he crits with that 40%, yeah, I think you just instantly die, right? I don't think Ragnar will survive that. You can even have to call Peter, because they won't be happy with how quickly that animal will be killed. As Lions Crew.
That was dark, dude.
It is pretty dark for Lightside in this game, and it's not because they performed badly, but that 1 kill really did mean a whole lot. I think Ragnar has done incredibly well to get himself in as good of a state as possible, but Jinzhou got that 1 kill with the Whirling Death, and now he's just 2,000 gold ahead. It is that simple. It is some League of Legends that even I can analyze to some certain degree here, and Lionsgrid are pushing their advantages. They are not giving up anything as well, which is important. Only those small mistakes here from Temp being caught out beforehand. It's not too bad, and they are still in control.
I mean, Lightside have to cut down the Spirit of the Forest to be able to win this game, so it would be terrible for the environment for a Lightside win here. Kasing? Kasing's not going to get caught, dude. He's on Rakan. He's fine.
Yeah,
he's chill. Never worry when Kasing's up.
I always get nervous when I watch Rakan, because, you'd get caught, but yeah, I just remember they have 500 dashes and probably a text waiting for them on the other side.
Like,
to bring
he'll
them
just
out.
deliver Maokai into 3 people if Maokai presses W. Assuming his old man hands aren't terrible.
let's see what happens here as Ragnar's mom says hi.
He's already pressed R.
Yeah, he goes in, does find Dr. Chaos initially. Ginger, though, can't quite close the gap because the zoning from Ragnar was there. And,
and slightly
yeah.
relying on Johan getting the follow-up Q there, which wasn't quite
Correct.
able to happen, but
Correct.
does happen here.
Hit by the root, has the flash, will use it as well, but there is no escape from the Emperor attempt.
Nice.
As he finds his third of the game. Is this anything more, though? Just the kill.
Yeah, just a kill, and Bucci is not on the position on the other side of the map to be able to do anything for it. Bucci's just going to have to push this wave
Double
in and
TP,
reset.
they want the fight. Ragnar already trying to run away with the flap as Dr. Chaos doesn't quite have that luxury. The flash already used, Nature's Grasp as well, just to try and find a way out, and that he does. How does he just walk out of that? Nicely played by the support of Lightside as Lion's Creed turns their attention towards something else, likely the Baron.
Yeah, has to burn his ultimate to do that, though, and the ultimate is a crucial tool for them to be able to enter River if they have to come in second, so that's why Lion's Creed immediately look to move towards the Baron there. They know a big threat factor is down with that Maokai ult down. It saves Dr. Chaos, but doesn't give them back the map.
Pucci looking for Ginger there. Jinjo still with both summoners. I doubt he's even used summoners once this game. He's been so safe. There's been not a single time where he was about to be taken down. And remember, 400 additional gold will be gained when he gets his next kill. He is already incredibly far ahead. He's very, very fed in this game. And yeah, that's just the main reason for the lead. There's not much else to say. Tent has gotten a couple nice kills as well. But Lightside, I mean, you can still see why they are one of the better teams in the league, right? They're performing well, they're holding on, and what is their main win condition now, right? They've gotten a kill on EMP, a kill on Bucci, but other than that, I mean, Torik's been struggling this game, but where is their win condition now?
They're still playing the long game. For them, it's really more about denying the win condition from Lion's Creed, which is going to be getting that range on towards Jinjo, allowing him to just run rampant for your team. They need Smolder and Graves still to get to that point where they're going to be absolute huge factors. They think they found Jinjo.
They just find Jinjo, force the flash instantly, Kasing taken low. The Execute is now here from the Q. Ragnar finds his first one of the game as Johan is being chased down as well. The Ghost has been popped, but they can't close the gap. He still has the flash.
Down.
Jinjo with no flash and Lightside turn towards the Baron.
Daisy is dead. That is absolutely huge if you're an item player at this point in the game, right? Level 13, not the level 16 ultimate. Jinjo is the guy to look at.
Mom
look at Jinjo.
Down. Doesn't do anything.
Very low HP. Probably unlikely he's going to be able to enter again.
Has Bucci found someone here? Yes, Banderas falls the flash away. I think he's dead regardless. He's got down, shut down as well. Even more gold into the smallest pocket, who's already scaled up. The upgrades have come through, people. Upgrades for Ragnar here. He's 2-0 now. The Drake, or the Baron rather, surely to go into their favor unless Johan has something to say about it, but it's 5,000 HP and dropping oh so quickly. He can't even get a smell of the Baron pit as it goes down to Lightside. As they can now dash over towards the safety. They get out with all 5, and Lion's Creed, their counter move could be to get the soul point.
Yeah, it's extremely simple at this point. No Jinjo, no win. LS thought that they had the pick on him. Kasing had to give his life to get Jinjo out of there, but Jinjo very significantly chunked from that, could not re-enter the fight, so Banderas suddenly was entirely in the danger zone. They will pick up the second Infernal. That will still be very good for Jinjo if Jinjo can close the gap, if Jinjo can be a part of the fight. But Lightside, they said no. They almost even got rid of his stacks, and you can already see the massive impact by not having Jinjo there, not having Daisy there. Ivan basically isn't a champ at that point. And Lightside, they did as much as they could with that small advantage. They're going to look to try to get that pick again. Eyes on Jinjo. He is the crux of what both teams need right now. One team needs him to be fighting for them, and the other team doesn't want him anywhere on the map.
The gold lead has closed, Veteran. This game is back to being online. Only 100 gold between the AD carries now as Bucci still looking for the opportunities to even grow that gold into their favor. They've caught Johan, who does have the flash, but he doesn't even get the chance to use it. Finally, he does, and Dr. Chaos goes down. EMP too far forward, but they get to in the process.
Raven's coming in.
Yeah,
Raven and Banderas. This is enough.
He has to do the damage.
They can do
Bucci.
this. They can fight this.
Finds
so long as
Kasing.
cooldowns are absorbed.
Ragnar the one with the damage on Light side. Jinjo with it on the side of Lion's
Oh, he got
Creed.
knocked up.
They do damage, but Jinjo should
He's
die.
down.
He's gone. It's Ragnar to take him. He'll look for more as well as he chases down Banderas. Is this just it? Light side behind for 25 minutes. But give them an inch and they'll take a mile. They'll walk towards the Nexus. And for the second time this split, they might have taken down Lion's Creed. 10 seconds on Tim. Can Kasing buy the time that is needed? 5 on Johan. There is no Daisy to help him. As soon as he responds, they're on towards the Nexus turrets. I don't know if they can end. Johan is here. Tempt is up in 2. I think they might have bitten off more than they can chew. They have to back off. The game is still on.
The game is still on, but all those stacks are gone from Jinjo. He was almost on 500. He's now only on 115. And look how difficult that fight was to play. The moment that Jinjo got knocked up there, only able to get 2.4k damage out. Think about the 2k gold lead that he had at one point, and he's being forced to be a non-factor. Meanwhile, Smolder is online and rearing to go. Ragnar playing so safe in the early phase of the game, not by just hugging his tower like it was his mother's teat, but by resetting waves, intelligently playing for economy in the mid-late game portions of the game, and it has paid dividends at this point. Hats off to him for this game, because he wasn't able to do much until now, but he has exploded onto the Rift, and Jinjo just unable to find anything to do at the exact same parts. Still eyes on Jinjo. LLS need to deny Lion's Creed their big win con before they can do their counter engages, but you do have to think they have gotten to the point where Graves and Smolder, so I almost forgot his name, are able to carry these fights.
I'm holding my breath as this game just continues to deliver. Lion's Creed, can they find a way back? Look at the level difference between Bucci and Banderas. It is 3 levels. That is inhumane.
100%. I mean, it's... there are some insane leads going on here. Like, EMP here at 18 for 15.
Bucci doesn't take damage.
Absolutely massive. Bucci here at 18 for 15. It's got to be a byproduct of picking this kind of champion, this kind of matchup. But Ivan found absolutely nothing in early, was looking to contest these neutrals, while EMP has been playing the map so well, was able to defend bot when bot needed to be defended, was able to back up top when, remember on those initial resets, top lane did need EMP's hovers to be there. EMP was playing the map really well, playing this counter matchup really well. I mean, hats off to all of Lightside, to be honest. The patient game. The patient game seems to be the thing that gets you an advantage in the NLC these days. Ruddy were able to get a couple of wins off of that. Nord are at the top of the standings while having Nord time as basically being their thing. All of NLC is adopting a more cerebral, a more patient form of League of Legends rather than the all-in all the time. Jinjo's the guy and the all-in all the time champion, and he's on the back foot.
Lion's Creed as a whole are on the back foot, only Tempt with a lead now. 4 items completed on the 5-0 Ragnar. The bot lane of Lightside is so incredibly fed here. It is a scary sight to behold if you're a Lion's Creed fan or just a bet on them as well in the predictions race. But Lightside, last time they took down Lion's Creed, they were 0-2. They had a rough week 1, but they've grown this split just like Smolder grows into a game. They've really started to look good, and if they win this, they will be sitting in the playoff spot at the end of the day. Oh, what a turnaround that would have been. Such a feat, and they will deny the soul as well from Lion's Creed. I thought maybe that's something they wanted to fight for, but I don't know when they need to fight anymore, because as you say, they can't.
Yeah. They have absolutely no vision there. They could get flanked at any point, right? They have that one little bit of vision in that brush next to the Raptors pit, and if that gets contested, what are they going to do about it? The gap could very easily be closed on them by that point. Jinjo is very vulnerable, has been vulnerable all game, but when they lose control of the map like this, the game becomes almost impossible. How do they get their damage in? How do I keep the 5 points that I put on Lion's Creed? Like, I put my points on you guys and you just disappoint me over and over again. What is there to be done? There is nothing to be done here, brothers. Bucci in position. He's gonna look for Jinjo. Kasing willing to potentially give his life again to try to save him. But LLS are like, great, your evacuation point just leaves your midsection wide open.
Yeah, and they will take down the inhibitor as well, making it even harder for them to contest. TP in behind. Does Banderas want this? He does not, seems to be the answer. Goes forward regardless though, now finds himself in a fight. He cannot win. The Wilderness has been popped. This looks like a horrible mistake. Banderas, what is happening? As Ragnar finds yet another kill. Can Kasane get in though? He's chopped up too. I think Ragnar being one of them. Daisy taken down! Tamed!
Oh my god!
He slides through them all! They've got Ragnar! It is all on Tamed! Are you kidding me?
They might just get something! By the way, man, they actually might be, like, they have that wave on bot, sure, but they can run it up mid. Look at these death timers. 45 seconds on Ragnar, 50 seconds on Bucci. So long as you have someone holding bot, making sure Bucci doesn't just TP in and end with Sheen, you can get so much for this. They're pinging the Baron. They're looking for the Baron. They've outpushed mid. They're depushing bot. They do have a pretty good Baron taking team. They have the Draven. The Azir isn't there though. Azir's on duty on bot, but look at the amount of time they've given themselves. There's a real possibility here.
EMP
oh my
could
god.
look to take them down. Torek is here as well. EMP does not smite. They don't get anything out of this TP in from Tempt. Are they even going to get the Baron anymore? I don't think they are. Ragnar up in 10.
Oh, they're redoing it. They have no real choice. They have to do this. 13 seconds until Bucci is up. Red Side Karma isn't in the position to be poking again, though.
They can get it. They got the Baron. They got the Baron at the very least. They do have the smite here. EMP surely shouldn't steal it. It gets taken down, but look at the poke damage. Tempt is half. Same goes for Jinjo. Ragnar's not alive. He's storming towards the fight. Banderas though on the flank. He's going for him. He's sitting up, but here comes Bucci in as well. Keep aware though. Ragnar is closing in on the fight as well. Jinjo down to half. Here comes Marvin from the backline from Ragnar. He wants to take over the fight. This could be his time to shine. But Ragnar's just deleted! Tam, you have to be fucking kidding me! You absolute god! How?
Very patient team fighting there from Lions Creed, but crucially, the decisiveness to go to Baron, the decisiveness to go in again on the Baron. Bucci unable to TP on the flank angle, Banderas able to come in on the flank angle. Everything came in, and Jinjo at so many points could have died there, but the shields came in from the Ivan. The redemption hills came in from the Ivan, the Locket came in from the Kasing, and Draven was alive enough to move through the entirety of Lightside, him and Tempt, the big carries. They only really got 2 team fights this game, but maybe 2 team fights was all they need.
I'm at a loss for words as Tempt. 2 fights in a row. Kills exactly who he needs.
That came down to the wire. I don't really know who really to give MVP to here if it goes to Lions Creed's side. Like, Johan and Temp both have good arguments for them. There's a subtler argument for Kasing. Kasing was able to delay the game at many points. The 2 times that he has died here, they were absolutely worth this. They did delay the game overall. I want to say it's a team effort. I don't want to put too much on the fact that Johan threw down Redemption, threw down shields when he needed to, but those were very impactful moments when he was able to do that. And obviously Temp, yeah, he did get caught out early, but he has been outputting the DPS he needs to in these fights. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. They lose one team fight and they lose the game as well. But this game, you have to think, comes down to this straight contest.
Oh, Temp cannot afford to be caught out. He does not have the flash at this moment in time. He does have a Sonya's to buy space and maybe even be able to reposition. Ragnar, you have to position perfectly. One mistake could be all that's needed. They found Temp, but he goes golden. Ragnar is locked up, but they can't kill him because Temp is in the Sonya's. And there goes Bucci. He's down. Ragnar already down to half as well. Jinjo stepping forward, but instead they turn their attention towards the soul. It feels like Lions Creed, they don't want to go for the big push because they know if they overextend, it is all over.
Yep, this is a classic Mickey X dilemma there. Your midsection is putting pressure on the mid wave while you're going and grabbing Vision and River. That only works if you are able to get the flank angle, and Chaos was not in a position to be able to do so whatsoever. Very, very uncoordinated setup by Lightside. They're clearly feeling the pressure, and by succumbing to it here, the Infernal Soul has go over to Lions Creed. A huge win more objective from them, and they're already getting the scenarios that they want. They'll be able to win extremely hard on the next set.
Lions Creed are showing resilience despite struggles in the mid game. They've found a way back to sit on a solid lead now with a soul as well. And had you shown me this image 15 minutes ago when they were leading the game comfortably, I thought, how could they not have closed it out already? But now I am impressed that they are still standing. Lightside can't afford to make a mistake, but they can also still be allowed to dream, because one more fight in their favor and they are right back at the Nexus, getting their second win in the split over the preseason favorites.
No flash on Temps. That is the biggest thing on the map right now. Sorry, on Jinjo. That is the biggest thing on the map right now. That low mobility Draven is doing a lot of DPS in these fights. It's a very critical role in how they want to be playing out every single one of these, and you can eliminate that win condition very easily right now. If Lions Creed wait out that timer, that's going to be huge for them, because Jinjo will be invincible once he gets that flash up, especially the amount of shields and the amount of heals coming out from the rest. But for now, Lightside just want an angle. They want Jinjo to give them that angle, but look at Jinjo's positioning. He's as safe as it is possible to be. He's fully conscious of what the game actually is like right now, and he's not giving Lightside that win con.
The tension in this game, match of the week, delivering every step of the way. A Lions Creed lead turned into Lightside enjoying their time in the sun with a lead, being at the steps of the fountain, nearly winning the game. Tempt and Johan saved the day, and Tempt continues to stand strong alongside the rest of his teammates. He's led the way in the team fights, dishing out the damage, finding the important target, and this might be the downfall of Lightside simply due to them mainly having to rely on Ragnar for the damage. Yes, Tarek has poke. EMP offers something as well. But there is so much pressure on Ragnar to step up now. Can he do it?
Yeah, I mean, you could cut the tension here with a knife. Look at the TP here from Banderas. They're not saving these summoner cooldowns now. They're not looking for later on resets of the map. They think this is it. This Baron is where we make our final stand. We have the Infernal Soul. We have the ability to win fights. We have Daisy. We have that flash up on Jinjo. We want this next fight. We're willing to turn. We're willing to do what it takes to win this game in the here and now. Very, very soon, that Baron is going to spawn, and then we'll see the final setup. Or did Bucci just give it to them? Oh, right, it's Cassante. I'm sorry.
Despite being up, but he is very tanky. But I've seen him be melted in the fights before. If there are enough members of Lions Creed, he cannot afford to step up. Luckily, there only finds 2, and with that, it is all fine and dandy for him. As long as Lightside underdogs throughout the entirety of the split, very rarely the favorite moving into a matchup. Despite that, they have surprised everyone. Winning this game
there we go.
Simply be just yet another in their storied history already in the NLC, you could say. Delivering something unexpected nearly every step of the way. Lions Creed, also a short history here in the NLC, but they've only known the role of favorites.
This team, though, not exactly a short history, right? Johan Tempt reunited, Jinjo reunited, no Kiba this time around, because Singh has been a big mainstay of the NLC for a long time, almost the mascot, the way that he's being treated on broadcasts and stuff. Like, that guy's been around for a long time, right? I remember Season 4, Season 5, the Kasing effect, all of that good stuff. Storied tales on the side of Lions Creed. Maybe not yet for the org, but definitely for the team. You have to think that experience is part of why, when it gets to these late-game pressure scenarios, they're able to make it work just that little bit better than Lightside.
And Lightside, they can simply pressure the mid lane, because if they get that in it, they could walk down and maybe just take the turrets. I think Bucci's tanky enough just to be able to tank them while Ragnar does damage, so they can't just say, we want to play for this. Yeah, they have to recall now.
Yeah,
Banderas going back. Yeah, 1 minute 30. What are you playing for here, guys? They will lose the inhibitor most likely, but now Lightside has split
Daisy.
up. Let's go! Daisy walks in, they're going for going for Bucci, and they could take him down very quickly if he gets CC'd. I think he might just be dead here. It is all doom, and Gloom oversteps and overstays his welcome. Now the world that has been popped, Ragnar has been locked up as well. Flash and heal coming through, and here is Tempt as he gets the dragon in his cage. This has to be it. 3 fights is all they need, and Lions Creed live up to the role of favorites. They get revenge on the underdogs in the match of the week. They will stand atop the NLC alongside Nord.
New org, old team, but with that team comes experience, and when push comes to shove, when you're in the final steps of the marathon, you don't want the guy that has been there, that has shone brightly in a short amount of time. You want the guys that have gone all the way over and over and over again, and Lions Creed have gone all the way into Lightside's Nexus.
What a game we just witnessed here on the NLC, worthy of the match of the day title, but Lions Creed did stand strong. Show someone the result of this and the rosters, then say that's not shocking. But when you look at the way this game progressed, this was a game that delivered many tales to be told for generations. What a game.
Yep, I mean, it's even difficult to isolate like an MVP here because I'm looking at the chat and we always get asked for our votes on MVP. The end of these ones in here, it's like, I mean, there are so many arguable ones for this on the side of Lions Creed. It really was a team effort in those final stages. It was all about those shields and hills from Johan, but it was also about the sacrifices Kasing made to even get them to that point. It was also about the fact that Jinzhou didn't get caught up until that point. It was also about the fact that Tempt had that DPS. It was also about the fact that Banderas, yes, he was against Cassante Atlanta, that win as you might imagine, but he was able to find good plays in later stages of the game. Like, you have an argument for so many of them as Lions Creed, but the big thing is the experience that lineup has through and through really shone in those late game scenarios. They all found something to do. They all found some way to contribute. No one was a passenger to each other's plays. Truly, the better team was able to win.
Yeah, yet another incredible match of the day to be added to the list. As we head into a break, we'll all catch a breather after that game. And when we come back, the analyst desk, we'll do the interviews and we'll learn even more about how that game unfolded. See you then.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a moody weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Hi, I'm Middle Scott, here for NLC TV and Rookies, the fresh solution to your roster building woes. People have said that rookies can have issues coming into teams, a lack of competitive experience, nerves when playing in games, or having to quit out of officials because they've run past their bedtime. But let me ask you, how many times has a veteran player on your roster been late for a scrim because they were visiting their grandkids or had a nervous breakdown because you asked them to play a champion release after 2018? Really makes you think. Let's look at this another way. This is the minimum wage for someone in the UK aged 23 or over. Looks pretty steep if you ask me. Now compare that to a 7-year-old child that doesn't even know how to spell employment law, let alone know what it means, and that figure drops by an astonishing 100%. Now that's gold efficiency. Science is also on the side of rookies. According to research conducted by the top minds of r/League of Legends, as a player gets older, they start to lose mobility, and by the time they're 23, the bones in their fingers have completely fused together, leaving them with the mechanical prowess of the average Platinum 4 support player. All the more reason to go for a player who has the supple bones of someone who still drinks whole milk. These rookies have dedicated their lives to League of Legends from an early age.
I remember when I was a kid, I really look up for Kasing because I thought that he's a good support, and now I can play versus him.
When League of Legends was released, I was sitting there in the kindergarten, eating away at my apple slices. Like, honestly, this game should have been dead a long time ago, but we're still going.
We're already gaining respect from and causing a little bit of doubt in some of our more experienced players.
Agony Pain. Now this guy, great player. Next one, we have Smurfa. Great player. Next, Painful. Completely great player. Another one, we have Butchie, bro. Dude, this guy is complete great player. Another one, Nutty Nut, bro. Crazy Rengar player. A lot of games he has carried me in solo queue. Actually good things about him. Next, Romeo, great player. And then we have like Lenny, great player. We have a lot of people in Venom Crest. Great players. Rusty Sniper. I don't know who that is. Don't pay any attention to him at all. That guy's old, okay? Spent all this time Live 2. That doesn't count. Completely washed, and they should demote. That's it from me.
So what are you waiting for? Get rookies on your team today.
Lions Creed keep up with the W's and also getting revenge versus Light Side. They pick up the light and they shut it down. That was a beautiful game. It was kind of a rough one as well. Let's start with the beginning of it. Draven was such a good pick, but Ragnar actually like respected that lane even though it was in favor of Draven, Milcott.
Yeah, there was that sort of one little bit of an issue around level 4 mark where Ragnar steps up to try and get a cannon minion and Kassin goes, "You're not getting that cannon minion, mate," forcing out the double flash and the heal there. But yeah, then it was very patiently played from the light side bot lane. And Smolder, obviously new champion, not seen too much of him in competitive, but scales incredibly well. And so sort of the longer that you can go without being put completely in the dirt as this champion, the better your chances of playing the game out were. And I think that was part of the reason that Lightside were able to make the game so close, despite the fact that Lions Creed were kind of running the rest of the map.
They really were. And I think the thing that shocks me about that was I don't think EMP really had much of a presence on the game at all. Like, no stages. He took a couple of objectives here and there, but, like, he really didn't offer that much. I have my issues with what went on in mid lane. I think Torek kind of ran it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, some of his decisions in lane were a little bit questionable.
Wait. Can you say it again? What happened with Torek?
He ran it. Oh no, he's
cool. Let's toss it to the interview. He's waiting for us. Did you hear that, Torek?
Yeah.
No, I want to know your opinion right now. I'm giving you the opportunity to defend yourself.
I mean, kinda, yeah. I mean, I think the first one was unlucky because Azir was dead if Graves' ult did hit, but yeah, maybe.
But tell me something, like the pick with the Karma, I was standing at that. Is this something that you like to play with? Can you tell me why everybody is looking for the Karma right now? I know the Malignance and the meta is shifting a little bit, adapting. Is this something that you like to play with, or are you like, yeah, I'll play it?
I mean, I feel like Karma is really strong because he doesn't lose any lane in mid lane. Like, you can go even on some matches, but she shouldn't lose ever any lane. And of course, the flex potential on her with mid, top, and support is really big.
So let's talk about the game, and I want to get your point of view because it starts off favoring Lions Creed due to the fact that they got the Draven, a few shutdowns, and also those cash-ins. But there was a point where Bushi just went mental. You guys start recovering. It seems like you had the game in the bag. Where do you believe it all went wrong?
I mean, once we took the Nashor, I feel like the game was over. Like, we should win always. But we took a bad fight on a choke point in the jungle when we were like pushing on mid Tinep. That if we don't take, or if we take that fight on mid, then Azir cannot shuffle us really freely and we just win the fight. I think after that, we took another bad trade on mid where Cassante went for Azir and he had Sonia's. And he died, and after they take Soul, we cannot win.
I know this is a rough question, but yeah, I like to make these and I apologize. Winning versus Lions Creed was such an important game for you guys because you would shift positions as well. You guys are recovering. You're looking at the top of the standings. Losing versus them means that spot for the top 4 is getting a little bit harder to get. Do you think this game was like a do or break? Or do you feel like there's still a major possibility to go to playoffs? We don't need to stress out. Some of them will slip up.
I mean, yeah, I think we can get to playoffs really easily. Like, we have maybe the easiest matches left. Not the easiest, but some easy ones compared to the ones that we have had. But yeah, I think it's doable for sure.
Okay, it's gonna be a rough one, and I wish you the best on that journey. Do you want to say anything to Hipram before I go back to them? Like anything? Like, you can be toxic. I'll allow it. Come on, give it to me, Tarak.
No, I would say if I won, but since I lost, I will take the L here.
Ah, that is so nice of you. I was expecting you to join the dark side. Thank you so much, Tarak. Have a best one, and good luck.
Okay, thank you. See ya.
I almost.
Oh my word! What is this Archer? They need to change the camera position so you're like on his shoulder, so you can be like a little devil, just like talking to him, whispering in his ear.
I'm wearing all black with the red tie. I'm doing the cosplay, man. Did you enjoy the toss away, Hip Right?
No, I was honestly, bro. I was not ready, man. Like, come on, I was done so dirty there. Very humble from him, by the way. You know, humble. I think he recognized his mistakes in that game. I'm happy that, he recognized that and I didn't just get hard flamed in response. I think a lesser man would have called me out there. A better man takes it on the shoulder. And, I think, honestly, like he said, that game was won. And it's these little mistakes were what added up. But they did so much right to not lose that game. And then it just very quickly evaporated away from them. And I think you have to kind of give a big shout out. Just the performance of Lions Creed. That game felt like it was over. And then time and time again, the big shuffles coming in. And that was it, right? Like, it was all mid-diff in the end game. It really was.
Yeah, I think for every mistake that maybe we're talking about Torok making, there was just some incredible team fighting from Tempt that made you go, hold on, this guy could have been he could have had 3 Weetabix this morning, and there's still no way that you're beating this Azir, because he was just completely off to the perkies, providing so much damage and so often managing to isolate the Smolder in those later team fights and make it so that Ragnar couldn't have the same impact that you would expect out of a Smolder in that stage.
I think that's exactly it, right? Every fight, Ragnar was 20% HP. And it was always just where's Ragnar's health bar gone? He either took a single attack from a Draven or Tempt on the flank. It was just so nasty. And on the other side, it was very easy to make those plays happen because Johan on the Ivern just enabled so much for his team. Ivern is not okay. That champion's shielding is just absolutely bonkers at the moment.
Well, that means that Lions Creed is going to take another W, putting them in the fighting position for that top 4. We still need to end the day before we look into the standings. Don't worry about it, which leads us to the next one. Oh boy. Natives versus Venom Crest. And Venom Crest hype is building up and building up and building up. But it's Natives as well, Middlecott. I mean, I know the last game was the match of the day, but...
I mean, this is just nuts. And I think the best thing for us is that we've got Nulu back in the mid lane for Natives. So they are going to be able to play with their full roster. And I think that you need that as we're getting into sort of the nitty-gritty second half of the season. You need to be playing at full strength every single game. I think Natives, they've had a few issues over the past couple of weeks just in finishing games when they put themselves in great positions. It feels like they're almost like Lightside in the game that we just watched. They get 95% of the way there, and then someone misses a skill shot, or there's one bad call, and the game ends up falling away. And it's still a 1-0 loss on the score sheet. You don't really get told the full picture by that, but this is a team that we rated at the start of the split, that we have rated as the split has gone on, and whilst they are falling off a little bit now, definitely someone that can upset Venom Crest.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of teams who are very capable of doing that. Natives are definitely one of those teams. I just think Venom Crest looks so stacked recently. They've been so consistently good. I think we're way past the era of Venom Crest, they're a new name, they're not going to perform.
No.
We know they're a good team. We know, right now they are tied for first. They need to win this to remain tied to first, because Nord did beat Ruddy at the beginning of the day. So obviously extra stakes have been added on that one. Natives, honestly, if they lose this game, everything starts to slip away from them a little bit further, because it's still very tight. But even though there's technically right now there's 2 games between Natives and Venom Crest, who are in first, and Natives are a lot lower down in the standings. But suddenly if you fall 3 games down, and then everyone else has those extra games, it adds up, man. It's, even though it's so close, it also is so far apart. It's a really important game. I am so excited for this. I'm mostly excited to see Zubac probably get his hands on Viego again, because this guy's been a menace on that champion.
But that's the thing.
I honestly think if Natives want to win, don't give the reset comp to Venom Crest. Don't give them the Pike and the Viego. They are so nasty with these 2 champions, man.
And we talked about that on the interview. Every single time we go into the interview, how do you like to play? Reset City, Reset City, Reset City. They keep pointing that out. So take the fangs away from the Serpent, and you're going to get bitten. And there you go. One is out. Senna is out as well. On the other side is Rumble and Nocturne taking the fault for that one. Vados finally getting removed, but aside from that, there's still the Belveth. We've seen the Zubac playing the Belveth, but is it bannable? I don't know.
I wouldn't necessarily go that far. I think the hit brain highlighting the Pike, I think that is a very, very key one. But I think something that doesn't really get spoken about a lot for Venom Crest is that enabling all of these like key picks is a massive champion pool coming out of Deadhound in the AD carry position. He has played a unique champion every single game this split. So whilst we're characterizing Venom Crest by the Viego, by the Pyke, they've also got this breadth of styles that they can pull towards, and I think that Painful for them on stuff like the Azir has also been another sort of unsung hero, really doing his due diligence, doing what he needs to be out of that mid lane.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because I feel like, especially right now, I feel like the attention's not on ADCs, but so many ADCs are performing, and Deadhound is just one of those ones who's been silently performing in the background. As we are obviously into picks and bans, the Azir has been picked up here for Painful, going in for the Rel here. That could be for Zubak or Pazzi. I feel like that's not a Zubak champion. Zubak is a very carrier-orientated jungler. Things like the Xin Zhao are up and available. Like you said, the Belveth is up and available as well. I would like to see them probably pick up... Okay, no, so they go for the Rel and the Smolder here. So Deadhound continuing to play unique champions, but more importantly, this doesn't reveal where this Rel's going. So we do not know what Zubak's playing.
Yeah, he could still absolutely pick up the Rel for himself here. And it's not a champion that I would usually feel that comfortable with taking against Rusty and Shawi Katami, because I think this is one of the 2v2s that, for better and worse, can play a little bit aggressive. And Rusty Sniper always has the Draven that he can go back to. Now, I think that the bot side and light side did a very, very good job last game of preventing the aggression from coming through, but I do anticipate Rusty, who is a bit more of a main in the Draven rather than a pro AD that has it in his pool, to be going a little bit more health, be going a little bit more ham on this pick.
And also, you can nullify the gem from Rel if she goes support with the Draven, and Rusty knows how to play with that champion. So out of a sudden, you're saying, hey, pass, you can take that one, but I can deactivate you every single time I want. So pay attention to that one. They're kind of forcing the Rel into the jungle. I like this situation. I like this.
Yeah, you also got to keep in mind that Maokai's staying very flexible right now as well, so you don't know what this matchup's like, so you could potentially be blind in that Rel into support. I would be genuinely shocked to see Zubak on a more kind of utility engaging tanky champion though, so that's why I do worry that maybe they have given themselves a pretty rough bot lane. If they can manage it like Lightside did and then manage the late game better, then, you know, that's definitely going to be more in Venom Crest's favor. But as we are getting through the bans, we are seeing things like the Nautilus getting taken away, a lot of top lane focus coming out here from Natives. This to me just thinks, I'm pretty sure this means Natives are just going to first pick the Cassante for top lane and then probably just handshake the Aatrox and Cassante over between the two of them. It's a top lane, unfortunately, is a little bit boring at the moment, top side. So that's where my expectations are. Maybe another support ban? No, the Cassante ban from Venom Crest. I think that was very intelligent, actually. Yeah. So now they've kind of called the bluff here, and Smurfy has to kind of figure out what he's going to do if he's not just going to turn his brain off and play Cassante. He might have to play something a little bit more proactive and interesting in the top lane.
Top lane? Nah, no chance. Oh, Sion. Absolutely. But, like, what this does do is it keeps the Maokai flex alive. Could be Yaki, could still be going into the support role for Natives, so I like that from them here. And the thing about the Sion is he can kind of just AFK almost any laning phase that he's put into because of the amount of wave clear that the champion does just innately have. Very hard to dislodge him in any sort of skirmish as well, so good pick up there. But he isn't a champion that we see too often in terms of the meta, because the engage potential that he offers your team, whilst it is very dramatic, it's not particularly targeted. If you miss with a Sion ult, that champion is very, very hard to get anything out of in a team fight, because the Q is just so easy to dodge from, especially once you get a little bit later.
And wow, okay, so we are seeing the Braum getting picked up here with the Smolder. Sorry, discount Spyro. I actually think, you know, this is all right. First of all, we get to see a bit of flexibility out of Zubak, so we get to see him kind of play more for the team than himself, which is nice. But it does mean that it's all on Painful and Deadhound to take over this game. Middlecott said at the beginning, though, you know, Deadhound has kind of been sleeper really solid all season, and while we've been singing about Zubak, he's actually been very, very impressive. Another Draven Rakan lane, though, in answer to this bot lane. Oh, that Natives comp is pretty scary, if I'm honest with you.
I think the key thing as well, like the Corki is just going to be outranging the Smolder so much once you get to the late game. So we could be seeing another situation where the Smolder is constantly trying to start these fights on 40, 30, 20% HP, and that doesn't end well for you.
At the end of the day, I want to know, prediction is now after the champion select. All the predictions we've done, doesn't matter. What do you think is going to take it? Let's start with Hiprain.
I'm going Venom Crest. I actually still feel very faithful in them. I think, even though we're seeing a slightly different style from Zubac, I just think this team have been so consistently solid, all split. They've given themselves some amazing tools. This time, they don't have the Azir to shut down their team like we saw in the last game. The Azir's on the Smolder team. So yeah, I'm Venom Crest. Although I think natives of tools, I think this is a Venom Crest game.
Before you answer, Millicott, I'm really worried about you because I've been waiting the entire broadcast for your sweater to dry, and somehow it's still dripping in the chest. I don't know what is happening over there, but do let me know.
It's tie-dye. What are we talking about? It's like, it's not wet. It's just drip.
What did you
come on,
tie-dye it with? Water.
Dripping. That's the problem. It's dripping.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
anyway,
let's toss it to the casters out of.
Rusty Sniper Draven, he's gonna win the game.
Veteran and Ducklick, take it away.
Man really cooked up the DIY tie-dye with water at home. I'll say that next time I spill something on my shirt. Yeah, I just DIY tie-dye. Regardless, though, Veteran, we are heading in for yet another banger. The NLC does continue to deliver. And here's a fun fact. If Venom Crest win this game, we will continue to have 3 teams sharing the first place in our league.
Yep, that would actually be really interesting. The league keeps feeling like it's getting better, feeling like we are getting somewhere, but the teams keep matching each other for blow. This is the flattest league in all the major regions right now, but it doesn't feel like we haven't had progress. It's not that everyone is struggling to find that next step. It's that once one team finds that next step, the next guy steps over them. And that's been the constant story. I am loving it. I am loving that it's looking to be a really tight race in the final weeks of the NLC. And I'm really interested in how these comps work, because it feels similar to last game, but the Corki does make all the difference. One of these teams does have that outrange potential with that Draven then to follow up, rather than a scenario where both the Azir and the Draven could potentially get outrange, could have to deal with the Karma, with the Smolder, etc. This time, I don't feel lucky if I am that Smolder.
Yeah, it is interesting they picked it into it. Obviously, knowing what would likely go up against it, having just seen it be played on stream and likely practiced it before, the Draven is not an unusual usual answer into the champion. One of the things that I did like we saw in this draft, though, Veteran, and I know you're happy with it as well, was the ban of the Cassandra. No Cassandra this game. We get a break from that. Finally, a break, which is exciting to see. Natives, though, are in a bit of a slump. Looking at the way they are talking about this game on social media, they very much seem to brand this as a do-or-die game, and it is important to remember we only have 4 out of 8 teams making it to playoffs. That is only half our teams. And with 3 teams sharing top spot, you can very quickly remember, if Venom Crest win this game, well, all of a sudden it seems like there might only just be 1 playoff place left between 3 teams, and that would be Verdant. That would also be the Night Side we saw before, and this Native. So, a lot to play for in our 3rd game of the day. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, and heading into the Rift, Venom Crest 6-3. I would say one of our most consistent teams in the league. Very rarely had that games where I thought their performance was completely unacceptable. Whereas, on the side of Natives, I do think they have had some ups and downs. Obviously, yesterday with the substitute, we can kind of remove that from the equation, but I think they've had games where they look like one of the best teams in the league, while they've also had games where they look like a team that is far away from making playoffs. So, let's see which Natives show up today, or if they can find that consistency, which is very much needed in this tight race for playoffs.
Crucially, while they did lose their last game with a mid lane substitute, they were losing games before that with Nulu as well. And it did look like Jakey had a lot of impact. Jakey has had a lot of impact in a lot of these games, but the rest of the team doesn't necessarily seem to be on board. You definitely felt the loss of Nulu yesterday, right? It wasn't like, RNG was having that level of impact, mostly relegated to just clearing waves. Nulu, he's on the champion that he should have a lot of agency on. Yes, the matchup into Azir can be poor early, but it's a fleet Azir, and later on, you can kite basically that entire team. But you are the opening for that Raven to go in. Nulu does have to make his presence known. Let's see how it goes. They should be in a good position to take this one over Venom Crest. But Venom Crest, they've been really good at being on that same page. They aren't really a one-man team. They aren't really reliant on any individual person. It's their team play, their teamwork that has been so good. Typically on reset champs, though. Typically they are the big reset guys. They don't really have that clear win con here.
Yeah,
Rusty, obviously, opening Salvo's bot just very quickly. Very quickly, just want to point out here, they are red side Draven this time. So whereas you can play for these slow pushes, there is more counterplay for Rel than there would have been before, because those avenues around them to get those flank angles are much more open, and the avenues to just straight dive Venom Crest are not as clear-cut.
Yeah. So, the game, some similarities, some changes from the last time around, and I really like the point you brought up with Venom Crest, right? It feels like the sum of that part just equate to something bigger. Yeah, they are really good as a team, and yeah, I could look at them and I've seen stand-up performances from many of these players in individual games, but they just look so good together, and it really does surprise me because this is a team of rookies. I specifically remember Painful last year from NLC Div 2 performing well on Longcrest light side by moving over to Venom Crest in the new season. Excited to see how he did in Division 1. But other than that, these guys were players that I weren't really familiar with, so they've really already made a name for themselves in the NLC within half a split, which is just so impressive as Yaki tries to steal away the red buff from Subek.
Yep, he does have that pressure on bot side to play with, so long as he's in the enemy jungler's face, and those paths matter a lot less. But look, whereas you do have the ability to engage on them here, Braum's able to disengage very easily. You don't have all of the angles that you would have if you were playing blue side Draven, so not going to be able to extend fully, they're not going to be able to transition this into a dive as easy as they otherwise would have, so Smolder does get that extra additional time to scale up, even without the dynamic of the wave resets.
That's good damage. I mean, just a nice good poke here from Deadhound, and one of the things that you say when you're talking about the Braum, right, that I realized considering the last game where you had a Maokai who could definitely help out with peeling, and that I do just think it's way more simple to have a, let me hold on to that thought as Yaki just gets the ward down, doesn't see the opportunity with Subak rotating up as well. But with Pasi being on this Braum, he can jump in and quite literally just block the auto attack from Deadhound, making sure he doesn't lose 80% of his HP to one crit auto attack from Rusty Sniper or one big rocket from Nulu, as we might have to get back to this because Subak continues to chase down Jakey. Just off the flash. Doesn't use it in the end, but Painful TPing back in, looking to poke down Nulu. Will successfully do so as Nulu tries to trade back with him. Nulu going for this this first strike, obviously lying for more poke and getting a little bit of extra gold, while Painful goes for the sustain in the lane with that fleet footwork.
Yep, 100%. The fleet footwork crucially would allow him to run away from more Corki autos. He does just have the range though, where he doesn't really have to worry about that. That's typically why, or previously you would like to see Azir's just going straight Comet and playing huge lane bully. With Rel having presence on bot side, Rusty Sniper can't go as aggro on bot as he would prefer, even with Jakey leaning so closely, so that way's been given up.
Painful will just find that first blood. Underneath both turrets, he gives Nulu a bit quick visit, and that is very, very important for this game.
Yep, without the big lane bully rune as well, Nulu still does fall. It's later on that Corki has good advantages into the Azir. The lane should just be somewhat playable for him. But not if Painful's just dashing between tier 1, tier 2s, running straight at you and dismantling you and then dashing out very, very quickly and cleanly. So good job to Painful there. The name says it all really on how that felt for Nulu.
Yeah, it is didn't feel good for him, that's for sure. As Subak has moved his way up towards these Void Grubs early on, willing to take them, and I can just see a bit of this top of the matchup, and it feels so good not to see a Cassandra up there. Instead, the Aatrox, a familiar face there, the Scion though, from Smurfer, the other lane, or other champion, occupying this lane. Smurf is a player who I was really excited to see step up into NLC Division 1. Let me be completely honest, veteran. I've seen him a lot down in the Norwegian League, and he's always been one of the best top laners at the National League level. So him finally getting the chance to take the step up and see how he matches up against the big boys was really exciting for me to see, especially on a roster like Natives that does have the potential to push for playoffs. So I was very excited for him, and I think he has delivered in some games. He's looked really good. Hasn't been, the best top laner in the league, but he's been able to challenge them and shown that he can definitely play at this level. All of Natives players has had those games, but they've all also had these games where they haven't been at their best and had questionable performances.
I do think on the side of Natives, it does feel sometimes like they are super reliant on Jakey to be able to control the map at every single point. You do just get random lanes collapsing, and Rusty Sniper is in a different ADC meta than he was last year. The lane bully meta last time round was so impactful on bot. Now, you're basically just a conduit to potentially enable neutral objectives. It's not the hyper carry bot lane meta anymore, so you don't have as much impact. Smurfhead's gonna take... Is he just going to get run down?
I think he does have the flash, but same goes for Lenny. No shield. Oh, wants to turn it around
the tower.
Underneath the turret. He can't get it with the passive here, right? Surely not. No, he doesn't get it. That's just yet another solo kill. Venomcrest are finding the leads here, veteran, just by outplaying.
Yeah, just like we were saying, sometimes it does feel like the lanes just kind of collapse there. That definitely not really something Jakey could have impacted, and not really something he should have been looking to impact. All seems to be quite out of sync, and Venomcrest, if we want to talk about synchronicity, they are the team that displayed that in the early phases of the NLC, and looks like they're going to do it again.
Yeah, Subak wants the gank. Rusty Sniper could lose 200 gold worth of stacks of flash, and the cleanse already coming through, but it's to no avail. And despite Pezzy getting the kill, they can be oh so happy denying those Adoration stacks. Venomcrest, cutthroat performance so far, pushing Natives. This is just a horror early game for them. Let's be completely honest. This is horrible.
Yeah, this is the worst case scenario. All of the pressure is now on Nulu, and he's already behind. But he is the guy that can get them back in the game at later phases. Hopefully, people just don't int too much, get into wave reset positions, and can stall out until Nulu can output significant DPS on the Corki. But Venomcrest, they just have to keep doing what they're doing. They have to keep piling on the pressure.
Can they fight again?
Do a little bit of a Romeo.
They have the ultimates. They might just look for it. Yankees forced to flash. Shoikatami's the one in trouble now. He wants to battle dance out and flashes over the wall for safety, but Yaki already used it. He's gonna go down as well. Rusty Sniper might look to get one back, but no, Subak has a way out. 4-0 on the scoreboard. Whirling Death will get some hope back, as the Adoration stacks weren't that many, but every goal counts now for Natives as they keep their hopes alive. Level 6 now for Shoikatami. He wants to lock up the Drake, and he will do so. Deathhound falls to Rusty Sniper. They want to run him down, as you say, but they can't. But that is massive, finding 2 kills back on the Draven.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. So initially looked like a really good set of plays from Venomcrest, but the ultimate coming in from Rusty Sniper just about pipped one of them, and they took that as, okay, we now know where Rel definitely is. Dead. Let's go all in on the Smolder here, who just used a series of cooldowns, and Rusty Sniper able to grab 2 kills, wasn't able to cash the Adoration stacks. He lost most of them on the previous play, but has been able to get a gold lead. Only 500. We had a 2k gold lead at one point on Jinjo in the previous game, but still, there's a hope there. Maybe Draven can carry Nulu down to the point where he's going to be able to significantly impact all of these contests on that court.
Yeah, it is something to look at and say, we can play with this. We have something to work with now. As this Drake looks to get taken, and looks like it also wants to punish. Subak has to re-engage, so he goes down yet again for the price of the Drake. The kill that's so kindly... Oh.
He tried to leave it for Nulu.
He tried to leave it, but the Sapling had other ideas, wanting to get some of the glory for himself. Not Yaki takes the kill, but the Sapling takes the kill from him. That.
Like, your kids at school don't necessarily listen to you sometimes as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know what kids in schools are like, and they certainly don't listen to their parents or substitute teachers that often. That is a fact for sure. So, sometimes the small ones just go off the rails and do whatever they please.
Yeah. Discipline, man. These. Oh, well, hang on a second. Jakey getting contested.
Could Painful rotate up? Yes, might be the answer, but same goes for Nulu, so it would be a 2 for 2. Lenny, the first one to rotate from the top side, though, as Painful has been taken oh so low already. Now, though, he still wants to go forward. Yeah, he's absolutely cooked here. The tree falls down, and it's into the pocket of Painful where the gold will go.
Yeah, Painful still has flash as well, Very good move by him to move up and trade with Corki when Corki was going up to try and make it a 2v1 by drawing Corki's aggro. He denied that 2v1 and then was able to find the window to re-engage as well because he has more mobility and more immediate burst power at this stage of the game, especially given his advantage. So very well played there by Painful, a very good set of decisions when we're talking about that synchronicity, that synergy, that play that works off of other people's positioning, and that has netted them that 5 grub spike. We haven't seen it yet today, but Venom Quest, they have the big win harder objective that is available in every game. So,
I'm just looking at the builds right now, Veteran, and I'm stumbling over something, looking at Deadhound. He's building tanky. Can you elaborate on this, or is this something you yourself haven't seen before?
He is, so typically if your team is in a big lead position, what you want to make sure is that the enemy win conditions don't heavily snowball over you. Not just on the champion like Smolder, who can take advantage of something like this, but on any champion. Starting to build those tankier items is the best thing to do. Right now, you are a passenger for Painful. Smolder will be powerful enough to have significant impact later on in the game. What you don't want is Rusty Sniper to run away with his advantage on bot lane. So I do think pivoting into this kind of build against a heavy all-in composition, especially given that there is no real pressure on Smolder to have to carry at this point in the game, is good. Painful thanks you for your build choice here, and you could see this on many other champions as well. There are many mage champions that opt for a similar thing on mid lane in a similar scenario. I like to call it the 4-0 Draven condition. 4-0 Draven condition does exist.
Whoa! Mom snipes that kill us, Deadhound. Will claim one, but Rusty Sniper now have some adoration stacks to play around with here. He wants Deadhound. He flashes forward, but can't quite get it. Nulu instead gets past. He flash forward from Painful. Yep. Here comes the unstoppable train from Smurfer, but it won't do too much. Double kill though for Painful before he falls. Call it a triple kill instead, as Lenny will claim the last one there is to be taken down. Nulu will die to one more auto as Lenny gets a prize for his consideration to rotate down, as well as it's Venom Crest to win the fight.
Yep, the build path coming in hot for Deadhound. Painful able to get a triple kill off of that. The 4-0 Draven condition does exist, but that Draven is Painful on the Azir. Corki, though, did do good damage in that fight. Crucially, claimed the bounty on Painful before going down himself. So that's something that natives can try to look to work with later on. Yes, the gold is in a deficit, but the gold concentration is pretty heavily on towards Nulu, and they do need that.
He's dead.
He actually
Stunned
is,
down.
yeah.
One more
right.
Yeah, he's just dead.
That sucks. That's just blows.
Didn't expect the damage, but look at how fit this Aatrox is. 3-0 now for Lenny. He's someone, when he gets a lead, he runs away with it. And especially the ease of getting these plates with the Void Grubs helping them out as well, having taken 5 of them. Venom Crest are really building up a solid goal lead here.
Huge problem outside of Nulu, you do not really have an anti-Aatrox draft. Yes, you do have like a disengage tool on the Draven, but it is essentially triple low range against that Aatrox. So Lenny does get those long fights that he wants.
They want Nulu here. The W gets him out of safety. That was a bit too over-eager there.
Very early,
the Herald is target.
Don't worry, Venom Crest were just as over-ego as you, and they are one of the top teams in the NLC, Duckling. You just have the mindset of a champion player.
Yeah, I do, I guess. I'm just the best.
Not I guess. Say I do.
I do.
Yes, you do.
What has this cast turned into then, Veteran? Is there some motivational course you're selling me? Or what's going on?
Don't draw attention to it. Just run with it. Just run with it. Go with the flow.
I do appreciate it, though. I do appreciate it. Let's see where Herald will flow, though, because they're moving mid lane while Lenny is fighting tooth and nail for his life down here in the bot lane. Locked up. Is he going to be taken down? Does he have the healing to survive? Yes, he has! Oh, it's so bad for natives! The 1v3 outbreak from Lenny. He gets 2! Oh, this is unbelievable! In a world that ends all the hope of natives in this game, you have to feel as the mid lane turrets fall. And within a minute, it went from bad to worse, and now natives find themselves in living hell.
The painful part of playing Draven is the only way is truly forwards. Clicking forward in towards Lenny there takes your axes even closer and closer to him, and eventually Draven was in melee range before Lenny was dead, and suddenly all those range things you talk about. Oh!
No way, Lenny finds another before Nulu finally claims what I expect is a massive bounty.
Yep, I mean, multiple reasons why the range advantage we talk about making this a bad Aatrox meta doesn't matter in either of these two plays. One was the axis from Rusty Sniper there leading closer and closer before Aatrox finally died, and there, Aatrox closed the gap around terrain. Nulu was actually in range of him, dangerously close to grabbing a twofer there, and Shokatami has no choice but to engage in range of you anyway, Smurfer, Jakey as well. So, now that the Aatrox is able to extend these plays out, Rusty Sniper might not have the damage on his own to do it. You really need Nulu to be stepping up. At least Nulu got that kill. Still the only ray of hope for natives, but do we really think Nulu's going to be able to do it? I think it's great that they've given him this solo lane to try to get as much solo gold and XP as humanly possible. But is it going to be enough? That is the question. Nulu is the Jinjo of this game, is the man to watch. Because his team's on the back foot, and he's going with the champion that has the options of being able to take them back into the game.
Yeah, you can see it. He isn't too far behind, all things considered, individually speaking. But it's the top lane where the difference really shines. This is it's 2 items to not even one fully complete, and Smurf a 2 level advantage between them already. Lenny, one of the rookies to impress, and I think that's honestly, if we look across the board, that's been the biggest surprise for me this year. I think the rookies, many of them have performed, so many have, and those who haven't shown the consistency have shown the highs that they have. So very hopeful for the guys we've gotten into our ecosystem. Hopefully they don't get napped too soon by someone like the LFL or the LVP, which usually does happen, but we get to keep them for some time to enjoy more of their skill.
Enjoy more of their skill. It has been a very good day of NLC. Yes, each games have been going long, but they've been going long for really interesting reasons by and large. This is probably the one game where you can say a lot of it is down due to catches and stuff like this, rather than due to this big map play, but I am very confident that once we get into that late game scenario with that balanced spawn, that we're going to see similar map movements on natives and Venom Crest that we saw beforehand, especially from Venom Crest. They have been very, very good about the map. Once we get into those stages, I've really enjoyed seeing how they play that, and they have a good advantage on Lenny and on Painful to try to extend out these states. So very much looking forward to where the game goes.
Yeah, there are many ways it could go. Many of them pointing towards a Venom Crest victory, but as you said, Nulu, now 2 items as well. 2 items have found themselves on Rusty Sniper. These are the guys that can bring them back, and wait, I just realized Smurf is building AD. He's building Eclipse.
Yeah, he is.
Is this the bout? Are we watching the bout?
If you are ahead, you don't want to give the enemy their win cons. If you're behind, you need to create a win con. Go full the boss if you're in this kind of a position. What's he going to do tanky? He's just going to die.
Yeah,
he's going to
he's
die.
Going to buy time for someone like Nulu to poke through the HP.
No,
should,
now
right?
he can buy time, because now even if he dies, he can take out a structure. Now, even if he dies, he can do some damage back and force a reset. Now, if the enemy tries to trade sides against him, he can out-accelerate them. He has no options if he's tanky. He dies now or he dies later, the enemy still gets something, the enemy is still able to capitalize on him, but now there's the option to trade something back.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point. Maybe it's just my
Always remember,
diamond break speaking. But
when Selfmade was giga far behind and built crit Rek'Sai, that's because the only way they win that game is if he one-shots the Vayne. And the only reason it didn't work is because he did 4 auto attacks and none of them were a crit for whatever goddamn reason, right? But one of those was a crit. He would have solo won the game with it. You need to make the few opportunities that you're going to get count when you are behind. So that's when you're thinking about full damage builds. Whereas with your Venom Crest, it's not about that. If you get the opportunities, you will be able to win them. So you just need to deny the enemy their win con. Hence, a tankier build coming out of Smolder here, a tankier builds coming out overall, because they just need to make sure the enemy doesn't one-shot them in the few opportunities that they're going to have.
A calculated risk, we could call it. I think that's a way to put it, because I completely do agree with your point, just in general, that sometimes you have to take the risk because the situation you're in isn't looking all too good. In 40 seconds, though, it might turn even worse, as the Infernal Drake will take to the Rift. Venom Crest could get their soul point there. Lenny is sitting on those 2 items, as I mentioned earlier, and is already just around the area. On the top side, though, Veteran, we do have the mid laners.
Yeah, we do, but Azir does still have a pretty significant advantage there on 2 items there with an additional component, and the item matching by Nulu here doesn't get him to that full hybrid damage phase. He does have some range, but
Oh, I think Rusty Sniper might
They
have
got
been
Rusty.
caught out. Already forced to flash. He is knocked up again, and he's just
gone.
eviscerated. Instantly deleted, and while the re-engage might look oh so good, there is no damage to kill anyone on Venom Crest. That was a 4-man knockup, but nothing more could be done. Your AD carry was already laying in the grave, 6 foot under, and now the rest of natives will join him in the painful world, and it is simply Venom Crest Kingdom they are living in at this point.
See, you weren't saying, oh, and they just weren't tanky enough to sustain all that up. You were saying, oh, they just don't have the damage to do anything into Venom Crest. Build
You know what I was
damage
thinking,
while
though?
behind, kids.
It was Lulu wasn't there. If Lulu was there, they might have turned that around, to be honest. A good Q and big rocket on that, but he was in the top side. I mean, fair point, fair play, honestly. Look, Nunu does do something, then he might actually just be dead. That's a big shutdown, 650 gold, can they get even more? The faithful might just be rewarded. No, he misses the rocket, but instead, it will just be Rusty Sniper to claim all that glorious gold. Into his own pocket, the soul point goes over, but yet again, natives have been given a lifeline.
The damage was done. Nulu can't be reached. He's able to output that DPS. It may take him a while, but he has a long time because the enemy can't reach him because his positioning is even vaguely human. And by the time the enemy does reach him there, Rusty Sniper can just execute. He sets up Rusty Sniper, and Rusty Sniper keeps going in. This is the advantage this comp has versus the Azir Draven composition from earlier in the game. From earlier in the day. And Nulu has proven in that one fight that he does have what it takes to carry his team with his pick. That, again, is the only one that has all the options to start these fights.
One thing, though, that I believe will have an impact on the upcoming Baron fight if it gets completed beforehand is Painful, who just TP top. Light is get the last bit of gold he needs for that third item. That will be the Rabadon's Death Cap. That is really when this SE is accelerated into hyperdrive and able to take over the game. But I completely agree with your point. We saw what natives can do. We saw the difference in composition, and we saw why Nulu is someone who needs to be believed in if they want to win this game. So Ikatami goes over just to say, hey, I'm here, guys. We should get this turret and force Venom Crest away. Successfully doing so in the process. The turret gets claimed. The gold lead is not widening, but closing at the moment. Natives still behind, but the hope is there, and the hope is what keeps you alive, but it is also what kills you in the end if it doesn't work out.
Whereas I do think that you do want this Corki catching waves, and you do want this Corki to be side laning on occasion, you also want this Scion to be permanently on side. If that Scion is your permanent fixture, he will be your permanent pressure, because with this build, you can't ignore him. He will inhale turret after turret after turret. He is building into this kind of more hybrid build, but that Sunfire is going to translate into wave clear. It means that you can't leave him alone for pretty much any amount of time. He will exhaust all of those minions, he will get on towards your structures, and it will be bounty into bounty into bounty. So long as Scion is continuing to split the enemy team, that's how you stall this out for Corki to get to that point where he is a behemoth himself. You may even consider having Draven catch on the side against the Azir. Obviously, he could be vulnerable to Azir's mobility and displacement, but you do need some element of wave clear in the mid lane.
Again, it's a risk you might have to take, right, when you are on the back foot. But for now, they can rest easy because the Baron isn't really being contested, and they still have 2.5 minutes on the next strike. That is really what we're looking at for this game to go back underway. Deadhound is at the moment just enjoying getting these free stacks in the mid lane on his Q, building more towards the poke build, and the caster build that I talked about that Asael had been tweeting a bit about. This will give you more range and make sure that what happened in the last game for the Smolder wouldn't happen again, because you will be playing further away from your opponents and you'll still be able to do damage. You won't just be exploded as soon as you go get into reach.
100%. I am noticing Draven Scion not on the map, but natives playing very far up on this wave. They have the knowledge of where both the Azir and the Aatrox are, and are clearly very confident that flank wards aren't in play. Lenny with that teleport. Draven is on the map. Scion is catching wave on bot. Corki is catching wave on top. Hopefully we'll see shallow resets on Rusty Sniper. Otherwise, could be in a position where he could potentially get flanked. Sighting of Lenny, though, does indicate that that's less likely to happen. Rusty Sniper still, though, happy to shallow reset the wave on mid, not running up there right now like a maniac, and the map resets its positioning once again with Scion grouped. It is Baron, right? Baron, 25 minutes in, Painful's on, they're all on. could be the first big contest of the game. Nulu not quite there yet.
So
But did get level 16 on the wave. Got level 16 on the wave. This could be big.
Painful dishing out the damage. Mom comes down as well.
Red
Look on the
side
flank though.
Corki.
Dead Hound.
Red side
And
Corki.
Painful been locked up. But let's see what Nulu can
Going
do.
for it.
He's the one who has to do
Oh!
something. The rockets connect. And the damage now coming through. Dead Hound taken oh so low. But down goes Rusty Sniper. Dead Hound still alive. This Smolder so tanky this time around. And Slendy will find two. Nulu
Yes, well.
being the only remaining hope standing. And I think this might be too much for one Corgi to carry. Yes. Lenny looks to chase him down. Nulu might have found his own safety, but he couldn't save his team.
He's kiting him. He's kiting him. He is still a threat here. He doesn't have to do a full retreat. He doesn't have to recall. He knows that he has more cooldowns than the enemy does. His W coming up very, very soon. And the flash still up, still unburned. But in that fight, Rusty Sniper taking a segue to the left there when he really needed to go further to the right, further towards Nulu's side of the Baron pit, but in not doing so, easy collapse the Venom Crest, and they did it beautifully, and then they could just chase Nulu. Lenny doing a Nilla cosplay there, making sure that the one person who can execute, who can still do damage, has to play at a range where he's not a threat to the rest of the team. So Lenny, the rest of Venom Crest exit strategy, but you have to think, if Rusty Sniper moved more towards Nulu's side, that fight could have gone a bit different.
Let's see what happens here. Nulu
Wow.
already shrunk down to 30%. The mom
Very
comes through as well. But doesn't quite connect. So Nulu still living, still has the big package. Could look to reset and TP back in, but the soul might just be gone before that. Or maybe even the fight could have been started and already
Package
ended.
down.
Venom Crest though turned their attention to what they came
Soul.
for. That being the soul. Completely correct, veteran. And they might just run up towards the Baron and see if they can put pressure on that as well.
TP coming out from Cork, so he does want to make sure to get ahead of Venom Crest possible rotation over towards his Baron. It is Red Side Corki, but Red Side Corki wasn't able to do anything before Venom Crest had already changed the map at River.
Smurf is just dead here, right? Yeah,
this
goes
could be
down.
good. This could be
Painful
good. This
claims
could be
it.
good.
Let's see what Nulu can do. The big package is not available anymore,
Wow.
though. He has so much to offer, but can't deliver it all. Shut down for Dead Hound as Venom Crest get 3 in the fight.
Yeah, but it has felt like Rusty Sniper hasn't really been able to play League of Legends, just got blown up very close to the start of that fight. Smurf also not really able to get anything there, and then Nulu heavily exposed, didn't even have time to
Is this
flash.
game?
Just got broken. And yeah, Venom Crest, they haven't set their sights on the Baron. They haven't set their sights on any side lane or resetting the map. They've set their sights on the Nexus.
Yeah, Venom Crest unrelenting in their goal. They will keep up with the two teams atop the table, join them, and they will stay atop the NLC as well. Venom Crest with a clean game overall.
Yeah, I mean, blue side still the side with all the advantages on bot lane, whereas Rusty Sniper was able to get some kind of pressure. It wasn't similar to what we had with Jinjo early on, because you're still very, very vulnerable to all of those potential flanks, and you have to be cognizant of that. And ultimately, though, Painful in the mid lane, solo killing Nulu that early on, having so much. Nulu was very passive for the rest of the game because there was no real aggressive. But the enemy just too strong at that point. Both solo laners doing really, really well. Smolder practically untouched later on. Minute, very commanding, very dominating from start to finish.
Yeah, it was a good game for Venom Crest, and they continue to show their strength. They look like one of the most consistent teams we have in our league. I will say that. One of them atop at 7-3 with all. Fair play to them, and congratulations on a monumental achievement. But fighting for four spots, it really feels like maybe even Ruddy in there. We'll have to see and talk more about that after the break. See you on the desk.
See you.
Mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
The snake bites yet again, and that was an outstanding game coming in from Venom Crest, an entire new personality for Zubak as well. About the early game, you get the Azir solo killing a Corki and the Smolder withering a Wayne versus Draven, guys.
It's a massive difference between our last two games with the Smolder. Like, that was Smolder Rakan, Smolder Draven Rakan lane, but it feels like the Draven should win that lane, and they didn't achieve anything. That was rough. It was a very different Smolder build. It was the more of the build, but nasty early.
We listening to what's happening on the other side. That's why we stopped. We need to continue.
I was like,
what's wrong with my camera? No, but like the Atrix, there was
beautiful.
That 1v3, natives thought that they brought enough. But holistically, it's because we're already certain is a good, legitimate top within our region. Playoffs, you need to be able to bring out multiple styles. It can't be roaming around. As you was Lenny was still it done. Formation of their
So didn't work something. I'm not. I can for my lead. I might put Udi out for the opposing. See, what can I say?
Dry up. To Rusty Snap. Wait.
What is that? Hello? I look huge. Ugh.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. Tell.
Yeah, it's here.
Did you
What
lose
can I
a
say?
bet?
I did not. Devastating. I played bad, but it's bit like I was the one.
Happens when you pick the Draven versus a Smolder and you get smoldered. What happened?
Dude, to be honest, I watched Lionscreed play it, but then I did it worse. So that's a bit ironic. I mean, it was a bit a lot of like yeah, we played really bad in general, which led to
I
us
want to make
not
a question
fully.
that
Oh yeah.
could be complicated to answer. We're getting close to the end of the split. We're getting close.
Yeah.
Losing these matches versus teams that are looking for the top 4 could be the deal breaker for the teams that lose.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel the pressure right now, or are you?
Yeah, of course. Like, you know, I go from UniQ to this, and I can't perform. Like, holy shit! Like, maybe I'm just washed. Holy shit! So
Oh.
I have to step it up next week.
Mhm.
I have to get back on track, you know.
If you win next week, what can you wear on broadcast to compensate?
Oof. Dude, I can wear any. Honestly, maybe we have to shine away from the spotlight a bit.
Playoff.
It's just painful. And then tell him run. Okay, and he doesn't. Yeah, just tell him that. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man.
We are peak.
Yeah.
Underdressed for the.
See.
Five minutes. Coming.
Bye bye.
Solo killer. In his
You want
know. Thank you so much. We were waiting to get those lags fixed, and I do believe we got everything sorted out, so we can jump back into Champion Select and see who are we going to pick or see in this game. Smolder getting a little bit more attention, Karma as well, Azir popping up in the mid lane as the usual. I do believe we're ready to go into this one. How many shirts do you have, and why are all of them filled with flowers?
That's birds.
I've
Birds?
got.
Oh, they are, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's birds, there's like flowers there as well. Like, there's a lot going on.
Bro,
would
why are you
describe
dressed
it-
like a retired guy at Benidorm, man? What's going on?
Because
I told you I was ready.
Because Hitbrain, bro, have you ever seen someone who is more content with their life than a retired guy on the beach of Benidorm? I believe in manifesting.
Most people.
Okay,
Most people.
They're just chilling. They're just vibing. They know they're gonna die of some coronary heart failure, like at some point, but like they're enjoying their whole time there on this earth, and that's the vibe that I want to be giving out. You know?
Would you look at this? So many
Yeah,
AD
champ select,
carries
right?
being removed. Wow, things are amazing on this side. Only one band to go as nature is resuming its life, and yeah, it's Xante. Lovely.
I'm
scared.
very, very happy with these bans, mostly because like a lot of boring champions, a lot of kind of stale things are out. You know, I mean, like Cassante boring, Smolder. It's fun at first, but like he's also just a scaling ADC, which slows the game down. It's a bit like snooze fest. We are going to see the Azir, who's also been very, very high priority today, getting picked up here for Agony Pain. Errol. I wonder what his answer is going to be to this. I mean, he doesn't have to lock it in here. They can just lock in a powerful Shadow Isles bot lane. Obviously, Maokai flexible, but these two champions together is nasty, bro. It's really, really nasty. So I'd like to see this be their bot lane for Verdant, unless something really spicy comes out bot side and they're forced to take that Maokai elsewhere and maybe reassess their bot lane.
I think that Liam Cole is someone that you can move to attack on DMG. Well, I think whilst he's been a somewhat reliable carry in the past, I definitely think that he has weaknesses in the laning phase. Always got to shout out as well, whenever a team picks up an Azir against E-Roll, that is a big takeaway. This is one of his most powerful picks, and I'm glad that we're seeing something a little bit different here from DMG. Vi and Kai'Sa are both champions that you don't really see all that much of. They pair very, very nicely together and provide you a lot of agency, which I think is something that you need as DMG, versus a team like Verdant, who are willing to play the game a lot more slow.
I believe Verdant played this bot lane yesterday as well, where they put the Renata with the Callista. Me and Foxy weren't massive fans of it. Like, you don't play it aggressive, you play it more as a kind of defensive tool. I mean, you can kind of like go Renata, cast hostile takeover, and then pull them back or whatever, but I'm not a massive fan of that. Looking towards the port pool now, probably just going to get banned out pretty heavily by Verdant. Make sure that they can have as dominant a bot lane as they want. And DMG most likely just going to be looking to take away things that can handle the Azir. The Corki, obviously last game wasn't a particularly good sample size of that, but it normally doesn't go that bad for the Corki. I'm trying to think who else there is. Like, you got like old school stuff like Cassiopeia, the Rise era. I don't really expect to see those showing up, but maybe things like Syndra could get picked up here by Errol. Errol could also opt into something very, very exciting. We'll see. As Ashe, the final ban away here by Verdant.
I mean, E-Roll does play a mean Cassiopeia. Like, this guy is absolutely nuts on that pick. But I think that would leave Verdant with a bit of a range issue on their composition. Callista and Cass, it's really easy to just stand a million miles away from those picks and not interact until you've choken them down to half HP. And at that point, interacting is a lot more pleasant for you. The Ashe ban, I do think, is a little bit interesting. I don't really see that being paired up with Kai'Sa in terms of the bottom lane. I think it's a half-decent matchup into the Callista, but the Kali actually going to be the pickup here, counter into the Azir. This is a matchup that E-Roll has probably played the Azir side of a few more times than the Akali side, but I don't anticipate that he's going to be having any problems navigating this lane.
No, I don't think so either, as we are just looking towards these final pickups here for the side of DMG. Thinking about a few different options for the support role. Rakan is going to be their pickup into this one. And we'll see what now they're going to be looking for as their top laner. I mean, Aatrox is open. It's such a safe blind pick here at this point with the Cassante taken out of the board. So it could be that. Also just gives them a bit more frontline. Because right now, they are severely lacking in a meat shield for their team. when you've got like the Vi who's kind of bruiser and has health and stuff, but isn't like a strict survival tank. Instead, they actually look to be opting away from that. No, thank God. Okay. Do go towards the Aatrox. That Jace would have been gigarant, man. I was not going to be a fan. Wait, they went for Jace.
It is Jace. It is.
Oh, I'm not a fan.
You're right, man. You're right, man. Well, so to add some value, I guess, to the Jace here. I think now for DMG, they very much got a poke into all-in composition, right? You use the range of the Jace, you use the range of the Azir in the way that we were sort of talking about, and then you've got tools that can sort of follow up on that. Obviously, Jace can go into the melee form as well, and we can have Azir sliding into the backline to try and take them apart. Not going to be the lock-in here for Doxy to round out the draft for Verdant. Super stable pick for himself. He's had a few decent ultimates on that champion as well, but overall, I think this Verdant composition, it's a bit riskier, right? The Akali and the Kalista both have a lot of conditions in order to activate on their damage once you get later into the game, so unless Verdant are able to snowball these picks or can really move DMG around the map and neutralize their team fighting, I think that DMG have actually got a decent shout purely based on the compositions that we're seeing.
I don't agree, actually. I think you've got to get through a lot to be able to kind of enable like a fight. So obviously, first of all, your engage is Rakan and Vi. You've got to get through the Maokai. You got to get through the hostile takeover. All of those tools give that space for both Kalista and Akali to breathe and ramp up into the point where their damage is set up to kind of execute. There's a lot of squishy people. So Errol, we know, is very capable Akali. I feel like, you know, there's so many people that he can look to one-shot this game, and the tools to stop Errol aren't as significant as the tools that I think Verdant have drafted for themselves here. I think it's you just got to get through so much, and if they can get through that, these fights are going to be very one-sided. Like, if you get around the Maokai ult, if you get around the hostile takeover, people die very quickly on the side of Verdant. But I feel like it's too tall of a wall to climb for DMG.
It's quite important for them to get that win nonetheless, because they need to start stacking on those, regardless if they can make playoffs or not, to show what their team is all about. On the other side, it's a must if they want to keep climbing for those 4 spots at playoffs. We're reaching the end of the split and the end of the day, so that's why we're going to toss it for the last game of the day. It's with, you know who's casting. I don't even need to say anything.
That's kind of disappointing. I was expecting something grand there to get us into the game. Regardless, though, the Danish derby is upon us.
Yeah.
8 Danes taking to the Rift, a veteran. Should I just start speaking Danish and I'll do this solo style, just all in Danish? How do you
what you like. I fully agree with Hitbrain here. I think it's basically impossible for half this team to work into the other half. Like, I don't think they really have a good route against a Renato. Once Renato's locked in, they seem to successfully want to pick things that Renato would absolutely love to be playing into. Maokai ultimate as well coming in hot. I think you have a really good double set of disengage against all of the dive that they want to do. The point and click they want to get on top of the Kalista is going to come at a massive cost. Akali counters very, very easily in towards the Azir, especially post 6. I don't really see the route there, and Kai'Sa also is just one of the most, just quite frankly, useless champions in League of Legends right now. So even if you do get all of that follow-up in, you're going to find out you have basically 0 damage whatsoever. Shoutouts to the previously proposed Kai'Sa buffs that were going to send Kai'Sa into overdrive. They got cancelled, so we are still in a Kai'Sa useless era. I do like it when teams on the back foot go for these all-in kinds of compositions, but I don't think the damage is there. I just don't think the damage exists at this point in time. Different meta maybe, but this one, not so much.
Those were all very good points, but I couldn't help fail but no. You have a Rubik's Cube on your head.
Don't draw attention to it, just keep going.
Sure, okay. Well, this is a very important game, as Ashram rightly did highlight on the desk. Outside of the fact that Middelkert was wearing some flower boy clothes, it did look very nice, I will say that. It did look decent. A bit of Tyler the Creator vibes on top of that. Sadly, he lives in a place where no flowers do bloom, as he lives in the UK. But for DMG, obviously, it's more about showing who you are. But for Verdant, this is a crucial game, right? You cannot afford to drop this against in terms of standing at the very least, the worst team in the league while you are in a playoffs race.
Yeah,
in the past couple of seasons, we've had, 4 teams that are very good and 4 teams who weren't at the same level, so players are very easily locked. This year it is totally different. Everything will be up in the air in the last week is my gut feeling. So winning this game is a must if you're Verdant.
Yeah, everyone's trying to differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack, and you do have Verdant with a very, very real opportunity to do so. Let's see if they're actually able to do it. It's been a while to get into this game, but we are very, very soon actually going to get into it. I do think they have this wrapped up in draft. They can win lane. They can outscale them for sure. They have really good matchups everywhere. I mean, the Gnar was very, very telegraphed when both the Jace and... can't remember the other champ that they were hovering, but both of them, Gnar was going to be a very fine pick into Aatrox. That was it. So, yeah, I just generally like the composition. Previous seasons, I could say, yeah, an all-in composition if you're this far behind, fair enough. But this season, not so much. Damage isn't there.
If there is one thing I would say, Veteran, that I like about the DMG draft was the denial of the Azir, taking it away from Erol and putting that on towards Agony Pain. Agony Pain, someone who I know, having spoken to him, is not happy with his performance so far this split. It's someone I hyped up coming into this, knowing the ceiling that he has. He hasn't been satisfied with his laning phases, which is the only thing I think has gone decent enough. He hasn't fallen behind, but he hasn't been able to build the leads that he knows that he can. And he also hasn't been satisfied with his play across the rest of the game as well. So he's someone who hasn't lived up to the expectation yet. The ceiling is there though, and getting him on the Azir, if he's able to even just go even in lane and scale up, he will have a lot to offer in the team fight. Especially if Kai'Sa turns out to be as useless as you say, he will have a lot of weight on his shoulders. And now is the time to see if he can step up, because the pressure is off of them. They aren't making playoffs. Just play to impress and show that you are here because you deserve it. I have no doubt the players can play at this level. Hipbrain said it earlier in the day. This team isn't so bad, but they just haven't been able to show it on the Rift. We'll see if they can do so now in our final game of the day.
I both shuffled and solved the Rubik's Cube.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Doesn't mean that much in standing wise for DMG. Verdant have everything to play for. They cannot afford to slip up. And when you are in those situations, it's often when the pressure is at its highest. When you're playing against someone where the pressure is at their lowest.
That pick for Doxy, by the way, man, he was prepared for that one. Shout out to Doxy. I do love the hairdo. I remember your old hairstyles, definitely a lot shorter than this one. I think it does fit you quite well. And there's Julbu.
Yeah, are you about to give a trim review? Just review their fade. Yeah, I mean, it got a low side, some mid burn. Yeah, looks decent. Erol walking straight into the waiting hands of Shift will try and give him a new fade as well. Erol should be safe here. Doesn't need to expend much. No flash from PlayStation. They want something else though, and it is Shift. Yet another flash. He is flashless now, Shift, and he is gonna be taken down. Ren from Gooby. Shift looked for the play, but in the end he had to pay with his life, and DMG get off to the worst possible start.
Yep, I mean, Vi, probably the most useless champion level 1 in League of Legends, always been the case ever since release onwards. And so, abusing that level 1, obviously a really, really good idea for Julbu to do early, does get him a really strong start. Kalista wants to be that strong side. Gnar is capable of being that weak side. Not as capable as in previous seasons, but still capable nonetheless. Surprising that Shift has decided to match, when again, she literally can't do anything right now. If you start W, you have no engage. If you start Q, you have no damage. If you start E, you have clear, but absolutely nothing else. It's really not a champion that you want to be stuck on in the early levels. Hence, Azir having a little bit of priority and pressure to shift down. Still not level 3 yet on Shift. You still have far more options on Julbu than you do on Shift side, so Julbu very happy to extend this. It's purely the risk of other laners coming in that he's worried about, but if Rakan and Kai'Sa extend this and you just play out bot lane, they could lose a lot if Julbu just stares at them and walks away.
The Q-Juke was nice, but he still gets locked up and will be taken down. The Ignite taking away the shield. Will buy just a couple more seconds. I thought he maybe had the flash, but forgot he used it earlier. Shift will get that one back, and we even Stevens one apiece in this match, but that looks to be changing soon as the top lane has more to deliver. Flash forward as well. LVS finds the solo kill. Up against the counter pick, and he shows why he's here.
They are inting across the board here, so Doxy did know where both junglers were, was able to open up a trade topside that looked like it could be favorable to him, but once he gets into Miniar, he remembers which patch we are on, and Miniar, not the pseudo tank that he was a few seasons ago, when he was the Cassante of top lane, and he does fall to the Jace, who has a lot of bursts at that point, and yeah, Julbu, he did not have the summoners needed to escape the grouping, and they were not able to win out on that 2v2, and Vi has ended up with an early kill for an early death.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Bird, right? I've talked at length about this multiple times throughout the season when I've been on, but...
Hit me.
They can be so good, but they can also make these dumb mistakes that just infuriate you to watch when you know the players are better than that. I mean, Doxy, he took a 1v1 thinking he would win it. That's kind of fine, but Julbu, I think, overstaying his welcome, feeling too overconfident and going for these plays knowing, yeah, this might not work out. If it works out, obviously, it's great and you really build up a lead and you can snowball quickly. But you're maybe 30% chance of it working out, 70% chance against it. And I don't know why you want to keep going for these plays, and it ends up with them having to make games harder than they should be. And some of those games where I think they should have won ended up as losses, and some of the wins haven't been as clean as I thought they could be. And I know this team has the skill ceiling to be one of the best in the league. They just haven't found the consistency like someone like Venomcrest.
I will say mid lane has been a big benefactor of all of this for Verdant. Like, Azir having to lean in, not getting some specific autos, and crucially giving Errol the ability to control wave early has meant that Errol has gotten through this laning phase extremely safe, very low amounts of HP being traded back, should be in a position to get a strong recall into a teleport, is actually extending on the wave. Look at the item components on both sides, is extending on the wave to try to get a really good first back, where she knows she'll be able to one-shot that Azir. So, big benefactor.
Yeah, PlayStation goes down. The bailout will not be there for him. Yet another kill, 3 in a row now for DMG. Julbu doesn't have the flash, but looks like he wants to change something around how this play has went. In the end, he will be unable to. As Shift looking for something, can't quite find it. And yeah, the play ends and yet another DMG win. They now have a small goat lead here. This just feels like a weird early game, to be honest. It's hard to predict.
Feels like you can just predict a DMG advantage across the board here. A lot of individual execution mistakes on Verdant have then snowballed into a tempo mistake. Not necessarily mistake, but they were far behind in tempo to the extent where Julbu could not match Shift on towards bot side. Shift happy to give up some camps, some levels to be able to prevent the Kalista from getting significantly far ahead, but Kalista obviously still on the board from that early phase. Still pretty significant CS advantage, still a gold advantage, and probably still going to be the more useful champion later. We are on level 6 on mid lane. Look at that early item component. You already have kill threat on Azir. Azir's not going to be able to get heavy priority. So if Julbu can stem the bleeding on top, prevent LVS from getting a significant advantage over Doxy, Verdant should still feel like they're in a comfortable position, even if the gold lead just barely edges towards DMG.
Yeah, and in the top lane, I thought Kubi, or Doxy rather, might have had a window. Didn't end up going for it. In the end, though, it is, as we said, very, very small lead here. Void Grubs, though, on the map. Neutral objective, same goes for the Drake. Also on the map, that's something you can get some hidden gold in. In terms of where the lead is, it's very good. The top side, favoring DMG. Obviously, the solo kill helps out. But in the bot lane, that early kill and the pressure that Kalista has in the lane up against the Kai'Sa can be felt in the 800 gold that has been accrued for Kubi.
Fully agreed. I'm interested to see if this does translate into a dive. It at least turns into a mega zone. And look at mid again. Errol, with all of that kill pressure, does trade some HP, but leans down. Just more reasons for DMG to have to get out of dodge, while Vi tries to trade on top side for gloves. Not sure you want to give this significant an advantage over to the Kalista, and significant a deficit to a Kai'Sa who in the current meta struggles enough to get damage. Void Grubs are your win more condition, but if you're not winning at all, who cares about winning more?
Here's a fun little question by Veteran.
Okay.
Gubi and PlayStation have played together in the bot lane before competitively. But when was that? On what team? I can give you a little hint if you're on. I have no idea at all.
Okay, I accept. I accept your aid.
It is a team that has formerly been in the NLC.
It's a team that was in the NLC. Oh wait,
Yeah.
this
So it
was
was together
before
in the
he
NLC.
competed in Iberian Cup. What was it that he was on? Because he before competing in Iberian Cup initially with the LVP, he was on an NLC team at that point. I'm trying to remember where it was. Was it Riddle?
It was indeed Riddle. They finished fourth. It was the roster with MC and Slow Q. They did do very well. I remember them having some tight series in the turn for playoff. This was also the split that Tricked ended up winning the league, where I also got my winner's medal for being a social media manager. Just credit to me there. Being an NLC winner isn't for everyone. I will say though, in my contract, it did say that I was a part of helping the team perform to their best ability. So I guess I was practically a coach, right?
Practically.
Who made memes on paint, but I mean, that's beside the point.
I mean, you just were a coach, but like crucially, also that is the team where Johan Banderas were before, right? Riddle Esports, like they played host to that core of Lions Creed that a lot of people were betting on early on. That early synergy with having Banderas and Johan on there again. Very different bot lane to now, but not necessarily. I mean, they both play like very, very similar styles.
It is a bit of a callback, right? Many
massive
former
callback.
NLC greats are returning to the scene, and I think that is something when they head out to the big wide world of the LFLs and LVPs, we sometimes see them not performing to the level that we want, or sometimes even performing well. Gubi in the LVP did make EU Masters twice on Bisons, but has now gone back to where he came from, and to prove that he can still play at the top level of the other ERLs, has to do well here. He's had some good games, but this Verdant team, I don't think they are satisfied with where they are in the table, and that just puts also much pressure on them performing in this game, because that race for playoffs is by no means over yet. Losing here, though, would be a big hurt in that chance.
Do you remember which team Tempt was on?
Tempt, he was on X7.
Wait, do I remember? Yeah, he was on X7. That is my memory as well. So I just realised I'm actually not extremely confident on that, but yeah, I'm very, very sure it's X7. I remember...
He was definitely on X7.
Yeah.
I think if there's anyone you could quiz on NLC knowledge, I would be a good bet. I think the old man on the desk, Hipbrain, might have some of the answers as well, having been here since the day we began. I was a viewer
Name
at the
every
beginning.
Shikari team.
Every Shikari team. No way I can name them all, because many of them are in the UKLC. Verdant unable to claim something while we are pop quizzing each other here. As Elt Flash trade in the top side Doxy. Someone who's played in the NLC as well. That was also for Riddle.
There we go.
But let's get back to some action here. In the 1v2, can he find a way out? Perfect execution might lead the way to the escape. Does he want to go back in? No, he does not. The Shuriken flip will be taken. And finally, we saw some action on the Rift.
Yeah, we saw a potential catch, but you see the difficulty that they have locking down the Errol whatsoever. And if Errol does ever find the Zero isolated, he doesn't have to worry about the point and click from the Vi. And he will just go all in, right? Vi is basically the only real counterplay that you have to her at this point. It's very difficult for DMG, even with a slight early advantage, to be able to find something on anyone on the opposing team. Never mind, have they just done it?
Sees and desist. Gubi might be dead. No, he's still alive. And he's the one who'll be claiming the kills. The bailout does exactly that, and it instead Verdant to pick up 2 kills.
Yep, there you go. You have Renata there, you have Kalista there. Renata can just allow Kalista to extend even further, that 2v2 being very strong, but crucially, the disengage that they have. Yes, Shift can close the gap, but then you have to follow up through a large amount of disengage from both Julbu and PlayStation. It's such a difficult composition to play into, and within that kind of chaos, a champion like Kalista reigns free.
Yeah, there's damn man, that was so close to just bursting them down. I thought DMG for sure had found a pick, and that would be all there was to come from that play. But as we finally back to some action on the Rift, man, it feels good to be back. We've been out quizzing each other for quite a while. I will say that was a fun little while.
Yeah, it was fun. All this was fun. The kills were
more
fun.
To come,
the quizzing
though,
was fun.
If this game slows down again.
Middlecott's video was a banger.
Yeah. I mean, all of Middlecut's videos have been a banger. I think he's just living like he's. Maybe his mindset is just he's 70 and living on that beach he talked about, where you couldn't be happy, and that's what helps come up with all those crazy ideas. Because in my wildest dreams, I would never come up with that.
I mean, when he had one of the players as former child, I was expecting you next for the current child joke.
Come on, man. I mean, that was an obvious one, and I'm glad he didn't take it. But that's because Middlecut is a respectable man who doesn't.
I'm glad you agree it's obvious.
It is an obvious joke, man. I don't go a day on this broadcast without being reminded that I am a child in the eyes of our other casters and hosts and analysts and everyone else associated with the product.
Interesting trade happening here. Verdants are trying to deny grubs, but not getting a significant win more grubs knowledge themselves in favor of gifting a Jace, an Azir, a Kai'Sa, the Infernal Drake, the singular
stops the
Infernal
scaling
Drake's
as well
gonna
they had
exist
on
for the
them.
game. Yep. Oh,
Getting
this
to
is
it
a
would have
really
been
bad
nice.
thing though for DMG. I'm sorry, it just does 0 damage. It does absolutely nothing. Okay, anyway, what I was about to say, what's really bad though, is that it's a potential for mountain stacking on the side of Verdant, which is going to make the all-in potential DMG have significantly lower. But in Liam Cole's case, that might bring him down to just straight 0. I think he may have healed his opponent there in attempting the all-in.
I know. I just instantly thought that there wasn't going to be a kill in that, and I was completely correct.
He has Eclipse
to make that assumption.
Like,
yeah,
it's
he
not
has
like
the
he has
Eclipse.
nothing.
I initially thought he would just have been sitting on a serrated Drake, but no, he did have a full item. Regardless, though, maybe that full item will, in 10 minutes' time, help him bring down this Herald if they do decide to start it up. And
You mean the next
let's
full
talk a bit about Dux before we have this first fight. Or maybe I have to hold on that point because PlayStation is looking for something here. Doesn't want to go for it instead with Agony Pain in the mid lane scaling up. So, Dux has come into the team. I take that all back. Here he goes instead. It's a pick they're going for, but the hostile taker, but it's so much work. But this time there is no bailout. But underneath the turret, Agony Pain will die. TP in from Duxy. They found 2, but again, they will be punished on the extended play. Liam Cole now underneath the turret, pushed back out by Duxy. He could look for more here with the Gnar coming up, both into the wall. Can he get them the damage? One more auto should secure it. LVS will claim it. It is a bloodbath in the mid lane. And who wins it? I think it's 4 for 4.
It's 4 for 4, and Akali is getting solo gold, solo XP on top side that entire time. Just chilling, just enjoying life, has a bounty now, has a 600 gold lead. Really fine with that, and Kalista, currently at a 2.6k gold lead, didn't even pick up any kills on that one, just purely assists. Goodbye Jace to kill Kalista when he did, because Kalista was dangerously close to being able to get the reset on that. It's not really a reset. Being able to get the second life thanks to Renata. But Errol wasn't a participant in that fight. Every single member of DMG was a participant in that fight, and Verdant still traded evenly on there, if not potentially ahead of how much Errol got from all of the distractions and all of the happenings.
Yeah, and they will also be able to claim the Herald of that as well, so it's just even more going into their favor. It's a win overall, I think, is my conclusion of it. Although I will say DMG, had Agony Pain not been locked up underneath the turret for 5 seconds, probably would have gone in their favor. But with the game slowing down again, I will try and take this opportunity to talk a bit about Dux, because this is someone who came from their Danish National League team. He has been subbed into the main team, a decision that the main team management made simply due to the improvement he has had down in that Danish First Division. They are one of the leading teams, undefeated last time I checked in the Danish National League. Dux being a big part of that. Talking with the coach and manager of that Danish team, he was really, really impressed by Dux' improvement over the past couple of months, and isn't surprised that the main team management also agrees that this is a substitution that could have been made, because Dux has simply been improving well. He does have some good communication skills that he can add to the team. He isn't a main shot caller, but he adds to the communication and does pretty well in that department, I've been told. So he saw it as a good upgrade, or a good substitution. Not that Persson had been performing incredibly badly by any means, but maybe just accepting that the season wasn't going the way you were expecting, and some things did need to change. As Duxy finds himself in a situation ever so quickly changing, because before it was a 1v1, now it's a 2v1 where he forward shut down into the hands of Shift before he himself will be taken down. LVL next on the menu for that Kalista. Ripped through by the Rend, double kill for Gooby.
It's just very like, I know she has a gold lead, but it's just so funny that each one of Kalista's also seemed to hurt more than Kai'Sa's full combo. Oh, and Kai'Sa's going a hybrid! It's just so doomed, man! It's so doomed! I'm sorry, this pick is such a bait, alright, by the way. If your AD carry brings up this pick and you're a coach, just tell him to shut up, mute. Your opinion no longer matters for the rest of the draft talk. It's not worth. It's just not worth.
You're really not excited about the Kai'Sa pick, I will say.
Have you seen?
And this will sound so bronze analyst, right? But from my ARAM experience playing the hybrid build, it is so bad at the moment. There was a time where you could 1v9. Now I can barely even kill a ward, man. It is. Yeah. It's just not strong, and this is nothing on Liam Cole, because he hasn't had the best split, but I know there's a good player in there, and he's shown that before in the NLC.
Yeah.
But the champion just isn't in the meta at the moment.
No,
and this was the same issue DMG had at the start of the split with the Aphelios when he wasn't in the meta.
Yeah.
You're making the game harder for yourself before you even step the foot on the Rift, and
it
that's
is the wrong meta
problem
for Liam Cole to shine. The kind of things that he was really good on were really good at countering the hyper carry meta that existed last year, but we're not there anymore, right? It's basically about lane bullies, about pressure, about utility. This is why you're seeing a lot of this Senna stuff coming out in the bot lane. Ashe having a resurgence. Errol literally just doesn't care.
Yeah, just perfect executions out to safety. Will he be chased down by Shift? Yes, he will. Locked up initially, Season Assist still available.
Won the flip.
Does he have the damage though? I think he might be able to get enough space to go down to PlayStation. Goes golden for a couple seconds. Scooby is here as well on 1 HP. Errol makes it out, and whew, that was a bit of luck in his favor there, to be honest.
Highly mobile champion right there, going straight towards his team as well. You have to think maybe if the ultimate came out a bit faster from Shift as part of the full combo, Errol wouldn't have been in the position that he was in, and maybe they could have executed him just a little bit earlier, but unfortunately, not to be. Errol is able to get out. What was it that you were saying? Oh yeah, so when it comes to Liam Cole, right, not quite the meta for him. He was very good at countering a lot of the hyper carries that aren't really in the meta anymore. Now you want all that utility. You want all the pressure. So you're going to see stuff like Senna Ashe a lot more than you did beforehand. Whereas Liam Cole's champ, he's trying to make it work. He's trying to make his playstyle work. It just, unfortunately, the damage just isn't there anymore for these champs, right? The full crit build is the only real viable one on Kai'Sa, and even then, doesn't do anything. This hybrid build just makes you a worse version of multiple champions rather than the worst version of any AD carry.
And that's all a bit depressing when it's something we are watching in the game at the moment. Regardless of DMG, not fully out of it yet. They are behind on goal, but they've shown fight and they've shown their teeth that they are willing to play, which is a good sign. We are obviously looking at a 1-8 team, one that, in my eyes, just hasn't lived up to what I hoped they could have been. And it is a bummer, but same goes for Verden, to be honest. I thought they would be better as well. Both of these Danish core teams not performing to the level I would have hoped. For DMG, playoffs is a dream that they can no longer realize. So with the pressure off their shoulder, hopefully they can show why they deserve to be here in the upcoming games. But so far, this one hasn't really gone their way as they lose yet another turn.
Yep, and it looks like Verdant playing with no fear, and really, what should they fear? It's very difficult for DMG to find something on them. They're doing decently on the map. Jace, though. Jace seems to think that there is a potential play open. TP straight to Baron. There's no vision here. There's no vision here for Verdant whatsoever. They are actually unaware this is occurring.
Yeah, they don't know the Baron is happening until this very second, as you say. Yubu could get in the pit. When we know who can steal such a good hostile takeover from PlayStation. That should just seal the fight already. Knocks up 2 as well. While the Emperor's Divide might do a good job for now, we can only buy time because Verdant are inevitable in this game. They'll run forward. They'll claim all the kills, and it'll be a clean ace for Verdant.
Liam Cole did there. I know that the passive ends up being spread everywhere, but that's why it's so bad to be playing Geisel right now. Not only are you reliant on the passive, but even when you do get the passive out, it still doesn't do enough damage. And there, like, you may as well not exist in the game, and Verdant obliged them by making sure they don't. A straight ace by Verdant, immediately into the Baron, immediately into reset. Good play by DMG, I have to say. If you want to be in the game, trying a rush like that, Yeah, I fully agree with it. Hats off to them, honestly. It was a really good call, but the options just aren't there. The damage is there from Agony Pain. You are viewing him as somebody who could do something here, and I fully agree with you. He has the most useful champion there, given all of the parameters. He tried to make it work, though, and there just isn't enough overall in the team to be able to cement in the Danish Derby.
Yeah, the Danish Derby has certainly had action, and that's all I'll say for now. Agony Pain hasn't scaled up to the point where he can really be useful. The second item should be coming in shortly, but it's a more defensive one in that Sonya's Arc. Still a good amount of damage in it after the changes in Season 14, but not something that screams, I am able to now 1v9 the game. We could look at LVS, he's 1000 gold ahead of his counterpart, 2.5 items, but if he tries to one-shot someone, well, Flashing is there, hostile takeover, or bailout, and they'll be out to safety in no time, so he's struggling as well to find the impact that he could have potentially had this draft gone differently. And the game looks very, very hard to play now as the base looks to be broken open. Ducks the next target. Obviously, the Rakan, can find an escape.
Yeah, I mean, Jace has to recall now and just defend. Sticking him on side lane, trying to get him to match map tempo is probably the best thing to do with Jace. You want Jace to have an angle here.
Ubi is being locked up. The hostile takeover has come out.
Renata.
Same for the bailout. Will it come through in time? Not quite. And now maybe they have a bit of a chance, but look at the rest of Burton. They also have the damage. Liam Cole can't even take down Yulbu as he goes into the background. Finally claims the kill.
Gets to.
It is something. 3v2. Now Agony Pain. You might have a chance to buy some time.
Come on.
He's up to full HP. If there ever was a moment to show your worth, it is now, and the soldiers are doing their work. Stocks stands in the front line. They've bought the time, and they've given themselves yet another lifeline.
Drake as an exit objective, though, unless they have to full reset, in which case maybe DMG can steal that away. Stacking these Mountain Drakes is going to be big for Verdant, especially if Liam Cole ever wants to get those one-shots out, if LVS wants to get that combo out. What LVS really wants on this Jace is an angle to get his poke out on the sides, on the flanks of Verdant, and then potentially set up an all-in. But they have no control of the map, so they can't really get Jace those angles where he could get some significant damage down. If he's able to do that, maybe they can make a window off that, but there's basically just one man doing it. It's not Jace plus Brand plus Varus all trying to get all this poke damage out, all trying to get those rotations. You have one guy trying to do it every now and again. But that is what they're hoping for. They're hoping Jace can maybe pinch a hole that Agony Pain can just burst through.
2 items now on him. Feels like he still needs one more to really come online, so time needs to be bought, but what kind of levers can they pull to buy more time? Liam Cole getting towards that 3rd item as well. 4 items though is sitting on Google with the Jack Show as well. He is feeling more safe than ever. Oh, that's not the Jack Show. What am I talking about, man? Edge of Night, rather. Still a bit more defensive than other items. So, feels a bit safer than he did before. Erol, feeling that this game is going their way and will continue to do so, has bought that Magi Soul Sealer and already up to 10 stacks.
Yep, 100%. And Tao just getting annihilated with basically no contest. Look at Akali in the mid lane as well. You do have that opening in mid. If you are able to get that tower down, it turns into flanks very, very easily. Azir, not able to continue the defense, has to look bot, which means that the rest of DMG has to shift into mid. One thing that is good for DMG right now is that these waves are not very well synced by Verdant whatsoever, so they are able to split themselves to different parts of the lanes and just try to tackle them one by one, rather than, say, going mid, going bot, and then losing top tower for it. That's the only thing in their favor right now, though, right? If Verdant ever do synchronize these waves, then it gets very hard for DMG. But as is, Jace has a little bit of time to try to get that poke damage out, to try to find a chink in the Verdant armor. Didn't quite find it on these rotations.
No, but they've slowed the game down a little bit. There's a bit more time that has been bought, and you know, the game is still going. That is the point where we're at. I think Agony Pain not going towards the Rabbit and Deathcap 3rd item has something else up his sleeve. Let's see what that will be. Won't quite complete it now, but it'll be easy to see what he's going towards. So he will be going towards the magic penetration with that voice staff. I think that makes enough sense considering the purchases that have come through. There is a bit of Matrix support on the team, so I can respect this purchase. The goalie though is still big. in 3 minutes' time, the Soul will likely go over to Verdant as well. That will make them even tankier. Just making that voice staff a better purchase, but in the end, obviously, being more tankier for Verdant will always be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, that just puts more pressure on LVS, because whereas it's very good against all-in, it's all about this poke damage, unless, of course, Agony Pain is somehow able to get some kind of consistent DPS angle on them. I don't see that likely to happen, but it is in those long fight scenarios where the Mountain Drake matters less and less. But you want to talk about a long fight, it's Akali, it's Kalista. These champions aren't looking to have long fights, they're just looking to end it now with significant levels of burst. Even if Liam Cole was theoretically able to get to that point of burst, the stacking of the Mountain Drakes into a Mountain Soul would pretty much entirely negate that.
28 minutes on the clock. Baron back on the Rift shortly. DMG have a decision to make. Do they want to fight? Or how do they want to approach this? Eagle is pushing on the bot lane. Give him enough time and he will end the game. But he's not the quickest at doing so. You can now fight a 4v5 for a couple seconds if you want to, but you have to pull the trigger instantly when you go. Eagle has TP, he could join as well. The poke goes wide initially, and that might help make the decision. Doxy finds Dox, and I think he's just dead, yeah.
Yeah.
Eagle, Eagle's on the back. Oh my.
Liam Cole learns what
Jesus
actually
Christ,
means.
why should I even play that? Because you know the exact outcome that was going to happen. LVS dukes a bit, but it's not enough up against Eagle 5-0-5. Perfect KDA in terms of no death this game. Will be healed up a little bit, and this is surely game unless Agony Pain has something to say.
Errol's surely the most annoying person on the map for DMG to have to deal with this entire game. Those exploits
they know the target, and they will lock him up. He can't even press the Sonya's hourglass.
It's done.
Goes down instantly. For once, we see Verdant on the same page, and that is some clean League of Legends when it actually works out. The turrets will fall. Ducks can buy time. Look as charming as he might, there is nothing that can be done. Liam Cole simply tickles on those HP bars. That is such a bad champion, no matter what the hell. Disgusting as that in the game, and thrown out of it as Verdant keep themselves in the playoff race.
I don't want to be very reductionist, but one team had opportunity to do damage and actual damage on their team to capitalize on the opportunity with, and the other team, dearth in damage and dearth in opportunities there. It was a very difficult draft. I hope that they were all on comfort champions, because that is what you really want to be on if you are behind. But unfortunately this time around, Verdant, they had everything in their favor for it. They also look like one of the best teams in the league, and now with that win, they can actually finally start to try to pull away from the rest of the pack. We may be on our way to having a singular best team in the league in the form of a Danish team, Duckling. This is amazing for you,
It could be. I believe they could be that. I predicted that initially as well. But we have to see more consistency from this team. Regardless, a huge win for their playoff chances. All of this will be talked more about on the desk when we can see the full standing as well. But for now, we'll throw it to a break. Thank you for enjoying the games today. And this Danish derby was nice to end off with. A bit of Danish delight. See you next week. Or stay for the desk, please.
Bring it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
knife you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. That was a really good introduction, Hip Brain, and yeah.
I don't know if we might hot mic there. We might have hot mic there.
Possibly the most British interaction of all
apparently
time.
we weren't. That's a shame. A little bit of me and Middlecott
no,
just shooting shots at each other. It's actually all in good fun.
This game was actually really close at the beginning of it.
Good save. Yes. Right. Let's take it seriously. Jolbu, really good start for like 40 seconds, and then kind of overstayed in the jungle. Got punished heavily for it. Shift, I genuinely think is this redeeming feature for DMG. This guy is playing so well. The problem he had was that Kalista was a menace. Like Gooby was a problem that game, bro.
Yeah, I think the bot lane differential, which ended up at going, was quite significant. When you look at the Kalista, she's got like 67 CS, your AD carry's got 30, and the enemy has just taken 4 tower plates. Like, it's really hard to recover from that position. I think that DMG showed good things, as they always seem to do, right? I think LVS had a few pop-off moments on the Jace where he was going into the mid lane, getting big kills, but ultimately, like, Verdant were the better team. They were significantly the better team this game, and I think that they maybe could have closed this out a bit quicker, which almost feels surprising to say with how rapid they did close this one out, but it was a dominant victory.
I will say...
And before I let you go with that one, I do have the man of the hour, PlayStation, ready for us for the interview. I do believe he's the one we're going to be talking right now. And there you go. Welcome. How are you doing?
Hello, guys. I'm doing good. Finally, we
but,
played some proper League of Legends.
I love that. You're the player of the match. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. Thanks a lot for the votes.
With Renata, I mean, you kind of clutched out a lot of things. You remember that fight at the top lane where Kalista was like, please save me, as all AD carries are screaming like babies. And you're like, don't worry, I'm here, I'm your hero. That was like
yeah,
clutch
I'm used
moment.
to it.
Oh, you
that
are
was
used
a good
to
clutch
that.
moment. What, sorry?
Are you used to that? Like, that's a normal day?
Yeah, exactly. Like, Guppy screams a lot, always needs the help, like he's screaming.
Look at this, 83% co-participation. You're a madman.
On point, on point. That was good.
But tell me something. Don't you think this game was a little bit rougher than it was supposed to?
I mean, I think we have played really bad last 2 weeks, so we were kind of like now like really disjointed, like disconnected as a team, not really on the same page and stuff. This game we just wanted to like be on the same page, and maybe we took it a bit too slow sometimes because we wanted to like make it clean or like at least be on the same page. Yes, because that has been a problem for us, so that's why.
You approached something really important to me right now, which I wanted to bring out. It's a tough question.
Yeah.
Your team is looking at playoffs. It's one of those teams that, yeah, you will probably make playoffs. But recently, and today as well, I do believe you exposed a few weaknesses that can be exploited on a best of 5. Are you worried that since this is the last stretch, your team is not ready for the playoff situation? Like, yeah, we can throw it down on the normal part of the split, but once we get into those best of 5s, they can exploit those weaknesses, and we might not be ready yet.
I mean, in my opinion, I think right now actually the best of one's of our biggest problems, like the consistency. I think over a best of 5 series, if we get to that, hopefully we get to that, I think we have a lot of depth in the team and a lot of experience, and I think we will pull through in a best of series. And I'm looking forward to prove you wrong about what you think, but we can see if we make it to the playoff, which we hopefully should.
You should. All numbers are saying you guys are going to make it. I'm just like, are you ready? I'm just wondering, are you ready? I just want to put that little doubt in your mind so you can talk to me. So if you're ready and if you're comfortable, what is the team right now that during the normal part of the split you really want to defeat? Like, hey, let's just take these guys down so we can prove that we are the best of the best.
I mean, like we want to beat every team. We have pretty much beaten every team apart from Roddy. Now we meet Lions Creed next week. And yeah, we will take the battle to them. Last time we just let them roll us over. It's not going to be the case for next week. So hopefully we will beat them, and then we have beaten every team other than Roddy, but we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about Ready, man. That's a new Disney movie. We don't talk about Ready. Thank you so
the
much for this
kryptonite.
interview, man. I'll see you next week. Who knows? Have a good one, man.
Yeah, thank you. See you around.
And he's gone. I love the situation of you're exposing a few weaknesses, and all teams are looking at like your flaws. That's quite important. You have to work on those. It's not height. You have to work on them.
I do think multiple teams are showing weaknesses though right now. I don't think anybody looks perfect. So while I think Verdant did show weaknesses in that game, I think that game should not have been that rough early as it was for them. I think there was a bunch of little mistakes that they pulled off. But they just were the better team and were able to find the win. But versus Lions Creed, I think if they played that exact way versus Lions Creed and Lions Creed were on the other side, that's a Lion Creed win. I really do think that. So I'm sure they're going to take a bunch from this and learn from that for next week.
Love it, Middlecross. Let's also to the next interview, which was with Pride, the manager from DMG. We're ready to talk with him. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Oh, I can't hear you again, man.
No!
No, I'm kidding. I got you.
Okay, you got me. Okay, you got me.
I'm terrible. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible.
No, not actually. I was so
Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Love to be on the show, actually.
And now you can actually talk, so we can have a normal
red.
conversation.
I got so mad.
I'm so sorry. That was so mean. But let's talk about the situation right now for DMG. It seems like the score, as it stands, you no longer are able to go to playoffs. We all know that.
No, that's not probable. Looking at the score now,
you can. It's complicated. It's complicated.
We could tie 5th place, I believe, if like all the stars align. But that has. We're not gonna work on tying 5th place. We're just gonna get it.
I love it. So what is the focus right now for the team? Are you guys looking at, hey, it's not about this split, it's about making sure that we get ready this split so we can fight on the next one?
We're taking one step at a time, I would say still. Last week we fixed some there was some light in like some of the issues we had, so we're able to kind of move on to the next step in practice, I feel. And it's showing this week, I would say. But there are still like some fundamentals issues with these rookies, right? But that's gonna happen. But they need to do the mistakes to learn from the mistakes, I would say.
It's just like life. And there's something that I've been looking at the team from DMG, and I believe all the analysts were talking about Shift. Shift is so powerful as a jungler, and we're like, yeah, but he's always playing from behind because like the lanes fall really early on. He's not allowed to go into the jungle and explore his strengths as well. So there seems to be a miscoordination between lanes and jungle right now, where you're not able to fully use Shift's power. Do you feel that?
I wouldn't just say Shift power. I would also say that the other laners also have power, right? But there's maybe a disconnect between like Shift and bot lane, Shift and top lane. Early in the season, we have tried so many level 3 invades and failed them, I would say. And that's, because we're skipping steps. And I think just when those steps are being followed truly, and everyone calls each other on the steps that we need to do this first, then we can do this, then like everyone's going to shine. But, now it's a bit too late to get to playoffs, but it's all about development for these players and what they can do next, right? So we took a risk on players that many, like I get the comments at least, many would say we're not ready for NLC 1, but I say they need to play versus other NLC 1 players to actually get ready for NLC 1. So
that makes sense.
And now they've had a good first split of practice, and then we can see what we do later, right?
What is your takeaway so far in this split?
Takeaway? Yeah. Well, there's a lot we can do internally for our team, at least, to grow faster and better, I would say. I think I am very surprised by the standings in general. I didn't expect, for example, Lions Creed to be sharing second place, third place, first place. Never mind. but sharing first place is still like not expected from my side. Venomcrest doing really good, Lundqvist as well, and then Natives kind of falling down. So it's surprising for me, the standing, that the newcomers, at least in Venomcrest and Lundqvist, are doing so well, I would say.
It's a really tied up race for the first place, right?
Yeah, really tied up. I'm excited what it's going to look like next week, at least. Because
I think next week we might see some difference in the standings. I agree with you. I agree with you, Pride. Thank you so much for the interview yet again. It's lovely to hear your voice this time. And I wish you the
lovely
best.
to not do sign language.
But it was funny, though. It was funny.
Yes, it was funny. I wish you the best as well.
You too, man. Have a lovely one.
You too.
Takes it in his stride, man. He takes it in his stride. I hate my life. Bro, after the delay, after it's 9:15, I'm so ready for bed, bro. I'm so ready for bed.
There's something about doing a broadcast with people that are British. I'm just gonna put it out.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
You say?
I love it. Okay, I'm just saying I love it.
I was about to be careful there, mate. We'll come take your stuff and put it in a museum.
Yeah, big old building in the middle of London.
You watch your mouth, man.
I'm Portuguese. Keep that in mind, okay?
Those borrows are mine, Jerome.
You know what? If you want to borrow stuff from me, show me predictions. Let's see who got the points then at the end of the day.
I did good. I got
You
1
did
point
good.
wrong.
I got my perfect day. I don't care if I'm sharing it. I still got it.
I loathe the fact that Aragon got a perfect day as well.
Oh my gosh,
God damn it.
Even initialize. No, Duckley got a perfect. It means nothing.
No, bro. Perfect day is perfect day. You got to celebrate it.
So basically, I've just.
Yeah!
It's mirrored, man. It's mirrored.
Wait, it's flipped. Wait, it's the wrong way
You
around.
are such a moron.
What?
What are you doing, bro?
Yeah! We all got perfect days!
It's
apart from Hit Brain. Oh, it's just brilliant, isn't it?
It's mirrored, man.
Bro,
it might be time to hang up the bandana.
I'm trying my best.
I'm third place. Okay.
I'm still fourth. It's okay. Copium.
Yeah, production. Why did we have to show like the total points? Like that, I feel like that was information that didn't need to be broadcast out onto the airwaves. I feel like
good news. You're not minus. You're not in the minus.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'll take it.
First time. This is the first time all season, I think, where someone's not.
Yeah, no, we are all above.
Wait, me and Veteran are the only one without a perfect day.
I guess. No, Veteran doesn't have a perfect day as well.
Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah, that's a mess.
Yeesh.
Why would you mirror your own sign? I'm so.
Well, it's just I didn't know. I didn't write it mirrored. Okay, like my camera is mirrored, and I didn't realize that my camera's mirrored. So when I hold up the sign to the camera, it's like someone on Twitter is like unmirror it, and it will be fine, right?
You know
How do you not know it's mirrored?
Thank you.
I don't know what my own face looks like.
Thank you. Now I know how my parents feel about me. So let's move on with this one to next week schedule.
There's no way those words just left your mouth, bro.
I'm kidding.
Jesus Christ.
So we have these lovely games on Wednesday and on Thursday as well. We're reaching the end of the split. Each of these games are extremely valuable. Look at this. You start with the one that could decide one of the playoffs matches. Venomcrest versus Lionscreed. That's another one. Only on Wednesday. Then you jump into the other side. You have Nord versus Venomcrest. You have Lionscreed as well. Lionscreed has a tough schedule ahead of them. Every single
Venomcrest have a tough schedule ahead of them.
This is crunch time. Like these games like really matter, not just for like whether you make it into the playoffs, but like for your seeding in there. If you want to get like top 2 upper bracket, you need to be getting all the wins that you can now.
Yeah, I mean there's 4 spots up for grabs, and I think there's right now like 6 teams I think are probably in the running for it. Technically there's 7 teams in the running for it, but I think we got like 6 teams in the running for it. And man, I don't know. I think the one thing I'm pretty confident in saying is I think Venomcrest are making it. Outside of that, I think
Confusion
now
of the
actually
highest
no,
hardware.
actually Venom Crest and Lions Creed. I think they're the two teams I'm very confident in saying. I think the other two spots, it is really up in the air in my eyes.
You know
like,
what?
It could really be anyone.
Middlecott, give me the top 4. Hip Brain, give me the top 4. Who's making playoffs right now?
Bro, I just said I don't know.
Top
You gotta do
4,
it.
Venom Crest,
Yeah.
Lions Creed,
Yeah.
Nord,
Uh-huh.
Verdant.
Ooh.
I am gonna mostly agree. I'm gonna say Venom Crest, Nord. Oh god.
Oh.
Lions Creed. Yeah, Venom Crest, Nord, Lions Creed, and Lightside.
I agree with that statement.
I'm gonna say Lightside.
I
don't
think
Venom
according
make it.
to the schedule, Lightside might pull something funny.
So yeah, I think yeah. First of all, I don't think Verdant have a particularly easy run of show running into towards the playoffs. I also just think I saw a lot of weaknesses from Verdant here, and a better team beat them. They get their ass handed to them by a better team. So I think that is my top 4. I don't think Verdant make it. That's my bold claim.
The most important part is you back at home to understand who's gonna make it. So head on to Twitter and put in your predictions, because next week Mouse is gonna be a hard one to actually seal the deal. You can win this beautiful Steel Cities Aerox 5 wireless mouse if you get the predictions correct. Look at him. Now look at me. Now look at him. It could be yours. All you need to do is get those predictions right. And if you DM Middlecott for any sort of help, you lost it. Okay?
Yeah, no, that is like bad.
Middlecott got a sympathy one. He got a sympathy one.
Just like Hip Brain. So if you want to win this one,
Bro,
you gotta
I'm
work
4th.
for it. Okay?
I've been top end of the table the whole time, just showing it off.
I've
by
been
the
on top
way.
of
It's
the
so
table the
pretty.
whole time. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Last words for you, Hope.
What, are you gonna execute us once the stream ends? What are you
Bro,
saying, last words?
all I'm gonna say,
I'll
all I'm
pick
gonna
my
say
lightsaber.
is like we've been split on Verdant or like Lightside to be that final 4 seed. They are the first game next week.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's fun.
Yes.
Very spicy.
I'm gonna say it's been fun working with the B team. You guys rock. Good job.
Oh. Thank you, man.
The pain in Middlecott's eyes.
I just hope that one
Can we
day
just get him off the screen, please?
we can all dress properly on the broadcast. And until then, I bid you farewell. Go dry
Never
your
happening.
shirt, by the way, Middlecott.
never gonna
Until
happen.
then, keep climbing. I love you all at home. And I'll see you Wednesday, boy.